15 years ago, right in the heart of the city, many people were terrified when something appeared in the sky. Suddenly, an inverted castle manifested right above Tokyo. Dungeons simultaneously popped up all across Japan, and humans began to awaken mana. From then on, special individuals with talent known as mages began conquering these dungeons. They achieved fame and fortune, and a mage's talent is judged by the color of their mana. Usually, they only possess one color, but it is rare to see those who possess two. For instance, the protagonist's younger brother Kurosaki Kai is a dual wielder of blue and red mana, and right now he is facing off against a demonic creature that is starting to unleash its power. Kurosaki Kai becomes thrilled upon realizing the demon isn't running away. The creature lunges straight at the mage, and Kai immediately activates his demon spear skill. He launches it at the demon, leaving it with no way to dodge, and it takes a direct hit. After the monster falls to the ground, Kurosaki Kai walks over and picks up the item dropped on his left. Meanwhile, someone is standing in the corner deep in thought. Kai tosses the item at his head and tells him to pay more attention. Then as he approaches, Kai orders him to pick up the loot quickly. Kurosaki Kai is known as the Death King, a level 89, one of the strongest mages around, and in the meantime, the person accompanying the mage thinks to himself that the Death King's older brother is a useless person with no talent, a completely colorless individual, which is extremely rare. That is Kuroshiki Rei, level 1. But he knows that even so. He cannot give up on becoming a mage, and that is why he has to work as a porter, because in his heart he still harbors hope that his younger brother will pity him and keep him on the team. Perhaps one day he will awaken his power, so he clings to that fragile ray of hope. He has followed his younger brother into dungeons, and as they continue to explore, they arrive before a giant door. The others in the party say that. They have finally reached the boss room, and given the current situation, the boss shouldn't be too difficult. As soon as they step through the door, they quickly scan their surroundings, and soon realize an entity is standing ahead that is Kronos, the god of time and space, with an unknown level. Kai doesn't care at all and is actually excited. He says the boss doesn't look scary, then prepares his demonic mortis skill and immediately fires it at the boss, but Kronos pulls something out of a subspace. Then easily uses the sword he just drew to completely block the Death King's attack. Even worse, Kronos doesn't even show any emotion while doing it. This makes Kai extremely terrified because he doesn't understand why. His attack was neutralized so easily. After that, with just a look, Kronos unleashes a terrifying pressure, and Kai feels that horrific weight. So he is completely paralyzed and unable to act. He takes a direct hit from the boss's attack. His friends are simultaneously horrified to see the mighty Death King defeated by just a single strike. Rei, seeing his younger brother being taken out, begins to panic, trying to understand what is happening. Then he turns his head, looking at Kronos, wondering if the Death King has truly been defeated. The others start fleeing the boss room in sheer terror, but they are also attacked and killed one by one. Kuroshiki Rei collapses to the ground. Unable to believe what is happening before his eyes, Kronos calls the protagonist over, then laughs and asks if he is a completely colorless one. Rei clenches his fists and thinks that everything isn't over yet, because he hasn't done anything. Then he grabs his sword and, while trembling as he stands up, thinks that he cannot die just yet. Kronos, with overwhelming presence, remarks that he finds it interesting that a nobody dares to confront him even if he is just a colorless one. Rei tries to stay calm and keeps telling himself that he cannot give up here. But the boss couldn't care less and begins preparing an attack. Then he says he will conduct a test but doesn't give Rei time to react. Instead, he launches a massive strike. Rei cannot believe he has been critically wounded and is unable to do anything, but the boss finishes him off in the blink of an eye. However, Kronos remarks that perhaps he went a bit too far. Then he uses a rewind skill, causing the protagonist to return to his intact state before being killed. Rei doesn't understand what happened and wonders if he was just healed or something. The boss continues to prepare firepower, then quickly unleashes the Desperate Flame skill, creating a giant wave of fire rushing straight toward Rei, while Rei tries to do something. Kronos says that this time he will give him some time to think. Then he starts laughing loudly, curious to see what he will do. The protagonist looks around and sees a sword, then thinks that ordinary attacks will be useless. But the sword created by the boss himself might work, so he immediately runs over and grabs it, then prepares to face the incoming Desperate Flame. Thanks to that, Rei realizes the blade can disperse the fire, and he immediately lunges straight at Kronos. However, as he advances, his body begins to be scorched by the intense heat of the flames. Rei tries to endure the pain while the boss just stands from afar watching, until he is surprised by one thing: the protagonist has stabbed the sword deep into the boss's chest. Ray, with most of his body burning, believes he has landed a hit on Kronos with that attack. But Kronos just laughs and once again activates the rewind skill. Ray is terrified to realize he has been brought back to the moment before he launched his attack at the boss. But while his wounds have been healed, Kronos remarks to the protagonist that it was decent entertainment. Ray drops the sword to the ground, then drops to his knees. And as he begins to panic, he thinks that everything he did was completely futile. Then he wonders if this is the end where he will be destroyed. Just at that moment, a system interface suddenly popped up right in front of him, leaving him completely stunned. It warned that the presence of the god of time and space had been confirmed, and the seal on the dark skill had been broken. Kronos realized something was wrong, but the system continued to notify him that the additional skill, Steal, had been acquired. At the same time, Boss Kronos' rewind skill had also been stolen. Ray couldn't believe the warnings and the skills his system was displaying while the boss began to grow suspicious. Without hesitation, the protagonist immediately used the stolen rewind skill, shattering the space and time where he stood, which sent the boss into a rage. Screaming and calling him an insolent brat, he demanded to know how a lowly human dared to steal his skill. Then the system announced that the regression process would be executed. Time began to flow backward, throwing Ray back to a moment of his choosing. As he woke up in bed, he thought he had desperately used the rewind skill, but he still didn't understand what had really happened afterward. He saw his own reflection in the mirror and realized something was strange. Moving closer to get a better look, he was utterly shocked and wondered if that was a younger version of himself. Then he questioned if it was all just a dream until he looked out the window and saw the floating inverted castle in the sky, wondering why it was still white. Because he knew that on the previous night, the castle had been stained black. He remembered that the castle had been completely white until 7 years ago, but then it had gradually been consumed by darkness. And when it was completely covered by darkness, the gate of the inverted castle would open, and from that gate, the god of time and space would appear. With that, Ray began to understand everything. He then remembered that during the battle with Kronos, he had stolen his rewind skill. He took out his phone, and the moment he saw the date, he concluded that everything was just as he thought. Looking at himself in the mirror, he realized he had returned to 7 years ago, which meant he had regressed to the past. Ray called up his skill window, and upon checking the list, it only had one single skill, Steal. But he knew that the rewind skill was no longer there. Even so, he was still excited because at the very least, Steal remained. The protagonist also remembered that for the past 15 years he had never obtained a single skill. But now he knew that just by having this skill, everything would be completely different. Just then a message arrived, and reading it made him feel a bit anxious because he had returned on the very day of the Hunter examination. At the Chiyoda district in front of the Tokyo station, the Hunter Association headquarters. Ray remembered that this was the national agency overseeing hunters on dungeon missions, and as soon as he stepped inside, looking around, he realized the place looked brand new, due to the 7-year difference, which made perfect sense until someone approached and called him a colorless one, and asked him what he was doing there. It was Oak and Goto. Ray knew full well that these two were just lackeys for his younger brother. Goto grabbed the protagonist and asked if he was going to retake the exam, while Oak said bluntly that no matter how many times he tried, a colorless person would always be useless. Ray admitted they were right because he knew this wasn't his first time taking the Hunter exam. And because he couldn't let go of his dream, he kept taking it over and over, despite knowing it might be futile. So he forcefully brushed Goto's hand away and told them not to bother him anymore. As he walked away, Aok wondered why a colorless person dared to ignore them, while Goto questioned what had happened to him. Elsewhere, the exam proctor and B-rank hunter, Hinata, was reviewing some documents, and as soon as she saw someone, she asked if he was here again. Then she took a deep breath and told Ray that even if it was just an exam, she worried that one day he might lose his life. Ray just smiled and said that this time everything would be okay. As they entered the exam site, the proctor asked if he was sure he didn't need her to explain the details. He kept staring at the portal and answered yes. The moment he stepped through that gate, he thought he needed to collect 13 magic stones from goblins to pass, which was usually easy for someone who had awakened their abilities. Then he told himself that this time it would all end. It didn't take long for a terrifying creature to start approaching. Ray remembered that based on an incident that happened in the future, the appearance of a monster should not have happened in a Tier 1 dungeon because in front of him was a level 37 red-hooded goblin. Hinata couldn't believe it and screamed, asking why a level 37 monster appeared there. So, she immediately equipped her sword and lunged at the creature while shouting at the protagonist to run. Panicked Ray thought this wasn't good because the level gap was too massive. Because he remembered clearly that in the previous timeline before he regressed, the proctor, Hinata couldn't defeat the red-hooded goblin, so she began to struggle to block the creature's attacks. And as soon as she realized she couldn't keep defending, she became terrified. Soon after, the red-hooded goblin broke through her defense and sent her flying back. Ray kept thinking that back then she had fought to buy him time to run away, and because of that she was so severely injured that she had to retire from being a hunter. So Ray thought it was all his fault that his own incompetence had ruined Proctor Hinata's career. However, he immediately became serious, and as the red-hooded goblin was moving toward him, he braced himself and thought that this time it would be different. He threw his dagger and thought that he knew the red-hooded goblin had a physical enhancement skill. And the moment the creature blocked his attack, he realized that because it was too strong, normal strikes wouldn't work. So he jumped up and unleashed a straight punch right into the middle of the red-hooded goblin's face. He hoped the blow would be effective, but the creature only became more frenzied and prepared to unleash its own attack. However, the red-hooded goblin suddenly felt something strange and became confused. Just then, a system notification appeared stating that the protagonist had stolen the body enhancement skill from the red-hooded goblin, and his physical strength had now been boosted. Ray observed the red-cap goblin immediately launched a strike, and as he finished it off, he remarked that now that he'd stolen its skill, it was nothing more than a useless slab of meat. The examiner was stunned by the scene, unable to understand how the protagonist had taken down the red-cap goblin in a single blow. She took a deep breath, thinking that everything had gone just as predicted. His skill-stealing ability was truly incredible. Hinata called him over and asked him how he had managed to pull that off. Ray felt quite flustered and decided it was best not to reveal anything about his dark ability just yet, so he replied that it was just a coincidence. This angered the examiner, who demanded he stop lying, but she quickly changed the subject, stating that since an anomaly had occurred, it would be better to cancel the exam and file a report. The association, until the protagonist returned, having noticed something on the ground. Upon picking up the item dropped by the red-cap goblin, he realized it wasn't time for the anomalies to appear yet. Even so, he told Hinata he still needed 2 more magic stones. She immediately turned back and angrily shouted that now was not the time to be thinking about that. However, something started to approach slowly, and as soon as Ray turned to see what it was, he spotted several goblins and thought they had arrived at the perfect moment. The creatures lunged without hesitation, but before they could attack, they were completely wiped out in a single blow. Hinata was shocked by the scene once again. Ray picked up the dropped magic stones and asked the examiner if he could keep them. She didn't know how to respond. Later, at the entrance to the Mage Association headquarters, examiner Hinata handed the protagonist his mage license, and as soon as he held it in his hands, he couldn't stop staring at it. He started thinking about how this moment had finally arrived after such a long time, knowing he had never been able to give up his dream of becoming a mage. He also remembered how he had been nothing but a porter for 15 long years, but now, he believed he had finally become a mage right until he heard Hinata tell him to look at the information regarding the exchange of magic stones. Ray learned that magic stones dropped by monsters, whilst were also a precious carbon-neutral energy source that could be sold to the association. Upon reading the details, Ray thought that since he had defeated an A-rank monster, this would certainly be a huge source of income. However, when he realized the amount he would receive for taking down the red-cap goblin, his eyes widened and he shouted, asking if he was really getting 3 million won. Hinata replied that he was, since he had defeated a red-cap goblin after all. Ray still couldn't believe it, and said he never expected a mage could earn such a large sum of money. The examiner laughed and said that if it was him, she believed he would soon earn even more. While she was still laughing, the protagonist suddenly remembered something. He mentioned that he had one request to make. After arriving at a separate area in front of a teleportation gate, Ray raised his hand, realizing that this place had indeed been reserved for him. He then thought that in the past he wouldn't have even dared to dream of entering a dungeon alone, then recalled the image of the examiner being hospitalized after facing the red-cap goblin before his regression. But now she was safe and unharmed, so he felt relieved, believing he could change the future until suddenly someone used the mana hand skill. They grabbed the protagonist. A man approached and asked Ray what he thought he was doing there. It was Goto and Oak. They wanted to know how an incapable person like him had the qualification to enter a solo dungeon, and if he knew this was against the rules. Ray replied that he had passed the mage exam and thus had the right to enter the solo dungeon. Goto, hearing this, was extremely annoyed and told him to stop talking nonsense, but Oak grabbed Ray by the head in a fit of rage. He demanded that Ray prove his ability immediately. While gathering his strength, Ray realized that Oak's ability was to compress mana into a physical form, specifically the mana hand. He knew that just the body enhancement from the red-cap goblin wouldn't be enough to escape it. But he quickly came up with an idea, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and leaped up. He headbutted Ook straight in the face, causing severe injury to his nose, immediately after the system notified him that the protagonist had successfully stolen the mana hand skill, and thus, the opponent's mana hand was also neutralized. Before the magic dissipated, both Ook and Goto were bewildered by what had just happened, and without hesitation, Ray activated the stolen mana hand skill. He gripped Ook tightly with all his might. Ook started breaking into a cold sweat and couldn't believe it, asking if the protagonist had really awakened his ability. Goto took advantage of the moment while Ray was busy to lunge forward, saying not to get cocky just because of that, and as he approached, he prepared a fireball skill. Ray activated his ultimate body enhancement. He easily neutralized Goto's fireball attack entirely. Goto couldn't believe his attack had been countered so easily. The protagonist immediately took advantage of the opening, lunged with all his strength, threw a punch at Goto, and sent him flying, crashing hard into the wall. Ook was even more stunned to see the protagonist possessing body enhancement as well, so both of them could only watch Ray display his incredible strength and wonder if he was a two-colored mage. The protagonist took a deep breath and replied no. As he channeled a new source of power into his hand, the system notified him that he had stolen Goto's fireball skill. With that, Ray held a fireball in his hand and clearly stated that they had forgotten about one more ability. Goto couldn't believe that the protagonist seemed to possess a third color, as he had never heard of such a thing. Ray prepared his attack and immediately launched it toward his opponent, forcing him to jump to the side to dodge. At that moment, Ook realized the mana hand binding him had been dispelled. While preparing another fireball, the protagonist asked if they wanted to keep fighting. Ook and Goto looked at each other for a moment, and then immediately fled, screaming and begging the protagonist for mercy. Ray sighed in relief, thinking that if this reached his younger brother's ears, there wouldn't be a good outcome, because he had always been treated like his brother's dog. He then thought that if Kai discovered he had awakened his skills, he would definitely hunt him down, especially since his brother had reached level 50 and was one of the strongest of the era. However, he also knew that Kai wasn't the only one he needed to be wary of. Because a special dungeon was about to open soon, he stood before the entrance and concluded that for now he needed to level up at any cost. As he stepped into the portal, he thought that level was the foundation of power, and leveling up would help him learn skills and increase his mana capacity. However, he realized that what was more important was the amount of mana that he could control. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right in front of him, and a level 38 fire mage appeared. Ray, while preparing a fireball, knew he still couldn't control it well. The fire mage begins preparing a skill, and Ray realizes that the level gap creates a massive difference even when using the same ability, giving him no time to think of a tactic. The fire mage immediately launches a barrage of fireballs. Ray counterattacks, some clashing with each other, but others head straight for him, forcing him to jump to dodge. And just as he regains his footing, he realizes he can't win a direct confrontation, but then an idea flashes through his mind and he immediately jumps. While charging toward the fire mage, he thinks that no matter how high the opponent's level is, one thing remains constant. There is always an opening after using a skill. So he activates body enhancement, knowing he only has 2 seconds while his opponent is defenseless to seize that chance. He delivers a powerful punch straight to the fire mage's face, sending him flying as the system notifies him that he successfully stole the fireball skill. As soon as the fire mage hits the ground, he immediately stands up and tries to cast a skill again, only to be confused when he realizes he can't use it while Ray readies a skill. Thinking that once a skill is stolen, the opponent can't reuse it for a short time and becomes less dangerous, he doesn't waste any time. He unleashes his newly acquired fireball skill at the creature. It is engulfed in a fierce wave of fire. Ray looks to the side and sees further notifications from the system stating that he has leveled up 4 times in a row, concluding that defeating higher-level monsters grants much more experience, and with the ability to steal skills, he believes everything will become much easier. Then the system announces that the protagonist has reached level 12. Ray clenches his fist and looks down a hallway. Thinking he will focus on reaching level 30, he starts fighting monsters one after another, continuously leveling up until he stops for a moment, and realizes he has been leveling up at an incredible speed, though he is still only level 27. He then thinks this is perfectly understandable as leveling up will only get harder. And if he wants to reach level 30, he knows he must defeat higher-level monsters. After traveling through the dungeon for a while, Ray arrives at the deepest area and stands before the boss room door. With that, he thinks the boss ahead is the perfect opponent for this goal. As soon as he opens the door and steps inside, he sees the boss waiting for him, a level 45 bone demon accompanied by level 30 imps. Ray gets into a fighting stance, thinking that even though all the monsters are higher level, if he can steal their skills, he still has a chance to win. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately dashes toward the boss, jumps, and prepares to punch with body enhancement, but as soon as he attacks the boss, blocks him with a barrier. Ray is extremely shocked and quickly backs away. He thinks this isn't too surprising because approaching the boss won't be easy, as he knows that the mana barrier is hindering him, and trying to steal a skill right now would be useless. However, the bone demon gets angry, emits a deafening roar, and then rushes at the protagonist with incredible speed, forcing him to dodge its attack by a hair's breadth. He thinks he has no choice but to follow the plan he is considering. Ray realizes the imps are also rushing at him, so he jumps up and delivers a punch to one of them, thereby activating Skill Steal and obtaining the Ice Spike skill. Ray prepares a fireball and launches it toward another imp. Just as he sees another one coming, he prepares an Ice Spike and throws it, piercing the imp completely. Ray lands back on the ground, but the bone demon uses its skill and summons more imps, making Ray realize the boss can call them at any time. Seeing another one approaching, he thinks this would normally be a troublesome situation, but this time it is extremely advantageous, so he confidently charges forward and quickly eliminates that imp. Right at that moment, the system notifies him that he has reached level 28, and Ray realizes that if the boss keeps doing this, he will have an infinite source of experience until he notices another system notification. It notifies him that his mana control has met the requirement, so the synthesis skill has been unlocked. Just then, the bone demon loses its cool and starts screaming violently. Ray prepares an ice spike while simultaneously creating a fireball. Then he activates the synthesis skill and begins fusing the two together, and with everything he has, he jumps and rushes toward the boss using the flame spear skill. As the bone demon puts up a mana barrier, the two skills collide, creating a massive explosion, but cracks begin to appear on the boss's mana barrier. And just after that, the protagonist breaks through it. He immediately activates body enhancement and delivers an extremely powerful punch straight to the bone demon's face while it is still stunned. Ray realizes the defensive enchantment protecting it has vanished, and without hesitation he follows up with a flame spear attack, incinerating the boss completely. Afterward, it drops a magic stone, and the system notifies the protagonist that he has gained many levels, reaching level 33. Ray lets out a sigh of relief and begins thinking about the synthesis skill. This is an advanced technique. It allows for combining skills to create more powerful ones, and is usually only usable upon reaching level 30. So after picking up the loot from the boss, he sits on the ground, and thinks that he had initially doubted whether he could defeat the opponent. So now he feels extremely relieved that everything finally went smoothly, until he unexpectedly sees another system notification informing him that he has reached the required level. The limit for storable skills has increased, and now the number of available skill slots has risen to 5. Ray is happy, thinking that from now on everything will be even more convenient. After a while, as soon as he leaves the dungeon and returns to the guild entrance, he submits the magic stone he collected. Hinata is extremely impressed and shouts, asking if the protagonist truly defeated the bone demon all by himself. She is even more shocked to learn that Ray reached level 33 in just one day. He is a bit embarrassed and says that perhaps it was just luck. Hinata looks skeptical and says that surpassing level 30 in just one day goes far beyond the limits of mere luck, while Ray can only laugh it off. The examiner also emphasizes that with his current level, he can definitely become a B-rank mage immediately until Kurosaki Kai appears, and is surprised to see his brother there. Then, with an arrogant attitude, he asks if his brother really reached B-rank, because he didn't believe a mere runt like him could actually pull that off. Ray was incredibly annoyed when he heard that, then told the examiner that he couldn't use any skills. Since he was completely powerless, his brother wanted to know if she was really telling the truth about him reaching B-rank. Hinata answered not yet, but she insisted that he had defeated the red-capped goblin and the bone demon all by himself. Kai wasn't happy at all upon hearing this and immediately shot his brother a malicious look. With an icy stare, he asked if that was really true. Then he prepared to unleash a powerful punch, and an explosion erupted right at the entrance of the guild, terrifying everyone around, but Kai's punch was blocked by his own brother's mana barrier. Ray laughed and told him he should be more careful, while Hinata shouted loudly, demanding Kai stop causing a scene. Kai looked at Ray and said, "It seems it's true that you've awakened a skill," and he confirmed it. But Kai emphasized that just because he had a skill didn't mean he could get cocky. And then Kai began to gather his power, saying he would test it out himself, to see if his brother truly had any capability or not. Hinata began to panic and yelled, demanding to know if Mr. Kurosaki was really planning to fight right there. Kai said that if his useless younger brother had really reached B rank on his own, there wouldn't be a problem. So he turned to ask Ray if the skill that helped him reach B rank was just a lie or not. The protagonist clenched his fists, thinking that even if he refused his brother's demand, it would only delay the inevitable. So he steadied himself with newfound confidence and said, "I understand." Kai didn't like his brother's attitude and cursed at him for being a cheeky brat. Then both headed to the Mages Guild arena, and Ray thought that when facing someone stronger, one must always be cautious of the gap in mana control. Kai prepared for the fight against his brother while Ray kept reminding himself not to lose focus. Not even for a second, because he knew that at level 30 his combo chain was limited to only 3 basic skills, while Kai was already level 50 and could unleash about 5 skills in a row. In other words, if it came down to just those numbers, then defeat was certain, and because of that, he knew he had to find a way to close that gap. Therefore, he decided to launch a preemptive strike with his ice spears. Kai didn't hesitate, and immediately prepared fireballs, and both unleashed their skills at the same time, causing them to collide. Creating an explosion right in the middle of the arena, Kai stood waiting for the dust to clear. But he was extremely surprised to see his brother rushing straight at him using a body enhancement skill. He noted that based on the yellow color of the enhancement skill, his brother could only be a 2-attribute user. Ray guessed that after his brother unleashed his 4th skill, he probably only had enough mana for one more. So he began preparing his synthesis skill, creating a fire spear, and lunged straight at Kai while Kai observed the skill, and remarked that combining blue and red could make Ray a 3-attribute mage. However, he flashed a sinister smile and launched a fireball at his brother, knocking him hard to the ground. Ray panicked, not understanding why a fire spear synthesized from 2 skills could lose to a basic skill. When Kai saw his brother could use a 3-color skill, he said that now he understood why he was so excited. But he also asserted that the two of them were simply not in the same league. Then he prepared another fireball and shouted at Ray to start dancing. He then continuously fired multiple fireballs at him, forcing Ray to scramble to the side to dodge the relentless attacks. But while running, he kept creating fire spears and throwing them. Kai immediately prepared his fireball and shot it straight at his brother's skill, causing his fireball to cancel out Ray's attack and keep flying straight toward him. The protagonist was forced to quickly throw up a mana shield, but Kai's fireball was stronger, breaking through the shield and slamming Ray hard against the ground. Kai just laughed loudly, seeing his brother in trouble. While Ray began to tense up, then Kai held out his hand, gesturing for his brother to bow down so he could be forgiven. Then he screamed, ordering Ray to apologize for daring to show off like that. The protagonist broke into a cold sweat, thinking that he couldn't defeat his brother with his current limited skills and mana, and as he remembered the past, he wondered if he should just give up and continue living like his brother's dog. But then he stood up, and with overflowing confidence, he shouted that he wouldn't do it. Kai said he understood, and it seemed his brother wanted to learn the hard way, so he figured he had no other choice. Thus, he used Overclock on his fireball skill, an ability that consumed a massive amount of mana, to temporarily double his mana control ability. With that, he created multiple fireballs at once and asserted to his brother that this was the power of a king with a combo of up to 10 consecutive hits. Ray was terrified as he realized this was the power that made Kai so frightening, and that he could temporarily use an amount of mana far exceeding other kings. However, he shouted a warning that he had actually been waiting for him to use this skill for a long time. Then he lunged straight at his brother, thinking that the 10-skill chain could only be performed thanks to Kai's overclock. As he approached, he leaped high into the air, and Kai laughed. Call Ray a fool and ask if he really thinks he can dodge an attack mid-air. He then fires all those fireballs at Ray, but Ray activates his mana hand technique, throws it down, and anchors it firmly into the ground. Kai cannot believe his younger brother is using yet another skill, while the protagonist thinks that even 10 consecutive hits would be meaningless if he can just dodge them. And knowing that even a king is limited by cooldown times, he uses the mana hand anchored in the ground to pull himself into the air and behind Kai. He then quickly spins around, plants his feet firmly on the ground, and throws a direct punch at his brother's face, realizing that Kai is completely defenseless at this moment. Because of that punch, Kai is sent flying hard into the ground. Immediately after the system notifies the protagonist that he has successfully stolen the overclock skill, Ray thinks that now that he has stolen his brother's strongest skill, there is no turning back. Kai tries to get up and screams, calling his brother a fool. Ray is slightly surprised and asks if he still wants to keep fighting. Kai is enraged by his younger brother and declares that he will destroy him, then creates his ice spears, combining them with flames from a fireball to form the demon spear skill. Ray can't believe it, thinking that it's the strongest purple tier skill, and wonders when his brother learned this technique. But he knows he has no time to think because a massive attack is coming, so he jumps to the side at the last second to dodge, but Kai doesn't care, and continues to create 2 more demon spears. Seeing this, Ray realizes the previous hit only landed because his brother was looking down on him, and once the Death King gets serious, he is way out of his reach. Therefore, he is forced to keep retreating to avoid being hit by the demon spear skill. It's a brutal onslaught, but he doesn't realize he's been backed to the edge of the arena and pinned against the wall behind him. Kai makes it clear that he hasn't even used his full power yet and asks, "Ray, do you realize that?" When the protagonist realizes he has no way out, he uses the fire spear skill just as Kai throws the demon spear at him, and when the 2 attacks collide, a huge explosion occurs, but because the shockwave is too strong, Ray is thrown back, slamming hard into the wall. The protagonist tries his best to stand firm, but Kai says that is exactly why he is called the Death King. As proof of his absolute power, Ray gasps for air and thinks his brother is right, as he knows the demon spear is one of the strongest skills. Kai tells his younger brother not to get too cocky, just because he can use multiple skills. Hearing this, the protagonist gets an idea when he looks at his hands, knowing he still can't compare to his brother yet. But he clenches his fist and wonders if he can unlock the potential of purple tier skills. He then continues to observe Kai from a distance and realizes that until now, he could only synthesize 2 colors of skills due to mana limits, so he decides to try something and activates Overclock, the skill he just stole from his brother. Kai cannot believe his eyes when he sees Ray using his own skill and wonders if that's even possible. Ray sees a system window appear before him and realizes his mana capacity has doubled. The system notifies him that the protagonist's mana capacity has increased due to the overclock effect and the dark synthesis skill has been unlocked. Ray gets excited knowing he just unlocked a new skill just when he needed it most. While preparing a fireball, Kai keeps watching his younger brother, wondering what he is planning. Ray keeps staring at the power, gathering in his hands, thinking that this will be a 3-color synthesis that no one has ever achieved before. So he begins fusing the red skill, then the blue skill, and finally the yellow skill, creating a new source of dark power called Abyssal Fire Domain. Kai cannot believe his eyes as he witnesses the black mana power. Ray thinks about how the basic mana colors are blue, red, and yellow, and he had always been told he wasn't compatible with any of them. But he knows that isn't true because he has absorbed and used this type of mana himself. And then he realizes he is a dark mage. Kai starts to get worried, and while unleashing a skill, he yells at his brother to stay away, but Ray doesn't care and rushes straight into the attack. Waiting for the right moment to act, he uses his skill to completely erase his brother's attack, and while rushing toward Kai, he shouts that this is impossible. Ray keeps advancing relentlessly, making Kai even more panicked as he hastily tries to create a skill again, but before he can unleash it, Ray has already closed the distance, readying his Abyssal Fire Domain. And just as the 2 skills collide, Kai cannot believe that his attack is completely useless. Then a massive explosion occurs. Ray stands waiting for the dust to settle, and just as his vision clears, he sees his brother has collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He slumps down, thinking he has finally defeated him, until a system notification appears, stating that the Abyssal Fire Domain skill has been created through dark synthesis. Ray continues to think about its terrifying power until Inspector Hinata opens the arena room door and immediately asks if Ray is okay. A bit embarrassed, he replies that he is fine, but Hinata is still extremely shocked and wants to know what skill he just used. Ray understands that he can't keep hiding it anymore, so he holds out his hand, and while channeling the new power, he says that perhaps it is a black tier skill. Hinata is stunned and says that if that is true, then this could be the first case in the world. Ray asks if he is obligated to report this hack skill to the association, because he wants to keep it a secret if possible. Hinata seems confused by that request, but emphasizes that doing so would be like giving up a huge opportunity, and Ray doesn't understand, so he asks her to explain further. Hinata says that the strongest mage of each color receives the title of king, but in short, because the protagonist is the only dark mage in the world, he will be considered the Dark King. Ray continues to think about that, but then says he isn't interested for now because becoming a king won't immediately increase his level until he looks to his side and sees his brother lying unconscious on the ground. So he asks if he is okay. Hinata says that because he is a king, he will recover soon despite his heavy injuries, but she also makes it clear that even so, she will still take him to the medical ward until both of their phones receive a message at the same time, and Rei cannot believe what he is seeing because it is a dungeon alert. Standing at the west gate of Ikebukuro Park with a recommended level of 70, Hinata couldn't believe it, but Jay knew the time had come because he instinctively realized this was a dungeon. The Ikebukuro dungeon level 70, where even though most monarchs were only around level 50, they realized within the first week just how weak they truly were. Consequently, the Ikebukuro dungeon was left unattended. However, that marked the beginning of a tragedy when the dungeon break phenomenon occurred. Jay knew that at that time. This concept was still unknown, and if a dungeon wasn't conquered within a certain time frame, monsters would pour out of the gate. Thus, the Ikebukuro dungeon became the first recorded case of a dungeon break. And because of that, Tokyo was overrun by monsters, causing many people to lose their lives. Jay knew he couldn't let that tragedy repeat itself and that he had to find a way to prevent the dungeon's collapse, so he told Hinata that he would conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. She was incredibly surprised and said that even for him that would be extremely dangerous. She then explained that only mages who reached at least A rank were allowed to enter that dungeon. With a recommended level of over 50, Jay thought he still had time before the dungeon collapsed, so he asked if the next A-rank promotion exam was taking place next week. Hinata was a bit curious, but still answered yes. The protagonist then declared that he would reach A-rank in time for the exam. Hinata looked surprised and said that it made sense given his skills. She believed that passing the exam wouldn't be a problem. Jay asked if there were any obstacles. Hinata explained that to take the A-rank promotion exam, one must first conquer a B-rank dungeon as a group, meaning he needed to find a party within 1 week and complete the B-rank dungeon. Sometime later, the protagonist became desperate because he had completely forgotten the requirement to form a group. Hinata had mentioned it, and as soon as he opened the messages on his phone, he saw a series of people asking why they would join a colorless person like him. At that moment, he realized the news about him being colorless had spread. He also knew he only had 1 week to conquer an unexplored B-rank dungeon, and it was highly unlikely he could complete it alone. So he took a deep breath and wondered what to do until he heard someone calling out to others. It was a girl walking with 2 friends who were speaking to another person. She bet that she would make the other person work extremely hard. The protagonist observed the 3 people talking rudely and wondered what was happening. The woman made it clear that she allowed the girl to join because she heard she was a dual attribute user, but her fire skill was garbage. The girl immediately apologized. Jay stood up thinking he had just witnessed a very unpleasant scene, because he remembered that he himself had been treated exactly the same way not long ago. The woman continued to mockingly call the girl named Ichinose a burden. As soon as he heard that name, Jay immediately paid attention and wondered if that girl was Ichinose Aya, as he remembered that in the future she would be known as the Scarlet Queen. But currently she was still just a weak mage. However, he didn't expect her to be treated that way by her own teammates. Ichinose said that if she were kicked out of the group, she wouldn't be able to pay for her younger sister's medical bills, so she shouted that she would try her best next time. The woman told Ichinose to prove it in the upcoming raid, otherwise she would be kicked to the curb. Ichinose replied that she understood and would do her best. Then the group started to leave, and Jay was still wondering if everything would be okay. Later, the protagonist was on his way home, and, with curiosity, he thought that Ichinose would become the Scarlet Queen in a few years. But before achieving that, he knew she had to go through a lot of hardships because, according to his memory, she had an incident during this exact time, when she was severely injured in a battle with a boss and fell into a coma for many years. While thinking about that, he suddenly remembered another detail and wondered if that incident would happen in the very raid she was about to participate in. He knew he wasn't sure, but felt that things weren't right, so he concluded that it was best to hurry. Sometime later, while inside the dungeon, Ichinose's group stood before the boss. The one thrusting a giant sword into the ground was a level 45 Dullahan. The woman smiled and said she had just thought of an idea, then pushed Ichinose forward, and told her to face the boss alone. Ichinose panicked and said it was impossible to defeat the Dullahan alone. The woman replied that if so, it would be best for her to prepare to leave the group. Ichinose said no, and that she would try. The woman said she hoped Ichinose would try her best and asked if she was doing it all for her younger sister. Ichinose hesitated for a moment thinking, but then turned to the boss and said she understood. Ichinos was trembling all over but still prepared her fireball and threw it toward the Dullahan. However, the attack didn't have any effect on the monster. As it just stood still, Ichinos became extremely worried, seeing that her skills had no effect. At that moment, the Dullahan leaped into the air, then delivered an extremely powerful blow to the ground. The force of the impact was so terrifying that Ichinos was blown away. While lying on the ground, she saw the boss rushing toward her, and as the Dullahan prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Ichinos closed her eyes, thinking she was truly useless. However, right at that moment, someone rushed in shouting and activated his ultimate body enhancement skill. It was the protagonist who appeared and blocked the Dullahan's attack. Ichinos was incredibly shocked as he poured all his strength into it, then knocked the Dullahan, sending it crashing into the wall. Jay turned back and asked if she was okay. Ichinos's group watched the protagonist from afar, and their leader wanted to know who he was. She knew the Dullahan was a heavy-type monster, yet he could blow it away with just one hit. That made her start to panic and even more curious about his identity. At that moment, the Dullahan stood up and let out a deafening roar. Jay thought that this was within his expectations, because the previous blow wasn't enough to take it down. He then observed the Dullahan and realized its armor had the ability to reinforce itself, making normal attacks unable to penetrate it. So he rushed straight forward, and as soon as he dodged the Dullahan's strike, he thought he would steal that ability to neutralize it. He then used his absorption skill, but as soon as he focused on the Dullahan, he realized the skill had no effect and was immediately struck, causing him to be knocked backward. Ichinos worriedly asked if he was okay. Ray replied that he was fine and mentioned that he had blocked the blow with his sword. The protagonist thought for a moment, realized the problem, and concluded that the Dullahan's armor was just an outer shell. He needed to strike the core body inside. Meanwhile, the monster raised its massive sword and unleashed a devastating attack aimed directly at the protagonist. Ray shouted at Ichinos to back off and activated a magic shield to block the attack. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it blew the two girls accompanying the leader far away. The leader then activated her skill and fired an ice pillar, but the Dullahan countered with a single slash, shattering the ice completely. The woman couldn't believe it. She was struck by the follow-up attack and slammed hard against the wall. Ray looked at the boss, wondering if her ice pillar truly had no effect. So he began preparing a composite skill, thinking he needed a blow strong enough to pierce the Dullahan's reinforced defense. Ichinos was stunned to see the protagonist wielding black mana. Ray prepared his attack and the Dullahan did the same, but the boss moved first, lunging straight toward the protagonist. Ray waited for the attack to get close, then instantly unleashed his Deep Abyss Flame skill, completely obliterating the Dullahan's strike with overwhelming power. The attack surged toward the monster, and upon direct contact its armor began to crack. A massive explosion erupted all around the Dullahan. With no strength left to fight, it was finally defeated, and quickly dropped an item before vanishing. Ichinos was completely stunned, wondering if the protagonist had defeated it, with just a single blow. Looking at him, she thought he was truly incredible. She called out to him, thanking him for saving her life, and Ray replied that he was just glad she was safe. The protagonist picked up the dropped item and, looking at the girl, thought to himself that he had finally saved Ichinos. The group leader stood up and shouted, demanding to know what the hell was going on. With a wary look, she thought the guy in front of her was incredibly strong, then flashed a sinister smile, thinking that the reward should belong to her. She approached the two of them, told them to hold on, and declared that since the reward belonged to the registered dungeon party, she demanded the protagonist hand over the mana stone. Ichinos quickly intervened, saying that the person beside her had saved everyone. Ray said he didn't mind giving her the item, but in exchange, he wanted Ichinos to join his party. This sudden proposal caught both her and the leader off guard. Ray smiled, looking at Ichinos, emphasizing that it was all he wanted. If she truly agreed, the leader laughed, saying she had been worried he would ask for something more difficult, and immediately accepted the request. She then placed her hand on Ichinos' shoulder and asked if she accepted the protagonist's offer. Ichinos hesitated slightly but replied that she would be counting on him from now on. The leader quickly snatched the mana stone from the protagonist's hand and walked away, saying, "I didn't expect to make this much money off a loser." Ray was very annoyed by that comment. Knowing what Ichinos would become in the future, he thought he couldn't wait to see the look on that woman's face when it happened. Just then, Ichinos apologized and thanked him for the invitation. Ray was a bit flustered, apologizing for making her leave her party so suddenly. Then he asked if she was really okay. She replied that she felt like she was just a burden, but was surprised to hear the protagonist say that it didn't matter. He reached out his hand and told her that she would become much stronger than the people who abandoned her. Ichinos asked if she could really become strong. Rei nodded firmly, then said that before they arrived here, he had seen her at the guild and accidentally heard the entire conversation. She recalled that scene. Feeling a bit sad, the protagonist quickly apologized but explained it was just a coincidence while thinking to himself that he could help her, after saying that he extended his hand once more. She hesitated but eventually replied that it was okay, and that from now on she would rely on him. He felt happy hearing that. As he took her hand, he told her that he felt exactly the same way. The next day, the two stood before a dungeon entrance. While warming up, Rei said it was time to conquer a B-rank dungeon. Ichinos asked if after clearing this dungeon, they would be able to participate in the A-rank exam. Rei replied that that was indeed the case, but he emphasized that there was more to it. He then explained that inside this dungeon was a key that could help her become stronger. She became curious about that key. She thought that if she could just get stronger and rank up, she could earn enough money to treat her sister's illness. She lifted her head and told the protagonist to move forward. The two stepped into the B-rank crystal cave. Before long, something caught Ichinos' attention. She quickly pointed ahead and told him to look. Before them was a pack of black wolves. Rei stepped forward and told her to leave it to him, then activated body reinforcement and lunged straight at the monsters. He landed the first blow on a black wolf, then with incredible speed quickly wiped out several others in succession. Ichinos was deeply impressed while watching him fight. She thought the Isayama party she had been in before was already quite strong, but seeing Rei fight, she realized he was on a completely different level. The closer she watched, the more she understood that they couldn't even be compared to him. After handling the pack of black wolves, the two continued deeper into the dungeon, and Rei turned back to tell her about the goal of this trip. He reaffirmed that he would support her with everything he had. Ichinosi stepped forward and replied that she understood. As she took her battle position, she thought that destroying as many monsters as possible was the way to level up quickly, but she was also aware that for now she could only use basic attacks. However, seeing more monsters approaching, she thought she needed to change that. Instead of launching a fireball at them, he stood back observing her fight, thinking this was a test for Ichinos to see if she would recognize her true weapon, and whether or not she could realize its full potential. Then he noticed a few monsters closing in from behind her, so as soon as he drew his sword, he stopped them, determined not to let them bother Ichinos. Meanwhile, she was still fighting alone, unaware of a monster behind her, and was ultimately attacked. Ichinos looked around and realized that no matter how many she took down, they kept appearing and attacking. She took a deep breath, thinking that if this kept up, her mana would run out quickly, and just then an idea flashed through her mind. She turned back and saw Rei fighting off other monsters, and as she watched him, she realized he was trying to create an opening for her, leading her to conclude that she had to stop complaining and live up to his expectations. So she prepared another fireball and continued to wipe out the monsters whenever she had the chance, leveling up multiple times in the process. It wasn't until she was using her skills that she realized her mana wasn't running out at all. Rei noticed this too, and thought that it was only natural because he knew Ichinos was born for long battles, and her greatest weapon was her massive mana pool. Just then, Ichinos received a system notification. She was incredibly shocked to see the system announce that the smelter skill had been unlocked, and not long after they reached the boss room of the crystal dungeon to face the Great Slime. At level 52, Rei stepped forward and charged at the monster attacking while shouting at Ichinos to use the skill she had just unlocked. Without hesitation, she activated the smelter. Her body was instantly enveloped in intense flames, and she was amazed as she felt this power, wondering if it was truly her own ability. She clenched her fist, and as Rei watched, he realized that the smelter was a firepower-enhancing skill that came at the cost of high mana consumption, so he understood that this skill was perfectly suited for Ichinos, and she immediately launched a fireball empowered by the smelter. The protagonist was very impressed by that power. He thought she was even more incredible than he imagined, and with her massive mana pool combined with the smelter, he believed Ichinose would definitely become the Scarlet Queen in the future. After defeating the Great Slime, Rei told Ichinos she did a great job. She sighed with relief, saying she was very surprised at first, then smiled and insisted it was all thanks to him. She said that while the protagonist looked at the damage on the cave wall caused by her power, after leaving the dungeon, Ichinose said they had finally completed the requirements to join the A-rank exam, and Rei confirmed it, but thought to himself that the moment for promotion had finally arrived and he would achieve it at any cost on the day of the exam. Hinata explained that they would first evaluate each person's combat potential and pair them up for simulated battles. Ray thought that he had finally reached the promotion exam, knowing he had to pass to become an A-rank mage. While passing through the facility, Ray told Ichinos that it was almost time for the exam. She replied that they would both do their best. The protagonist emphasized that the first step would be the test to assess their potential. Then suddenly someone appeared and said, they didn't expect a loser like Ichinos to dare to enter the exam. She was startled to realize the person who just spoke was none other than Diamond Isoyama and her group. Ichinos immediately wanted to know what she wanted, but the protagonist stepped forward asserting that his friend would never lose to someone who only dared to send others to the front lines. Isoyama was unhappy with that comment. She said the protagonist could say whatever he wanted, then turned away and emphasized that unlike having someone like Ichinos, her group possessed the strongest members. So she introduced Aono Yuri, claiming she was someone that both the protagonist and Ichinos would never be able to defeat. Ray seemed surprised and asked if that was really Aono Yuri, because he remembered that in his past life he had heard that name. She had once completed an extremely difficult dungeon without even realizing it, and after that, her name quickly became famous. While Ray was still thinking that her current strength was probably only around A rank, she suddenly approached and called out to the protagonist, remarking that he seemed like an interesting person. Ray was a bit surprised to hear that. Ichinos also noticed his reaction and immediately wanted to know if the protagonist saw something strange. Iono, upon hearing the protagonist's name, immediately became interested and wanted to know if he was the younger brother of Kurosaki Kai, because she had heard that the Death King had been defeated by someone. She then pointed at the protagonist and asked if he was the one who defeated the Death King. While Ray thought she knew quite a lot, Ichinos couldn't believe what she had just heard and asked her friend if that was true. But Aono turned away, saying she didn't care about that. She emphasized that the protagonist couldn't defeat her anyway, and then she left, saying there were rumors spreading about the Death King, and she thought perhaps he wasn't that formidable after all. Ray smiled, thinking Aono was indeed a very interesting person. Later at the Mage Association's training ground, a man announced that they would evaluate each person's combat potential using the artificial golem beside him. He continued to explain that this golem was covered in a special type of stone that was much harder than regular rock, so everyone should give it their all without fear. After speaking, he called Kurosaki up first. As soon as the protagonist stepped closer, the golem immediately switched to combat mode and Ray began preparing his fireball. Some people around them laughed, wondering if he really intended to use fire magic to take on a golem. As he lunged toward the golem, Ray knew for sure that basic fire magic wouldn't be enough to take it down. Just as he dodged the golem's strike, he quickly prepared a composite skill, firing a flame spear that pierced straight through its head and blasted a massive hole right through it. The golem came crashing down and the judge shouted out that it had been destroyed. The people who had just been laughing couldn't believe their eyes. They were left wondering if that was actually a two-color combination attack. Iono explained that the protagonist had combined fire with blue mana to boost his fire magic's power, and then it was Ichinos' turn for the mana assessment. The judge told her to place her hand on the crystal to measure her mana levels. Isoyama sneered, telling her she should be ashamed, but as soon as Ichinos touched the device, she unleashed a massive surge of power. The energy rippled through the room, and Isoyama and the others stood there slack-jawed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Isoyama immediately started thinking that Ichinos must have cheated, because she just couldn't believe that Ichinos could possibly possess such an enormous amount of mana. Before long, the simulated combat test began, and the judge announced they would proceed with the matches, revealing the first fight would be between Ichinos and Isoyama. While Ichinos took a deep breath to focus on the fight, Isoyama thought to herself that she would expose Ichinos' fraud in front of everyone the moment the instructor yelled start. Isoyama didn't hesitate, immediately casting an ice stake spell. Ichinose waited for the attack to get a bit closer, and the second her own fireball was ready. She hurled it straight at the ice stakes, causing the two skills to collide and create a massive explosion that completely shattered the ice. Isoyama was in deep shock, admitting she hadn't expected that Ichinos possessed a skill with that much raw firepower. Wondering what on earth was going on, Ichinose didn't want to drag the match out and began preparing another fireball, which started to make Isoyama panic. Right after that, Ichinos fired off her skill, but Isoyama threw up a defensive barrier to block it, screaming at Ichinos not to look down on her while she struggled to hold it. Isoyama thought Ichinos was a complete idiot for using such a simple attack, thinking she just needed to wait until she ran out of steam to counterattack, but the attacks kept coming in relentless waves, making Isoyama start to feel like something was off. She wondered why Ichinos wasn't stopping while Rei watched his friends match, realizing that once Ichinos and her massive mana pool started attacking, it wasn't something a simple magic shield could stop. So as Ichinos kept ramping up the intensity, Isoyama's magic shield started to crack in multiple places, and soon the shield shattered completely, forcing Isoyama to dodge to avoid a direct hit. But because of the shockwave from the blast, a piece of debris hit Isoyama in the head, knocking her unconscious right there on the spot. The judge loudly declared the winner is Ichinos. For her part, Ichinos was overjoyed to realize she had finally defeated Isoyama, and Rei stepped up to congratulate her on the excellent performance, telling her the result was almost beyond expectations. And as he wished her luck, someone else approached. Rei thanked her and looked to see who his next opponent would be. Immediately after the judge shouted for Kurosaki Rei and Iono Yuri to prepare, the protagonist remarked that it turned out his opponent for the simulation match was going to be her. Since he figured this match would definitely be interesting, Iono pointed at the protagonist and asked why he was even taking this exam. She asked the question because she felt he seemed much better prepared than everyone else. Rei replied that he had a goal more important than anything else, so he was dead serious and affirmed that was why he couldn't afford to lose here. Iono pondered that for a moment, then smiled, unleashed her power, and said she was quite strong, asking if he knew that. Rei gripped his sword tight and replied that he knew that very well, but he still intended to win. Iono said that she had guessed as much, and became even more convinced that he really was an interesting person. Right after that, the judge shouted for both of them to begin the match. Iono activated her skill, declaring she would attack first, and fired a blast at the protagonist. As he tried to defend by parrying the relentless attacks, he thought to himself that mana conversion was a rare skill that allowed the user to manipulate mana freely. Then, he realized something was coming down from above, so he quickly jumped to the side to avoid a direct hit from Iono's skill. She laughed, complimenting him on dodging that last one so well. But Rei didn't care and immediately lunged toward her. Iono stated that she couldn't let him get close that easily, so she kept launching more attacks, and she managed to use her magic shield to block his strikes and launch a counterattack, but she still managed to dodge it. The protagonist tried to take advantage of the moment she was in the air, so he used his composite skill and fired his flame spear. Iono created a shield using mana conversion and blocked the protagonist's skill. As soon as she landed, she remarked that was truly dangerous. And Rei thought to himself that her defensive capabilities were nearly perfect, just as he'd expected. She really was powerful. Ichinosi was incredibly anxious watching the fierce battle between her friends, and then Iono prepared another skill. While firing it off, she asked the protagonist what he was thinking. Rei had to keep moving constantly to avoid the attacks, realizing that this situation was truly difficult. Iono asked if Rei really thought that just running back and forth was enough to beat her. Then she kept firing skills at him, screaming that this was checkmate, but he activated his limit-breaking body enhancement and swatted away every single incoming attack. She observed him closely and realized he was using body enhancement, which got her incredibly excited. She flashed a smile and remarked that this was a first for her. She noticed he possessed mana of 3 colors, but she also claimed she could use body enhancement herself. After activating her skill, she conjured a single scythe and made her declaration. She insisted that the two of them would settle things right here and now. With that, she lunged forward, appearing instantly behind the protagonist, ready to strike. But Rei managed to turn at the last second and parry the blow. Realizing her speed was extreme, Iono didn't hold back. She unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks with her scythe, forcing the protagonist to defend with everything he had. Finally, she launched a more powerful strike, forcing him to leap to the side to dodge. Rei realized her strength was truly absurd, but he quickly closed the distance. He grabbed her arm and she immediately told him that was a bad move. However, Iono suddenly felt something strange and became confused. The system announced that her extreme body enhancement had been absorbed, forcing her to jump back as she realized her power was waning. Rei immediately seized the opening and rushed in. He landed a direct hit. Iono gasped because the strike was so heavy. Before collapsing, she admitted that the protagonist had been hiding his true strength all along. As she fell to the ground, the referee shouted, announcing the winner of the simulation match is Kurosaki. Later at the infirmary, Iono slowly regained consciousness, and Rei looked happy to see she had finally woken up. Iono admitted she had truly lost the fight, but Rei insisted he never expected her to be that strong. She asked him if she really was that strong, since she guessed he wasn't the type to boast about his high rank. Rei turned serious, saying he would tell her the truth, then asked what she thought about joining his party. Iono was completely taken aback by this sudden invitation. The protagonist explained that based on the results of the simulation match, she had been promoted to A rank, and to conquer the hardest dungeons he needed her power. However, Rei was totally confused when he saw Aono burst into laughter. Once she stopped, she noted that he was a truly interesting person, so she agreed. She said it would probably be more exciting if she followed him. As the two shook hands, she asserted that from now on she would be under his command. Just then, a violent tremor hit suddenly. Ichinose panicked and asked if it was an earthquake. Rei looked outside then with extreme anxiety, wondered if this was the very thing he had been thinking about. Meanwhile, Kronos, the god of time and space, was still completely sealed away, but he smiled, thinking that the final moment was finally drawing near. Back to the protagonist, as the shaking stopped, Ichinose asked if it was really all over. Rei couldn't stop thinking about the earthquake that had just occurred, remembering that in his previous world there were many earthquakes before the Ikebukuro dungeon collapsed. He basically knew the deadline was approaching. Furthermore, he was fully aware that the difficulty level of the Ikebukuro dungeon was unprecedented in this era. So he told them both he had something to say. After recounting everything he knew, Ichinose was stunned and asked if he was really serious about conquering the Ikebukuro dungeon. Since she knew it was the hardest one on the Japanese peninsula, she wanted to confirm if the three of them could actually clear it. Iono asked if the protagonist was making this proposal because of the recent earthquake. Rei turned serious, answered yes, and explained he had a very bad feeling because there had been many reports lately about the appearance of abnormal monsters. He believed it was a warning sign of a major threat to come. Iono affirmed that she was ready to face any situation the protagonist chose. She also felt this was quite an exciting place to test her limits. Ichinose regained her confidence and promised she would do her best not to be a burden to everyone. Rei breathed a sigh of relief, thanked them both, and announced that they would conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon the next day. At the receptionist counter of the Mage Association, someone came looking for Inspector Hinata. They said they had a request. The protagonist and his group and Rei wanted to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. Afterward, standing before the dungeon gate, Aono was incredibly excited to learn she was about to face a super difficult dungeon with a recommended level over 70. Ichinose suggested that, if possible, they should cooperate with other mages. But Rei said that was impossible because currently there were no A-rank mages who could be deployed immediately. Then he mentioned it would be great if a person named Oikawa was here. The protagonist remembered that before he traveled back in time, Oikawa was known as the leader of Japan, and he believed this person would be a huge asset in such a situation. Because he knew that if the dungeon collapse happened again, the god of space and time, Kronos, would appear, and for that very reason, he needed to prevent that scenario at all costs. Therefore, he told the two to enter immediately, but Iono raised her hand and said she had one request before they did. She asked if the protagonist could call her by her first name because she felt his use of her surname was too distant, and Ichinose agreed and suggested he consider it. Ichinose smiled and said that they were friends after all. Rei found that reasonable and agreed, so he called them Aya and Yuri as they began to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. As soon as they stepped inside, Rei immediately noticed something up ahead and saw a level 71 skeleton demon which quickly detected their presence. As he prepped for this fight, the protagonist thought to himself that in other dungeons this would be a boss monster, but here it was appearing like a regular mob. Then he called out to Aya and Yuri. Both of them responded instantly, saying they were ready. Right after, as the three of them lunged toward the monster, it created a mana barrier, and while using a combined skill, the protagonist thought they needed to shatter that barrier first. He launched a spear of fire, but realized a single hit wasn't enough to break it, so he shouted for the two of them to move in together. He jumped to the side while Yuri and Aya prepared their skills. The moment their attacks collided with the skeleton demon's barrier, they finally managed to break it. Jay immediately rushed in, seizing the chance to land the finishing blow on the demon. He defeated it, causing it to drop a mana stone. The protagonist was thrilled that they had taken down their first creature in the dungeon. He turned to his friends, saying they had coordinated perfectly. Yuri mentioned she'd been wondering about this since their last fight, and wanted to know how he could use so many skills like that. He was a bit surprised by the sudden question, but eventually he told them he had a skill called Skill Steal. Both of them looked confused and asked him to explain further. Jay explained that just by touching an opponent, he could take their skills. Yuri remembered their previous fight and realized that was exactly what had happened back then. As the protagonist mentioned, he had returned the skill to Yuri. Aya looked stunned and asked if he was truly capable of doing something like that. Even though she was surprised earlier when he proposed the plan to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon, she understood better now. Right then, Ray called for both of them to keep moving forward. Aya thought to herself that as long as Ray was here, everything would be all right, and she believed she wouldn't end up being a burden to them. The protagonist kept taking down more creatures, and so did Yuri along with Aya. It didn't take long for them to reach the boss room. Aya felt a bit anxious. She said the ground's trembling was getting stronger. Even though she knew boss monsters were incredibly powerful, she still wanted to know if they would really be okay. Jay replied that throughout the journey here, their group's level had increased, so he believed they could do it. Aya nodded in agreement, thinking he was probably right. However, she stood still for a moment, thinking that it was true. Ray was growing stronger after every battle, and Yuri was also getting used to fighting. Thus, she understood that at the very least, she had to support them with everything she had. Right at that moment, something suddenly smashed into the ground right behind Aya. Ray and Yuri panicked and turned around only to see something darting toward Aya. Caught off guard, she had no time to react. She was grabbed by that thing and dragged away from her friends while they could only scream out in worry. The thing that caught Aya was the giant boss of the Ikebukuro dungeon, the level 89 Reaper. The protagonist was absolutely terrified because he knew the boss couldn't leave its room, so he couldn't understand what on earth was happening. Meanwhile, at the place where Kronos was sealed, he just stood there with a cold laugh. Yuri asked if Ray thought the situation was truly that critical. He replied that the situation was indeed dire, but he still shouted that no matter what they had to save Aya at any cost. At the same time, at the place where the god of time and space was imprisoned, Kronos said it seemed the monsters had been unleashed, and he knew this was the limit of what he could do with his current power. So he hoped the protagonist would become the first victim of this opening act. Jay shouted loudly, calling his friend's name, wanting to know if she was all right. While held captive, Aya tried to reply that she was doing okay somehow. But in her heart, she knew that even though she could defend herself, she couldn't break free, and she didn't want to be a burden to her friends. Jay realized she had managed to create a mana shield, protecting herself. But he knew that even though Aya had a large amount of mana, there was a limit. Observing from afar, he understood he needed to use Hellfire, but worried that Aya would get caught in it, so he was forced to find a way to save her safely. So the protagonist told Yuri he would draw the attention of the boss's tentacles so she would have a chance to save Aya. Yuri agreed, as she knew she had no other choice. After he finished speaking, the two of them immediately lunged toward the boss, but it quickly struck toward the protagonist, and he only just managed to dodge it by a hair. Jay was startled, realizing that even a regular attack from this creature had terrifying, destructive power, so he understood that he absolutely could not take a direct hit. After landing, he sensed something happening behind his back, and a tentacle suddenly erupted from the ground, shooting straight at him. Seeing that Aya was absolutely terrified. Worried for Jay, the protagonist used a mana hand to grab the wall in front of him and pulled himself away from the tentacle's attack, breathing a sigh of relief as he had almost not made it. Just then, Yuri said that enough of that distraction was enough. She then jumped near Aya and used her mana scythe to slash at the tentacle that was holding her captive. However, both the protagonist and Yuri were surprised to realize the boss was using a skill, strengthening one of its tentacles, which forced Yuri to retreat. As soon as the protagonist ran over to her, he immediately asked if she was okay. Yuri replied that she was, but as the two of them continued to face the boss, she asked him if he noticed anything unusual. Ray agreed and thought that tentacle-type monsters usually had weak defense, but he had never heard of them possessing strengthening skills. Plus, this monster had even left its own room. So he was even more certain that something was very wrong. Meanwhile, the god of time still just stood watching from afar. Right then, the protagonist realized the boss was preparing its next move and said they didn't even have time to think. After that, both Ray and Yuri were forced to give their all in defense against the constant attacks from the boss's tentacles. Aya witnessed it all and thought that everything was her fault, because she knew she always relied on Ray, and he had made the battles easier for her. She hit her own shield and told herself she had to do something to help them. Yuri tried to boost the power of her attacks, but she ended up dropping her mana scythe and admitted that things were getting incredibly desperate. Jay grew anxious, thinking that both of their mana pools were nearly drained from the constant fighting. He looked at Aya and thought about how different things would be if they were at full capacity. Just then an idea hit him, and he immediately shouted for Aya to use mana fusion on them, leaving her a bit confused. Yuri asked if that skill wasn't completely useless, because it consumes an enormous amount of mana, while they were still struggling to fend off the boss's relentless attacks. But Ray remembered that in his past life, mana fusion was once considered useless, But thanks to one mage, its true value was proven, and the one who proved it was none other than Aya in his previous life. For her part, Aya thought about the mana fusion skill, realizing she had never used it, because she thought it was useless, but she believed that if Ray asked for it, she would put her full trust in him. So without hesitation, she immediately activated mana fusion, and energy quickly surged toward the protagonist and Yuri. Yuri was surprised to feel that her mana was actually being restored, and Jay was excited because he knew mana fusion had an energy-sharing effect that only mages with massive mana pools could master. But he also understood there was another key factor. Aya was amazed to realize she could share mana with her friends. But seeing that they were still only on the defensive, she understood that wasn't enough. So she concluded the problem was that she was still maintaining her protective barrier. After realizing that, she immediately deactivated her shield, an action that instantly drew everyone's attention. Ray panicked and asked why Aya had dropped her mana barrier. Moments later, she was immediately snatched up by the boss's tentacles, but while struggling to resist, she activated her furnace skill, which caused the power of the mana fusion being transferred to her friends to be amplified tremendously. Ray shouted in concern for his friend, but Aya, nearly exhausted, said to leave the rest to them, just as the tentacles wrapped tightly around her. Jay turned serious, called out to Yuri, and said nothing more. Both of them poured all their strength into charging at the monster. Yuri thought that since Aya had shown such determination, she had to respond in kind, while the protagonist secretly thanked his friend for giving them extra power, and together they headed straight for where Aya was being held. With their mana restored, they easily sliced through the boss's tentacles as if they were nothing. Jay shouted that now they could open their own path forward. He continued to clear the way toward Aya, thinking that thanks to her restoring everyone's mana, they could pierce the enemy's defenses using skill enhancement. After that, he called to Yuri and said they would save Aya with the next surge, though Aya was now nearly out of strength and still bound. Ray continued to push toward her but struggled because the boss's tentacles kept blocking him, forcing him to retreat temporarily. He realized that at their current speed, they might not reach her in time. Just then, Yuri unleashed her power, called out to Ray, and promised to open a path for him, then began shaping her skill, creating a staircase leading straight to Aya. Without hesitation, Ray lunged forward and thanked Yuri for that brilliant move. However, the boss didn't let him advance easily and kept lashing out with tentacles. This time, Jay activated body enhancement and dashed forward at high speed, slicing through the tentacles as if they didn't exist. Upon reaching Aya, he picked her up and leaped backward. Jay turned his head to see if the boss would make a move while he was still in the air. But seeing it didn't react, he landed safely and asked Aya if she was okay. Aya laughed and said she had expected this from him. Jay felt relieved to see she was all right. Yuri ran over to Aya and thanked her for saving everyone by restoring their mana. Yuri also remarked that Aya was truly brave, and Aya smiled in thanks but immediately turned toward the boss and said that the battle wasn't over yet. And Ray agreed as the boss's body was still there. Just then, something strange began to happen with the severed tentacles as they suddenly regenerated and lunged rapidly toward Ray's group, forcing them to jump back to dodge. Ray remarked that it would be very troublesome if the monster kept regenerating like that. Immediately after, a tentacle erupted from the ground to attack Yuri, but she dodged. Then she countered and shouted, asking for Ray's plan because if things continued like this, the situation would only get worse. Yuri was surprised when Ray called out and told her to trust him and leave everything to him. So even though she was a bit reluctant, Yuri agreed to leave it to him if he had a plan, because she knew they didn't have much time left to deal with the boss. Ray jammed his sword into the ground and confirmed it. Then he lunged forward at full speed, declaring that he would end this battle immediately. Yuri looked at the sword left behind and wondered if he intended to fight using only his body, without using a weapon. Just then another tentacle lunged to attack, but Jay dodged and thought that he knew the boss could still regenerate even after being hit by his abyssal fire. So he activated Overclock, and believed that if he doubled the firepower, the result might be different. Then he began to channel his power to create his abyssal fire. The boss didn't stand still, but roared fiercely. Jay waited for the perfect opening, and as soon as he saw it, he blasted the abyssal fire straight at the monster, causing it to panic. Seeing the terrifying attack rushing toward it, the monster couldn't do anything and was hit head-on, its body blown through with a massive hole from the strike. The boss was defeated and collapsed to the ground. Jay breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that his attack had succeeded. Elsewhere, the god of time and space appeared extremely shocked to see his creature defeated. He could not have imagined that his reaper would be taken down. Immediately after that, he grew furious. While keeping a close watch, he decided that not one of them would leave this place alive, all while Aya was still celebrating. Since the protagonist had just taken down the monster, she didn't notice the strange phenomenon happening behind her as a bizarre surge of power began erupting from the boss's carcass. It quickly lunged toward Ray's group. Sensing something approaching, Ray shouted a warning for everyone to be careful, but the thing rushing at them suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Ray noted that the strange entity was crawling out of the fallen boss's body, and almost instantly the entire corpse began releasing a wave of dark energy. The atmosphere turned eerie. The MC screamed for everyone to run, telling them he didn't know what that thing was, but they had to get out of there as fast as they could. While the group ran and was pursued by that strange thing, the MC thought about needing to stop the dungeon from collapsing, then nervously glanced back. He told himself there was no way he was going to die here. They finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel and shouted that it was the exit, but the wave of dark energy quickly caught up to them, and Aya and Yuri, as well as Ray, all became terrified when they realized they couldn't escape. But just at that moment, a voice rang out telling them to step aside, and a massive magic shield appeared, completely blocking the wave of dark energy. Aya was absolutely stunned by the sight. The MC turned to look, also surprised to realize who had just intervened. As the person who created the shield stepped closer, Ray immediately wanted to know his identity. The man canceled his skill, laughed, and remarked that they had just had a close call. Aya thanked him, but still asked who he was. The blonde guy introduced himself as Oikawa Hikaru, and Aya was incredibly surprised to recognize that name. Oikawa kept smiling and asked if she knew him. Aya told the MC that he had mentioned Oikawa before entering the dungeon. Ray confirmed this, emphasizing that Oikawa was the exact person he wanted to ask for help. Ray thought that Oikawa was currently stronger than all of them, because he was an S-rank mage. He also recalled that in his previous life, Oikawa was known as the Golden Emperor. Then he reflected on Oikawa's barrier skill, and thought it was truly powerful. Without it, the situation might have spiraled out of control. The blonde guy said that when he entered the dungeon, things looked pretty bad, but luckily he arrived just in time. He also explained that he had just come from another dungeon at the government's request, and someone there had informed him of the situation. Ray felt curious and wondered who could have tipped him off, but immediately remembered Hinata scolding him for being too reckless and concluded it must have been her. Oikawa suddenly turned serious and asked if the MC was the younger brother of the Violet Emperor. Ray was surprised that he knew his brother, so he immediately asked Oikawa if he knew him. And Oikawa replied that he had heard the name many times but didn't really care, adding that the MC didn't need to worry about that. Ray said he understood, and thanked him for his help. Oikawa laughed and said it was nothing, because there wasn't much he could do. He then emphasized that the MC had done a great job defeating the dungeon boss. Just then, the loot dropped by the boss began to glow intensely. A black stone fell to the ground. Oikawa walked over, picked it up, and said that for a mana stone to be this large, the boss must have been incredibly strong. Having said that, he threw the stone to the MC and congratulated him. Ray was surprised and immediately asked if he could really keep the item. Then Oikawa said that no matter what it was the MC who had conquered the dungeon, before leaving, he said he was looking forward to the MC's future achievements and was sure he would cause even bigger surprises in the coming time. After Oikawa left, the MC's entire group was stunned by the sequence of events. Afterward, they all headed to the guild building. As soon as they walked in, Aya remarked that Oikawa was quite a strange person. Ray agreed, thinking perhaps Oikawa was just the easygoing type or simply had too much free time. Hinata saw the MC and immediately called out his name, looking very worried and wanting to know if he was okay. She said she had been so worried because he took too long after asking for permission that morning. She then emphasized that the dungeon he went into was recommended for level 70 and above, so it was much more dangerous than other places. However, she quickly changed the subject and asked about his progress in conquering it. Had he cleared the area near the entrance yet? They placed the item dropped by the boss on the counter and said that they had finally completely conquered the dungeon. Both Hinata and the other inspectors were stunned to see that item. Afterward, she screamed, wanting to know how that could even be possible. Next, some people watching the news about someone having conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon appeared astonished, wanting to know who had managed to do it, since this was a level 70 dungeon. Elsewhere, a bald man shouted, demanding that someone arrange a meeting with the dungeon conqueror and the entire guild. Later, Aya thought that she could finally pay for her sister's medical bills after conquering the dungeon. While participating in an interview at a press conference, She realized she was incredibly grateful to the host who had invited her. Isoyama saw Aya's interview on a big screen and a colleague called her over, asking if that person was Aya. Isoyama was completely speechless, thinking that this was definitely unbelievable. Kuroshikikai saw the news that his younger brother had conquered the dungeon and immediately flew into a rage, calling him a total jerk. Meanwhile, someone received a message asking if it was true that a colorless nobody had actually conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon. That person remarked that the MC had become a huge scandal and seemed to have gotten stronger. The conversation dragged on for a bit, and finally the mysterious individual sent one last message. They said it was truly fascinating that the weakest had conquered the most difficult dungeon. Oikawa stood on the roof of a building and texted someone that everything was going exactly as he had predicted. Meanwhile, the MC was walking through the city, looking up at the dungeon he had conquered, thinking how lucky he was. He had managed to prevent the Ikebukuro dungeon from collapsing just in time, but when he remembered the help he had received, he clenched his fists and concluded that he only succeeded because of everyone's support. He turned around with a serious look and told himself that no matter what, he had to become stronger. 3 days passed, and at the guild, Hinata saw the MC and immediately informed him that the guild had been buzzing about him lately. Ray felt embarrassed and said it was pretty cringy, but he quickly changed the subject, asking Hinata if she had something she wanted to tell him. She said his group had received a request to conquer a certain dungeon. Everyone was surprised, and the MC wanted to know why. Since they had just been promoted to A rank, Hinata confirmed it. She handed over a document explaining that it was likely due to their success in Ikebukuro. Ray knew that dungeon expeditions were usually proposed by the mages themselves, and the guild only allowed requests to be sent to a limited number of mages. Aya excitedly said they were definitely counting on the MC's power, but Ray just gave a wry smile and said that wasn't it, because he wasn't the only one requested. He turned to her, curious to know who made the request, but Hinata apologized and said her superiors required total secrecy. Yuri said that since it was an interesting mission, she wanted to know why they couldn't just take it, while the MC emphasized that since it was an official guild request, he didn't think there was anything suspicious about it. Hinata called the MC back and added that besides what she had just mentioned, it seemed an S-rank mage would be joining them. So the next day everyone gathered, and the MC said this was the meeting spot for the accompanying mage. Aya was curious about what kind of person it would be. Then they turned around when they heard someone calling them. It was Oikawa appearing and announcing that they would be teaming up to conquer the dungeon. Everyone was incredibly surprised to learn that Oikawa would be joining them. After the group entered the dungeon, Ray said he never thought Oikawa would come along. Oikawa laughed and said he knew that all along. He just wanted to surprise them, but he added that he was still very excited because the whole world was watching the conquest they were about to perform together. Aya remarked that she thought Oikawa was a very carefree person, and Ray said that regardless he knew Oikawa was an S-rank mage. Later he called Oikawa over and said he heard this dungeon had a rather complex mechanism. Oikawa confirmed it and explained that according to the scout team there was a wall of fire blocking the path. Aya looked intrigued upon hearing that, and the MC wanted to know how they were going to handle the situation. Oikawa started showing off, saying he would use his barrier skills because as long as he was here, the wall of fire was nothing. Seeing him boast endlessly, Ray thought that so far Oikawa seemed like a pretty friendly guy, but he wondered why this person found everything so easy. The blonde guy continued to emphasize that everyone would understand as soon as they saw him in action, telling them to just act like they were being carried on a giant ship. However, something caught the MC's attention. He saw a swarm of giant insects rushing toward them, so he shouted a warning that a wave of monsters was coming and they had to prepare to fight. The MC became serious, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to see just how strong an S-rank mage really was. But then he froze when he saw Oikawa trembling and cowering in a corner. The blonde guy was shaking, saying he was extremely bad at dealing with insect-type monsters. Aya immediately shouted at him not to say that so proudly, after just declaring he would carry the team. Ray stated that they had no choice but to handle it themselves. Once he finished speaking, as the insects closed in, the MC ordered everyone to prepare for combat. Aya didn't hesitate and immediately activated her fireball. As she threw it toward the creatures, Yuri took the opportunity to rush forward, saying that these insects were nothing compared to the monsters they had faced before. With that momentum, she activated her mana conversion skill and started taking out swarms of insects. Ray carefully observed the rest and readied his synthesis skill. He created a fire spear and threw it, piercing multiple insects at once. Oikawa was still standing in the corner, but he couldn't help being impressed by the MC's power. Aya excitedly said that they had done it, and Ray replied that yes, they had. He commented that everyone did a great job. Looking a bit embarrassed, Oikawa walked over to them and said it seemed like he was the one being saved again, but as he was trying to explain that he truly hated insects, something started watching them from afar. Ray began to feel like he was being followed, and immediately shouted a warning for Oikawa to be careful, because more monsters were rushing toward him. The blonde guy instantly became serious and activated his skill around the wolves. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of creatures was hit with a heavy attack. Oikawa smiled and said this was his square box skill. Then he shrunk it down around the target, creating a magical cube. And when that cube hit the ground, everyone was astonished by Oikawa's skill. He picked up the small cube and said he hated sneak attacks. Ray quickly approached and asked him to explain more about this skill. Oikawa said his skill was called Square Box, and it was one of his barrier-based abilities. After that, he emphasized that while it can't be used against overly massive enemies, it is perfect for neutralizing creatures like the one we just faced. He smiled and remarked that the skill was quite handy, while Jay recalled hearing about it somewhere before. Still, it had to be admitted that the skill they just witnessed was truly impressive. The blonde man then called everyone over and said it was time to press on. As he whistled while walking, the MC thought to himself that this was the true power of an S-rank mage. After traveling a bit further into the dungeon, they arrived at a wall of fire. The blonde man noted that this was the location mentioned in the report. Aya remarked that it was incredibly hot here, while the MC wondered if they really had to walk straight through it. Oikawa replied that they did, but told everyone to stay calm as he would handle it. He then created a barrier that enveloped the fire, carving out a path. He smiled and told everyone to move forward. As they passed through, everyone felt that his work was truly astonishing, and just as they cleared the barrier, the MC said to the group, "The pit ahead is the entrance to the boss room." He then turned back and asked if everyone was ready. When everyone replied that they were, he grew excited and said they would charge in with that determination. The whole group headed toward the boss room, but Oikawa was deep in thought, wondering if the MC truly lived up to the contents of the report, because he was quite looking forward to finding out. As soon as they entered the boss room, they realized it was stiflingly hot. The MC began to worry because the heat was becoming unbearable. Just then, a creature slowly approached. It was a level 68 Flameclaw tiger. Jay quickly drew his sword, thinking that this boss looked terrifying. The monster began to unleash its power, creating a giant fireball. This made the MC shout for everyone to set up a magic barrier, but Oikawa said it wasn't necessary. The boss didn't hesitate and immediately launched its attack. But the blonde man blocked it with his own skill. The MC was incredibly surprised to witness Oikawa's ability. He smiled and said he would keep the pace with his own barrier. "As for the monster, I'll leave it to you all to handle." Jay turned and said he understood, and that they would take care of the boss, though in his mind he knew he shouldn't underestimate this creature, because even a barrier could be destroyed if it took too many hits. He then asked himself if he should use his hellfire. But looking closer, he realized that wasn't feasible because the Flameclaw tiger was extremely fast, a high-level monster, and the mana cost for dark attribute skills was very high. So, as he stepped forward, he thought he needed to finish the boss with a different type of magic. He would be the one to initiate, but he also told his friends to find an opening and attack whenever they could. Jay activated his maximum body enhancement and leaped. As soon as he faced the boss, it immediately lunged at the MC, but he quickly dodged and countered the monster. Yuri and Aya also prepared their skills simultaneously, unleashing a fireball and a mana conversion ability. The attack flew straight at the boss, but it dodged by jumping to the side. Then it immediately increased the distance. Worried, the MC thought that, just as expected, the monster was truly strong and a prolonged battle would be disadvantageous due to the extreme heat, so it was best to finish it off as quickly as possible. The blonde man observed the MC's performance and thought that at his current speed his stamina would soon run dry, so he really wanted to see what this boy would do next. Jay took a deep breath, called Aya and Yuri over, and explained that they didn't need to hit the boss directly. They could aim for its legs instead. Yuri said that meant the MC already had a plan, and Aya shouted that she understood. So the two began to prepare. Yuri used her skill first, forcing the boss to move. While channeling her power, Aya thought that while it consumed more mana, the furnace effect would significantly boost her firepower. She then created an enhanced rock bullet and quickly hurled it at the boss, but it continued to dodge. However, the MC had already spotted the opening. He thought that no matter how fast the boss was, it couldn't dodge while in midair. Not wanting to waste any more time, he jumped toward it and channeled his skill into his sword. Oikawa looked surprised to see the MC coating his blade in ice. The boss was startled as it realized it couldn't move, and Jay took the opportunity to strike the monster head-on. The Flame-Claw Tiger didn't have time to react and was sent crashing heavily to the ground. Thanks to that, they defeated the boss. The two girls ran over to the MC and said he did it, but he insisted that it was everyone's achievement. Oikawa smiled and thought that it was a fantastic coordination, and the MC was indeed a talented mage, just as the report said. However, he also thought that perhaps the MC hadn't shown his full power yet. Jay called everyone together and said they would return to the association to report, but Oikawa activated a spell and asked everyone to wait a moment. The MC realized it was the same ability as before, and the blonde man confirmed it, saying he wanted to test the MC. Jay looked confused and asked him to explain clearly. Oikawa explained that his square box could be used to capture monsters and also serve as a training method. He then asked to be blunt and said he wanted to see Jay's true power, so he wanted him to defeat the monsters sealed inside that skill. Oikawa made it clear that if things became dangerous, he would seal the monsters away again, but the decision to accept or not rested with the MC. Jay clenched his fists, thinking he still didn't understand Oikawa's motive. But even so, he wanted to gain more experience, so he said he accepted the challenge. The blonde man placed his skill right in front of the MC, and then said he would begin. As he opened the box, a wave of dark energy spilled out and quickly condensed into a physical form. Jay looked curious when he saw a black shadow. Oikawa knew that the monster inside would change its shape depending on the opponent's fears, so he wondered what would appear this time. After the creature fully took shape and unleashed its power, the MC was immediately terrified to realize that the monster before him was none other than the god of time and space, Kronos. Oikawa looked impressed and remarked, "This is the first time I've ever seen a monster like that." Meanwhile, he suspects that the main character is definitely hiding something. As for Jay, he's paralyzed with fear, realizing he's facing an opponent he never expected to encounter here again. Aya watches with curiosity, remarking that the shadow has taken on a human shape, while Yuri insists that it's no ordinary monster. Oikawa starts to think, knowing that this training monster typically mimics the opponent's deepest fear. Yet he wonders what on earth is standing before them. Seeing the panic on the main character's face, he also questions if the protagonist has fought this monster before. Jay thinks to himself that this creature isn't the real Kronos, but the aura it radiates is still terrifying. He vividly remembers that feeling of being completely overwhelmed, right before he regressed. However, despite everything he knows, he can't just stand there doing nothing. He charges straight at the creature without a moment's hesitation. The Kronos clone easily blocks the protagonist's attack, and as their blades clash, the main character realizes that currently, he no longer feels overwhelmed. He puts more force into his sword, forcing the Kronos clone back. The creature lifts its head, and the protagonist is instantly struck with fear, because the Kronos clone is about to unleash its ability. An attack strikes immediately, forcing the protagonist to dodge to avoid a direct hit. Aya watches the battle, dying to know what that attack was. Yuri guesses it might be an invisible shockwave. The main character remembers seeing this power before his regression, and it seems he can still dodge it. Next, he channels power into his sword and declares that it's his turn. With that, he charges at the Kronos clone, shouting that this time he's going to finish it off for good. But the creature just lets out a faint smile, which makes the protagonist even more panicked as he sees the clone. Kronos has completely blocked his attack and even nullified his ability. The creature doesn't miss the chance to counterattack, sending the protagonist flying. Aya, worried about her friend, she screams and asks if he's okay. The protagonist struggles to get back up, wondering if his attack just now was actually nullified, and what kind of ability that really is. Aya asks Oikawa if he realizes the situation is becoming dangerous. He agrees that everything has exceeded the scope of a simple test. He raises his hand, saying he will recall the shadow back into the box, but then he's suddenly stunned by something. Yuri approaches and asks what's going on, since he should have been able to recall the shadow immediately. Oikawa replies that he is trying to do just that, but he points out that for some reason, the shadow fighting the protagonist is resisting. Everyone panics when they hear this, and the blonde young man starts to worry because something like this has never happened before. As he observes the creature the protagonist is fighting, he truly wants to know what it is because this is clearly not the time for an experiment. Having said that, they call out to the main character saying they will support him in the fight. The protagonist shouts for them to wait a moment, but Aya has already activated her high-grade furnace ability, and Yuri uses mana conversion. So when Yuri charges in with her giant scythe toward the Chronos shadow, Aya also boosts her teammate's power. Yuri tries to land an attack, but all of her strength is completely nullified. It leaves her completely bewildered about what is happening. The Chronos shadow doesn't hesitate to counter, swatting Yuri away and slamming her into Aya. The impact is so strong that both are thrown against the cliff wall. This makes Jay scream in concern. Oikawa calls out to the protagonist because things have gone too far, and while exerting his power, he insists he will try to stop this thing at all costs. After saying that he activates a sealing ability called Resistance Inhibition on the Chronos shadow. The blonde young man says he has it under control, but the creature just wears a bizarre, eerie smile, and immediately shatters the Resistance Inhibition completely. Both the protagonist and Oikawa are shocked to see the skill broken so easily. As the Chronos shadow approaches, the blonde young man remarks that if it continues like this, then all of them will be wiped out. The protagonist also starts to worry, thinking that the Chronos shadow is definitely using some kind of power. But he wonders if it's recreating the appearance and strength of Chronos from his own memories, until he gets an idea after questioning himself. So he calls out to Oikawa and says to leave the Chronos shadow to him because he will handle it himself now that he's figured out a way. Next, as he sheathes his sword, the protagonist thinks that in his past life he only knew how to run away from Chronos, but he understands that if he hesitates now, he will never be able to move forward. He then charges straight at the Chronos shadow, thinking that its change in form must be due to some kind of ability. The creature swings its sword at the main character, but he dodges at the very last second and yells that he will directly steal the power of the Chronos shadow. Having said that, he activates his absorption ability, causing a violent burst of dark energy to erupt surrounding them both. Immediately after, the Chronos shadow's sword begins to disintegrate, and along with it, parts of its body gradually vanish. Realizing it has been defeated, the shadow begins to shriek as its body is torn apart bit by bit. It doesn't take long for the shadow to disappear completely. Oikawa is extremely astonished by what he just witnessed, so he wonders what that ability was, and observing the main character closely, he also wants to know what kind of person he really is. 3 days pass and Oikawa and Yuri are kneeling before someone sitting on a throne. Yuri says they have come to report the incident and addresses the person sitting there as the Green Emperor. A while ago, Yuri was standing in the hallway when someone approached, and she remarked that the person was late. It was Oikawa, and looking a bit embarrassed, he apologized for making her wait. As the two left, Yuri emphasized that last time she was almost wiped out because of him, while Oikawa said he never expected things to end up like that. With a hint of anxiety, Yuri says she's very grateful that MC forgave her, while Oikawa admits he understands that all too well. He then adds that MC is truly an incredible person because he went far beyond what she reported, but as they approach the door, the blonde boy wonders if the other person will overlook MC. When they arrive, the door opens, and as they enter, the person sitting on the throne thanks them for waiting. It is the Blue Emperor Hojo Izuki, who notes that they both did a good job. Yuri apologizes for meeting him right after returning from a dungeon expedition abroad, but the Blue Emperor tells her not to worry, noting that he himself had just been exploring dungeons in 10 different countries, making Oikawa wonder if that isn't too much. Izuki replies that the association's higher-ups are strict with their staff, and someone has to do it. So he had no choice, and Yuri says she remembers that very well. Since Izuki is the Blue Emperor, she guesses he was summoned, and Izuki mentions that the difficulty of those dungeons is equivalent to the Ikebukuro dungeon they once conquered. Yuri is extremely surprised to learn that 10 such dungeons exist, and looking at the Blue Emperor, she concludes that, as expected, he really is a monster. At this moment, Izuki stands up and asks if the two of them can talk about the guy named Kurosaki Rei. They agree, and after recounting the entire incident, the Blue Emperor says he understands and thinks the whole thing is truly amazing. Oikawa emphasizes that he is also very surprised and thinks MC might be as strong as an S-rank mage. Or even stronger. And Izuki remarks that it is clear MC's combat ability is excellent, and furthermore, he possesses the ability to steal his enemy's powers. Yuri thinks there is even more to it than that, but feels she shouldn't say too much. Izuki says if MC is truly such an elite mage, then he is very interested. After saying that he mentions he has a request for the two of them while elsewhere, Aya happily says they did a great job conquering the dungeon that day. Ray thanks her for the support, but Aya asks where Yuri went that day, and Ray replies that she said she had personal business to attend to. As soon as she sees MC Hinata, immediately calls him over, and Ray approaches to ask what happened. She says she really wants to know what he got himself into this time. Ray looks confused and asks what the problem is. Hinata explains that he has been summoned by the Blue Emperor and he wants to meet MC in person. So Ray goes to where the Blue Emperor is. After he arrives, Izuki thanks MC for taking the time to see him. Ray is extremely surprised to learn that Hojo Izuki is the Blue Emperor, and Izuki asks if MC is Kurosaki. Ray remembers that in his past life, Hojo Izuki was known as one of the strongest kings. And not only that, he also admired him immensely because there were many reports of the Blue Emperor's great feats, and his saying that the strong should lead the weak had deeply influenced him. That is why he once wanted to become a great person, like Hojo Izuki. But then he remembers that in the previous timeline, the Blue Emperor was caught in a dungeon collapse disaster and died in battle. MC understands that it happened because he stood up as a shield to protect civilians during the evacuation, becoming a hero who saved millions. After remembering everything, Ray wonders why the Blue Emperor summoned him. Just then, someone appears and says to reveal the secret. MC is surprised to see it is Yuri and asks what she is doing there. Aya is also surprised to see Oikawa present and asks what they are doing. Izuki says he will explain later, then explains that the two of them are recruiting talented individuals across the world and they are members of the Apostles of the Holy Staff. Ray says he has heard of this organization. Aya adds that it is an elite group under the command of the Blue Emperor. Izuki explains that he was the one who requested MC to conquer that dungeon, and was also the one who sent Oikawa with them. Ray remarks that back then the blonde guy had a reason to fight the Shadow Maid monster, making Oikawa look embarrassed. But he still admits and emphasizes that he wanted to see MC's power with his own eyes, even though he knew he had caused a bit of trouble. Yuri says she also joined their group, because she found everything quite interesting. Next, the Blue Emperor steps toward MC and frankly says he is very interested in him and if he truly possesses such power. Then he wants MC to join his side. However, he also clarifies that there are still many things unknown about multicolored mana users, so he needs to confirm MC's character first. Having said that, he emphasizes that as the Blue Emperor, he wants to ask one question, so as a mage, he wants to know what MC truly desires. Ray begins to think about his answer. Then he recalls that in the past he used to admire Izuki, and becoming a mage was his dream. Furthermore, at that time, his younger brother Kurosaki Kai despised him, and that was exactly what made him want to change. But at the present moment he understands that to be able to confront Kronos, he needs to become even stronger, so he replies that he wants to become stronger than anyone else. Izuki asks if basically MC wants to become the strongest mage, to become the king of a color system and even surpass him. Ray clenches his fist and thinks that in his previous life, even with the Blue Emperor's help, he still didn't believe he could stop Kronos. Then he slams his fist against his chest, thinking that if one only knows how to admire others, nothing will change. So he affirms to Izuki that he truly wants to be stronger than him. The Blue Emperor takes a deep breath and smiles, remarking that it is a good answer, after saying that he asks if MC wants to join the Apostles of the Holy Staff, or not. Both Ray and Aya are extremely surprised by this invitation. Izuki says he believes MC will be able to go further when staying with capable people, so he doesn't think it's a bad idea. Then Ray and Aya walk down the hallway together. Oikawa asks the two to follow him. And as they pass through a door, MC cannot help but be surprised to find himself facing a series of elite mages under the Blue Emperor. These are the Apostles of the Holy Staff. One member among them laughs, puts both feet on the table, and says he has been looking forward to meeting the new member. But no matter how he looks at it, he's just a kid. A blonde girl laughs and says that MC is actually the same age as him. Another member laughs along and says it seems Kurahashi was getting all fired up, but the person next to him told everyone to stop the provocation. The redhead looked a bit embarrassed and mumbled that he got it. Oikawa asked everyone to sit down because he was about to explain the Blue King's request. After summarizing the situation, Oikawa emphasized that they needed to conquer 2 dungeons. Both are high-level recommended for level 65 and above, so they would split into 2 teams. He then explained that he would be heading to Makuhari with Yashiro, Shiro, and Asuma. Next, he said that Ray and his group would go to Tama with Kurahashi joining them. This left the redhead in disbelief, and he immediately made a demand. Oikawa waited a moment and asked why he had to go with the MC's group. Yuri asked if he didn't like it, which made Kurahashi immediately shout that of course he didn't. Oikawa asked if the redhead had even read the report. He then emphasized that Rei was competent and possessed 3 mana systems. Kurahashi insisted that having multiple mana types didn't mean the MC was strong, while pointing out that Kurosaki Kai was once the same. Rei was surprised to hear that the redhead knew his brother, while Kurahashi remarked that it seemed the MC had never heard that story before. So he explained that Kurosaki Kai used to be a member of the Apostles of the Divine Staff and was called the Death King, but in reality he couldn't compare to the people here. Rei felt intrigued and remembered that Yuri had once said his brother was disappointing, so he concluded that this was how everyone here viewed Kai. Kurahashi continued saying that possessing multiple mana systems was just an illusion, as he believed that wasn't enough to prove someone's strength. With that, he turned serious and emphasized that even though the MC caused a stir by conquering the Ikebukuro dungeon, he thought it might have been thanks to Oikawa's support. And then he stared straight at Rei and asked if he understood that the weak should just shut up and stand in the corner. Aya wouldn't stand for her friend being called weak, so she immediately retorted that Rei wasn't weak at all, and that Kurahashi could only judge after seeing his power for himself. Rei smiled when he heard his friend stand up for him. Conversely, Kurahashi completely disliked that. So he sat down in his chair and said fine, he would verify it himself. As for Yuri, she thought the redhead was always weak against women as usual. Oikawa asked everyone to pay attention and announced that the lineup would remain as planned, because they needed to give it their all to conquer the 2 dungeons. Finished, he called Kurahashi over and said he should witness Rei's true power for himself. The redhead laughed and said there was no need to emphasize that, because he would see it for himself once the meeting ended. Rei thought he needed to prove his strength to the redhead, but in his current state he felt it still wasn't enough, because he knew that in order to face Kronos, he needed even stronger allies. So he told himself that even though Kurahashi's words were harsh and belittling, he still truly hoped the 2 of them could work well together. The next day, inside the Tama dungeon, countless terrifying creatures appeared everywhere. Rei realized that the monsters weren't wasting any time. They charged straight toward them, and just as he was about to say that this was a good chance for some team fighting, the redhead cut him off, saying that teamwork was too boring. Finished, he activated his Blazing Burst ability and charged straight into the monster horde. With just one punch reinforced by his ability, a massive explosion occurred, easily wiping out all the monsters. Aya noticed the mana of the redhead was the red element specialized in offense, and the range and firepower of his attacks were also incredibly impressive. Kurahashi looked at the MC and laughed, keeping that provocative smile. He said he bet Rei couldn't do what he had just done. However, he immediately jumped up and declared that he would hunt all the monsters himself anyway, and that a multicolored guy like the MC could just stand there and play by himself. Rei chuckled, but still apologized to the 2 girls. Then he turned back with a fierce look in his eyes and said he didn't want to lose to the redhead. Aya wanted to call her friend back, but Rei had already dashed off at full speed, and watching his back, she remarked that it seemed he was going all out this time too. Yuri said to just let the guys do what they wanted. The MC continuously took down creatures blocking his path, and while trying to keep up with the redhead, the latter laughed and remarked that the MC's movements were gradually getting better. Meanwhile, Aya and Yuri stood observing the 2 of them fighting like crazy against the monsters in the dungeon. Aya remarked that somehow the situation looked quite chaotic. Yuri agreed, but asked Aya if she didn't find the MC impressive for still keeping up with Kurahashi. Then Yuri said the redhead was an idiot, so he wasn't good at fighting against people or working as a team, but she emphasized that his ability was very special because his mana was used to unleash continuous attacks over a wide area, and because of that, Kurahashi was extremely strong when facing a large number of enemies, to the point that he still held the title of the person who had killed the most monsters. Even so, she believed that even before someone like that, Rei was still keeping up. At that, she smiled and remarked that she knew he would be impressed. After a while in the dungeon, the group reached the boss room door. Aya gasped, wondering if they were truly about to face the boss already, when only 10 minutes had passed since they entered. The MC felt that by competing with Kurahashi, he seemed to have tapped into more power, and this was a feeling he had never experienced before. After that, he realized that compared to his former self, this was a huge step forward. Right then, the boss room door opened, and everyone quickly moved inside. Rei asked everyone to be careful and announced that all would focus on fighting the boss, but the redhead just laughed and told the MC to just not get in his way. Immediately after, Ray was surprised by something above when he saw a horrifying creature with tentacles and an evil eye in the center, so the MC quickly prepared for the battle, until he suddenly felt a tremor from behind, and all of a sudden the monsters he had defeated outside were thrown straight into the boss room. The creatures began to move toward the boss and were quickly absorbed. After absorbing a series of monsters at once, the Tama dungeon boss transformed into a chimera. With its level unknown, the creature's eyes snap open, locking onto the MC's group before it charges straight at them. Aya panics, asking if the boss just absorbed the other monsters. Ray guesses that the chimera is growing stronger by absorbing other monsters, but as he takes a closer look, he realizes he's never seen this kind of monster before, not even in all his time here. So he tells the redhead that they need to be careful, but the guy brushes it off, powering up and claiming he won't be intimidated by some small fry. With that, he charges ahead, declaring that whoever strikes first will be the winner. He unleashes a massive punch, triggering a giant explosion on impact. Aya is shocked, wondering if the redhead can take down the chimera all by himself. However, Kurahashi is stunned to see the boss block his powerful attack with just one arm, and even worse, the other arm is already striking back. In the split second before he gets hit, he realizes he can't dodge it. Ray doesn't waste a second. He activates his mana hands, darts toward the redhead, and pulls him out of the way just in time. After retreating, the MC asks if he's okay. Kurahashi replies with a haughty tone that he won't lose to a mixed blood like the MC because that would be the biggest mistake of his life. Right then, Ray realizes the chimera is up to something. The monster suddenly tears off its own arm, the very one the redhead had just hit, leaving Ray completely confused. Then the severed spot begins to shift. A new arm rapidly regenerates. Kurahashi looks absolutely disgusted seeing the chimera's regenerative ability, and right after that, the monster begins to charge up a focused attack. Ray tenses up, sensing that something major is about to happen, and as the chimera continues to gather energy, the MC screams at everyone to dodge immediately. The boss fires a concentrated blast of massive energy. Everyone jumps to the sides to avoid it, but the impact is so powerful that a huge explosion occurs, and the shockwave is strong enough to knock Aya back. She struggles to get up, staring at the sheer level of destruction from the boss's attack. The redhead asks Yuri what kind of firepower they just witnessed. She replies that it seems like the creature can't fire another shot right at this moment. Once she says that, she shouts that they have to seize this chance. She activates her ability and launches an attack at the chimera. The boss folds its arms and wings, shielding itself from the blow. Yuri realizes the chimera has incredibly high durability, and she finds it truly amazing that Kurahashi was actually able to burn something like that. Ray concludes that they are in a terrible situation, because if they just keep defending, the boss is going to fire that beam again. He watches the chimera, calculating. Maybe he needs to strike the main body, but its arms keep getting in the way. If he doesn't use his full power, it'll just use its other arm to protect itself. So he shouts for Aya. He asks if she can use mana fusion on Kurahashi. Aya is shocked, asking if the MC really wants her to use that ability on the redhead. Ray immediately answers yes, and Aya says, "Got it." She quickly begins focusing her power, and then activates mana fusion on the redhead, who is left completely stunned as he feels a surge of strength coursing through his entire body. Next, Kurahashi unleashes his enhanced power, yelling to ask what the hell kind of mana this is. Ray warns him that they don't have much time. He orders the redhead to attack the boss's main body. Without hesitation, he launches his attack, shouting that he understands. The chimera swings its arm to try and block, but Kurahashi pushes his power even further, unleashing a blazing explosive force that causes massive destruction. Aya is stunned by the redhead's terrifying firepower, while he, the moment the smoke from the explosion clears, goes completely silent because he sees that the chimera didn't just survive the hit. It's actually still gathering energy to fire another beam. Yuri screams for the redhead to be careful. He tenses up, admitting that even an enhanced attack couldn't take the boss down. But the MC zips past him and says that's not the case. He says the redhead actually paved the way perfectly. With that, Ray prepares to unleash his black flame. Kurahashi is shocked, and as he observes the MC's power, he wonders if this is dark mana. Ray rushes in to land the finishing blow just as the chimera fires its energy beam. The MC uses his abyssal fire ability, hitting the chimera head-on as the creature collapses to the ground. The redhead still doesn't understand what just happened, or what kind of power that was. Looking at the MC's back, he realizes that even he couldn't have destroyed that monster with his own power. Moreover, he can sense the MC's sheer will to break through in that situation. Then he starts laughing, excited, wondering if the person standing in front of him is even real. The next day, as Kurosaki Kai walks through the city center, he sees a news report on a building saying that his younger brother has conquered the Tama dungeon, and he's already moving on to conquer another high-difficulty dungeon. The people around are amazed that the MC just cleared yet another high-level dungeon. Kai hears them saying that his younger brother is truly incredible. That is until he hears someone remark that Kai's own situation just keeps getting worse. Kai quietly walks away alone, but it's obvious he absolutely hates that. Meanwhile, at the Divine Staff Apostles organization, Izuki remarks that everyone did a good job conquering the dungeons, but points out that the Tama dungeon seemed to have more problems than usual. Rei confirms this, and announces that they encountered a new type of monster. Azuma laughs, saying he heard it was a very powerful monster, while Shirai feels regret for not being able to see it with his own eyes, until Oikawa calls out to Kurahashi and asks him what his assessment of Rei is. After a moment of hesitation, the redhead remarked that the MC wasn't bad at all, even suggesting a great strategy, which left Rei surprised. But Shiro noted that the redhead had always looked down on him, so he wanted to know if the guy was taking back what he said. Kurahashi immediately told her to be quiet. Then he took a deep breath, pointed at the MC, and apologized for underestimating him and calling him names while also acknowledging his strength. Rei chuckled and replied that it wasn't necessary. He made it clear that the redhead had actually helped him a lot, so no apology was needed, leaving Kurahashi stunned. Then turning away, he muttered that he wasn't happy about being praised, since he only did it for himself, so the MC shouldn't misunderstand the older members of the Apostles. The Divine Staff laughed, thinking the redhead was indeed cold and calculating. The Blue King remarked that he was glad the two were now friends, confident that no one would complain about the MC anymore, after saying that he handed Rei an object prompting a curious and surprised look. Izuki explained that it was the symbol of the Apostles' Divine Staff, and then, as the Blue King, he officially welcomed Kurosaki Rei. He then emphasized that the MC could still work with his group as usual, as he trusted that Yuri would agree, but besides that, he really hoped they could fight together. Rei clenched his fist, and as he took the Blue King's hand, he replied that he agreed, and it would be a great honor for him. Aya was surprised by this turn of events. She thought to herself that she knew her friend was excellent, especially since he was now being recognized by one of the strongest mages. At that moment, Kurahashi laughed and said that he would train the MC well, since they were now teammates. However, Yuri immediately chimed in, saying that it seemed like the redhead was the one who needed some lessons, causing him to tell her not to interfere and to stop being annoying. Izuki thought that Rei had clearly built a bond with the others, and that putting the two of them on the same team had been the right decision. Oikawa looked at Izuki and thought that if he had recognized Rei from the very beginning, Kurahashi surely would have objected, so he thought the Blue King was as wise as ever. The Blue King remarked that it was good, that everything was going according to plan, but he still wanted to make an offer. Rei was curious and asked what it was. Izuki reached out and asked if the MC would like to accept the title of the Black King, leaving him completely shocked by this proposal. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Kai was becoming anxious because inside the dungeon his teammates were struggling against a horde of monsters until Goto shouted, demanding that Kai use overclock. He immediately tried to activate it, but nothing happened, making him even more panicked. Uch called Goto an idiot, saying that Kai could no longer use that power. Ever since the day he faced the MC, Kai couldn't stand still and kept trying to attack with a different ability. After a while in the dungeon, his teammates were exhausted and said that somehow they were still holding on. Kai asked them what they were doing, as they were supposed to keep moving forward. Goto nervously said that they had been in the dungeon for 5 consecutive days, so he wanted to know if Kai thought they should stop. Kai barked at Goto to shut up, then turned and kept walking, saying they had to continue. Goto was stunned by his friend's attitude and asked Uch if it was okay to keep following Kai like this. Uch asked what nonsense Goto was spouting. Then he started running after him, saying they needed to support Kai during this most difficult time. Meanwhile, Kai walked through the dungeon thinking he needed to conquer it quickly until he remembered a few days ago when a girl approached him asking if he had a moment. At that time, he replied that he wasn't doing interviews, but the girl said that wasn't it. She just wanted to ask for Kai's opinion on her brother, which caught him completely off guard, and that same day, Kai heard from many others wanting to know about his brother, and as he recalled that, he became even angrier because according to the rumors, he believed his brother had even been recognized by the Blue King while he was still there. They only talked about teamwork and other nonsense. Furthermore, he knew everyone looked down on him, but he believed he would prove to everyone who was the strongest. Meanwhile, in his own dimension, Kronos, the god of time and space, was observing the brother of the MC's rage and smiled faintly. After that, he thought he had found an interesting pawn. The next day, Kai reflected on the time when the dungeons first appeared and how the world changed. It became an era where powerful mages gained social status, and that became a turning point for him as well, because the probability of someone possessing 2 mana systems was only 1 in a million, and he knew he was one of them. He even had a special ability that satisfied him so much that he even kept his distance from his teachers because they would become cautious once they realized who he was. And that was exactly what made him enjoy this social status. Just like the people at school who were always surrounding and flattering him. Even his parents, who used to keep their distance, began to praise him. Kai thought that even the Apostles' divine staff, those who considered themselves elite, had accepted him as their youngest member. However, over time, those people became rude, so he decided to leave, because it showed they didn't recognize his ability. But there was one thing he always knew, because one day while they were in their room, his brother didn't treat him any differently, even though he knew Kai had no talent and was weaker. His brother's eyes seemed to say that one day he would catch up to him, and that made him hate him because as someone chosen by the world, my brother has no right to look at me like we're equals, and I understand now that's exactly why I need to prove to that idiot that I'm the strongest one here. I truly want him to understand that we live in 2 different worlds, but I was shocked when the unthinkable happened. It feels like he's actually surpassed me. I eventually decided to stop thinking about it. It doesn't matter anymore. Now that I'm a king walking through the city, I tell myself I can't just sit around and do nothing. Just then Kai heard someone call his name. It was Kurahashi, who remarked that Kai seemed quite frustrated. The redhead then added that it had been a long time since they last met. The last time was probably when Kai was kicked out of the Divine Apostle Order. The Death King immediately flared up, insisting that he wasn't kicked out at all. He claimed he left the group on his own terms. Even though the Blue King had promised to treat everyone fairly, he still acted like a superior, constantly barking orders. Kurahashi, however, didn't care at all about what the MC's brother had to say. But Kai kept going, claiming the Blue King was just jealous of his talent and didn't want to keep him around. After saying that, he called the redhead back and said he'd heard the news about Rei becoming one of them. When Kurahashi asked what that had to do with anything, Kai spat that his brother was just a useless burden. Kurahashi's expression darkened instantly, cutting him off. He told him to shut his mouth, leaving Kai stunned by the redhead's intensity. Kurahashi continued, saying he didn't care what Kai thought, but he stressed that Rei's ability was the real deal. Even as a dual-class mage, he's far more humble than you, Kai. Kai became agitated, shouting at the redhead to stop talking nonsense and emphasizing that he is still the Death King. Then he asserted that it was the highest title a mage could ever achieve, so he didn't want to be compared to trash like his brother. Kurahashi laughed, saying it seemed Kai didn't know anything at all before revealing that the MC had been nominated to become a king, and the recommendation even came from the Blue King himself. Kai was struck dumb, struggling to ask if his brother was really going to become a king. The redhead replied that Rei hadn't given an answer yet, and unlike Kai, he wasn't obsessed with titles. Then he asked if Kai really thought his brother was weaker than him. He called it a big joke and stated that Rei had been stronger than Kai for a long time. Kurahashi stepped closer to the Death King and said he felt Rei was much better suited to be king than Kai. Then he asked if the Death King agreed. Kai exploded in rage, the memory of his brother surpassing him flooding back. He realized too late that he would never be able to catch up to him again. It weighed heavy on his mind after the redhead left. Goto and Oik appeared, calling out to Kai. Goto announced they had restocked their supplies and believed they were ready for tomorrow's dungeon. He added that they could leave now, but Kai refused and told them to hit another dungeon. Both of them tried to get Kai to change his mind because they needed to rest, but Kai, fueled by the anger from Kurahashi's words, completely ignored his teammates because he couldn't accept that his brother was stronger. Later inside the dungeon, Oik and Goto still tried to convince him to leave. Kai kicked open the boss room door and screamed at them to shut up, declaring that he was the strongest and he would prove it. As they stepped inside, they saw a strange creature. It was a level 20 malicious slime. Kai was confused that the boss was just a level 20 slime. Goto was surprised, saying he had never seen such a monster before. Feeling that something was wrong, Kai refused to listen. He prepared his magic spear skill and vowed to wipe it out instantly. With that, he unleashed the skill. The malicious slime took a direct hit and was obliterated. Goto and Oik breathed a sigh of relief seeing Kai take it down in one hit. But in the blink of an eye, both were killed in a completely unexpected way. Kai watched his teammates' bodies fall like sacks of sand. While he was still reeling, trying to understand what happened, the malicious slime lunged at him at blinding speed. Just as Kai realized something was behind him, the slime expanded, spreading out and completely engulfing the Death King. Kai tried to resist by creating purple flames, but his power was snuffed out by the malicious slime. The creature then began to crawl into Kai's body through his mouth, eyes, and ears. After completely covering the Death King in his own space, the god of time and space just laughed, thinking that he finally had a new pawn. Back where Kai was, he stood up and Awakawa remarked that he was feeling just fine. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon where Kronos was being sealed, one of the chains holding him broke. Kronos laughed, thinking that finally a piece of his seal had been undone. Afterward, at the Divine Apostle Order's outdoor training ground, Rei and Kurahashi were practicing by fighting some creatures. After they finished them all off, the creatures turned back into crystals. Oikawa remarked that they could take a short break, praising how well the two were moving. Aya approached her friend and said he did a great job. She also said she learned a lot by watching Kurahashi. The redhead felt a bit shy and said it was nothing special, then suddenly mentioned to the MC that he had met his younger brother in the city earlier. He then remarked that the idiot Kai still thought he was stronger than the MC, adding that he had told him everything. Yuri teased that it seemed the redhead had gotten heated on Rei's behalf. Someone he personally respected was being looked down on by Kai, making Kurahashi immediately react and deny it. As for the MC, he became thoughtful, realizing he hadn't seen his younger brother since their last fight. So, he began to wonder when exactly they had drifted so far apart. He remembered the past and wondered if he would meet the same end as in his previous life. He also pondered if things would be okay if he just let everything continue as it was, knowing that no matter what they would eventually have to resolve. This between themselves. Just then, Shiroi appeared and shouted for everyone's attention, saying she had bad news. Oikawa immediately asked with concern what had happened and why she was in such a hurry. Shiroi just announced that the Shinzoku dungeon has collapsed and monsters are swarming out everywhere. Gyai was absolutely shocked, and shortly after at the city center, chaos truly erupted as countless monsters attacked the people, spreading terror throughout the area. The Holy Staff Apostles immediately rushed to the scene. Shirai couldn't help but be stunned at the sight, while Yashiro wondered why the monsters were flooding out of the dungeon, and Asuma deemed the situation extremely grave, because there were just too many civilians there. Kurahashi also wanted to know the cause of this catastrophe. Gi suddenly realized that in his previous world, the collapse of the Shinjuku dungeon was supposed to happen much later, so he was completely taken aback. And he couldn't understand why it was all happening so early. Ohikawa called everyone together and stressed that now wasn't the time to overthink things. Since the Blue King was on the way from very far away, and it would take time, they had to handle the situation themselves. He then emphasized that their top priority was to evacuate the civilians at all costs, and everyone replied that they understood. They immediately scattered to take action. Nearby, a giant shadow wolf lunged at a woman and her child, but Juri appeared and used her scythe to take the monster down. Aya ran straight over to the woman and the child, asking them if they were all right. The mother replied that she was fine and thanked her, while nearby Kurahashi seemed absolutely thrilled to be fighting the monsters. Shirai immediately reminded the redhead to be careful and avoid endangering the people being evacuated elsewhere. Oikawa used his ability and loudly announced that inside his barrier was a safe zone. Rei fought while realizing that the elite team under the Blue King was truly formidable, as they didn't flinch at all. Facing the massive number of monsters, he then recalled that back in the world before the first dungeon collapse there were many casualties, but this time, he believed they could overcome it together. Until suddenly a giant stone hand erupted from the ground, and an evil creature appeared amidst the chaos. Yuri concluded that the monster that had just appeared was likely the dungeon boss. The redhead looked at the giant monster and said that even so, it was just a target. It was too easy to hit, and he was incredibly excited to face it. However, the protagonist didn't bother at all and lunged straight at the boss with his dark power. He unleashed Abyss Flame, striking directly and completely, destroying the giant monster in a single hit. Shirai and Oikawa were both stunned, witnessing the protagonist's strength. As for him, he thought everything seemed to be going very smoothly, until he was stunned to hear a familiar voice telling everyone not to get excited just yet. Rei immediately turned around to see who it was and realized it was his younger brother, radiating a terrifying dark power. Kai approached Rei with a twisted smile and malicious eyes, saying that he had finally found his brother. The protagonist was completely bewildered and asked Kai why he had become like this. Kai laughed and asked if he was talking about his current state or the fact that he was here to crush him. Right after that, he suddenly appeared behind the protagonist to launch an attack. Ray barely dodged his brother's incredibly powerful blow in the nick of time. Kai remarked that Ray dodged well but wanted to know how long he could hold out. Finishing that, he continued to lunge forward to attack and asked if Ray thought he would be allowed to escape. Ray tried to block Kai's attacks, and while continuously defending, he realized his brother was clearly no longer himself after taking a hit to the face. The protagonist continued to question his brother's current state because looking at him from up close, Kai even looked like a terrifying monster. Kai continued to unleash an even stronger blow, but Ray managed to step back to avoid it. Kai appeared disappointed and stared at Ray, then said that his expression looked like he was denying the truth. Then he slowly approached and said that all of this was Ray's fault because the reason he became like this was specifically to destroy him. Ray became confused by those words and asked if his brother really wanted to kill him and why that was. Then Kai suddenly vanished without a trace and appeared right in front of the protagonist, ready to strike. But Kurahashi suddenly appeared and kicked Kai away, sending him far back and reminding the protagonist that in an emergency he shouldn't just stand there motionless. After that, he shouted loudly for Kai to stop this nonsense, because he would never let him have his way. Finishing that, he shouted even louder that the protagonist was his brother. Ray was surprised to see the redhead stand up to protect him again. However, Kai asserted that he didn't care about so-called brotherhood because he was here to make his brother realize once and for all who was stronger. Finishing that, he began to charge up and fired his power toward both of them, but the volume of attacks caused them to spread to the area near the people being evacuated. Kurahashi and Ray realized the terrifying destructive range of the attacks grazing them and began to get worried, until Oikawa stepped up to shield the people and created a barrier to protect them. Afterward, he was acutely aware that he wanted to use the barrier to support the protagonist's group but couldn't casually drop it, because too many people would be caught in the crossfire. Ray shouted loudly for his brother to stop the attacks, but Kai completely ignored him and told him to shut up. Ray continued to scream that he knew Kai had a violent side, but he definitely wasn't the type of person who could go this far. The Death King smiled and emphasized that his brother was still saying nonsensical things even in battle, truly too naive a person. Until suddenly, he started feeling something very strange in his head. Ray noticed that and shouted his brother's name, but Kai lost control even more, unleashing a series of consecutive attacks. While shouting that this was the punishment for his brother looking down on him, the protagonist's group saw the attacks raining down and immediately had to move to avoid getting hit. Still feeling something in his head, Kai asked what they thought of his power. Ray was still worried about his brother and said they needed to stop him as soon as possible. Kurahashi gathered energy and said that although he understood Kai's feelings, it seemed talking to him right now was useless. Finishing that, he leaped into the air, activating his blazing burst skill and putting all his might into attacking Kai. A massive explosion occurred. The redhead laughed, but immediately went dead silent, because Kai easily blocked his attack with just one hand. At the same time, the other hand was preparing a powerful ability. Kai wore a twisted smile and immediately counterattacked the redhead, making him worried because he knew he wouldn't be able to do anything to dodge it. And then he was hit directly in the stomach. Ray couldn't believe what he was seeing, as his brother had just unleashed an incredibly horrific blow on Kurahashi. Kai dropped Kurahashi's body to the ground, and while preparing demonic flame, he called the redhead trash and told him to get lost. Ray screamed, full of worry for Kurahashi, but Kai didn't care at all and unleashed the attack. Suddenly, Oikawa's barrier appeared out of thin air and blocked Kai's strike, making him appear extremely annoyed. The blonde guy approached Kai and said that things had come to this point now. After that, he became serious and declared that this time he would be the one to face him. Finishing that, he activated his square box ability surrounding Kai. Yuri hurriedly stopped Oikawa and emphasized that if he used that ability on a human, then... But he cut him off and said he knew clearly and that this would also put a terrible burden on himself. Even so, he affirmed that he could not forgive someone who had hurt his friends. However, Kai frantically used pure strength to break Oikawa's ability, and the blonde guy was startled as his own body suffered damage just from trying to maintain the ability on Kai. Ray realized how much Oikawa was suffering and shouted his name in worry. Oikawa told himself that this was harder than he thought, as he didn't expect the burden to be so great. But no matter what, he was still determined to seal Kurosaki Kai at all costs. The fallen king muttered to Oikawa to go to hell, then completely shattered the blonde boy's power, While Oikawa was exhausted from his own power, Kai began to approach, saying he wouldn't let things go their way. However, Kai suddenly felt his left arm trembling violently. He remarked that his body didn't seem to be in perfect condition. This made Yuri extremely worried because she knew Oikawa hadn't held back yet. Kai still claimed he wasn't at his full state. Kai turned his back and said he was leaving. But before that, he called out to Rei with a terrifying look in his eyes and swore that next time he would definitely kill him. With that said, he flew away. And as he left, he shouted for his brother to just wait for that moment. The next day, a news report was broadcasting from above, capturing the scene near the Shinjuku dungeon, where just like the day before, monsters had appeared abnormally. A woman being interviewed said in a panic that there were so many monsters. Even though mages had rescued them, everything was in total chaos. People watching the news were discussing that they knew this day would come, but they didn't expect the monsters to appear in such a way. Until someone in the crowd shouted that it was all meaningless and they needed to evacuate immediately to places with fewer dungeons. From afar, Oikawa just silently observed the chaos. Then he thought that society was starting to panic due to the appearance of monsters, but in his mind, the real problem right now was the fallen king. He wondered what they should do next. As the situation seemed to be getting worse, not long before someone had reported to the Blue King that they would leave the whole matter to him, and Izuki replied that was correct. At the same time, he affirmed that he would certainly resolve this issue properly. Meanwhile, at the emergency room, Rei was sitting and waiting outside. Aya called out to him, but he didn't react because in his head he was thinking that everything that happened was his fault, as it was he who had caused Kurahashi to end up in such a state. Furthermore, he couldn't convince his younger brother, let alone stop him. Just then, Yuri appeared, called out to Rei, and informed him that they needed to go immediately, because the Blue King was summoning everyone. Rei took a deep breath, and even though he felt a heavy burden on his heart, he still replied that he understood. After everyone was present, the Blue King stated that the current situation was extremely serious, because even though they had destroyed the monsters outside, the fallen king had still escaped, and they could not let him remain free like that. Yashiro and Azuma believed that the transformation of Kurosaki Kai was not normal, and not only Kurahashi, but also civilians were severely injured. Shirai then asked what they planned to do next. Izuki said that he had discussed it with the other Origin Kings. This made Aya extremely surprised, while Yuri explained that they were the ones with the authority to issue orders in this situation. However, she still felt confused because this was a matter involving a king who had lost control, a situation where even top-tier mages felt threatened. Izuki stood up from the throne, approached the protagonist, and said that Kai was his younger brother. Even though the next words might sound very cold, they would proceed to eliminate Kurosaki Kai. Rei was completely stunned by that decision. Shirai explained that this was a term they used for monsters. Oikawa immediately retorted and emphasized that the Blue King's words were absolutely correct, adding that Kai's reckless actions that were no different from a monster, and both the Red King and the Yellow King had reached the same conclusion. After speaking, he emphasized that before there were more victims, they had to end this once and for all. Then he announced that they had identified Kurosaki's hiding place, and this time he would also participate, causing Rei to shout in a panic, asking the Blue King to wait a moment. Rei asked if there was any other way, because he believed they could imprison his younger brother instead of eliminating him. Izuki became serious and replied that there was no other way, emphasizing that even Oikawa's powers couldn't control Kai, so they couldn't let this happen again. Therefore, the elimination would take place tomorrow afternoon as the final decision. But Rei was completely shocked by the Blue King's decision. He thought to himself that it was true that Kai had many negative traits, and as he watched them discuss, he also knew his younger brother had a habit of looking down on others. But when remembering his childhood, he realized Kai also had good sides. Rei couldn't help but wonder if there really wasn't any other choice. Just then, Oikawa received a message on his phone, and after checking it, he happily announced that Kurahashi had woken up. Rei immediately felt relieved when hearing this news. The blonde boy also said that Kurahashi had left a message for the protagonist asking Rei not to worry about him and to quickly bring his younger brother back to his senses. Rei stood frozen upon hearing that, then clenched his fists. Thinking of Kurahashi, he understood that he couldn't give up because he was Kai's older brother. Then he called to the Blue King and asked for one chance, because he knew Kai was in danger and he had seen how much his younger brother was suffering when he called him yesterday. After speaking, he asserted that there was definitely still a chance, and desperately begged the Blue King to let him try once. Izuki just said that the elimination of Kurosaki Kai would begin tomorrow afternoon, That was the final decision of the Origin Kings. Ray was not satisfied with this answer, because he truly hoped for a chance. However, the Blue King added that the other kings did not forbid them from doing anything before that time. This made the protagonist extremely surprised, and he quickly thanked the Blue King for giving him a chance. Just then, Yuri and Aya looked at each other and nodded, and Yuri said that she had something to say about the elimination. And Aya asked if this order applied to the Holy Staff Apostles as well. Then she emphasized that in the past, they had been in the same group. Yuri continued that if Ray wanted to do that, they would accompany him. The protagonist immediately turned back, surprised by their decision. Izuki laughed and said there was no problem and that the two of them could certainly go to support the protagonist. However, he emphasized that the deadline to eliminate Kurosaki Kai is tomorrow afternoon, and there will be no delays whatsoever. Ray nodded to show he understood and thanked the Blue King once more for the trust, then turned away, gazing up at the sky with fierce determination, silently swearing that no matter the cost, he would save his younger brother. Meanwhile, on a remote island surrounded by violent waves, Kurosaki Kai sat beneath a colossal tree. The next day, the protagonist's group arrived by motorboat near an isolated island south of Tokyo. Ray insisted he was certain his brother was somewhere on this island. That was until he suddenly realized Oikawa was there too. He smiled and greeted everyone. Aya wondered why the blonde-haired man had also appeared on the island. Ray said he understood, assuming Oikawa had come to monitor the situation. Oikawa smiled in confirmation and said it was an order from the Blue King. He explained that his mission was to survey the island and participate in the elimination as an apostle of the sacred staff, and as he spoke, he activated his power. He stated he wouldn't be able to join the protagonist's private plan. Just then, the group was enveloped by a type of barrier, and they immediately asked for the reason. Why would the blonde man do that? Oikawa said that even though he hadn't fully recovered from yesterday's battle, this magical barrier was still strong enough to protect them for about 1 minute. Ray thought to himself that they had arrived on the island at the exact right moment, just as predicted. Izuki spoke, then wondered if that was the real reason. So Ray thanked Oikawa and declared with full confidence that he would definitely bring Kurosaki Kai back. Suddenly, the blonde man remembered something. He called out for the protagonist to wait a moment, saying that while Kurosaki Kai's power was real, he wasn't sure the boy would be willing to listen. With that, he asked the protagonist for permission to intervene one more time. Meanwhile, somewhere on the island, in the middle of a gloomy forest, Kai lay on the ground, muttering to himself. Then he began to feel a splitting headache, thinking about how much he truly despised his brother. With every passing second, Kai's pain grew worse, and he started to think he hated everyone. He threw a punch at the tree trunk, easily splitting it in half. As the tree crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, Kai was consumed by a dark rage, leading him to think he needed to destroy everything. This fury gradually took the form of an entity and began to influence him. It kept whispering to him, telling him not to hold back and to destroy everything. That entity was the manifestation of the god of time and space, Kronos, who was still trapped in the dungeon. However, because one of the seals had been broken, he began to manipulate Kai more intensely. Right at that moment, the Death King was covered by a massive source of energy, and then that energy exploded and shot straight into the sky. The protagonist's group saw this burst of power and immediately wondered what kind of energy it was. Oikawa became incredibly terrified, thinking it might be exactly what he had feared. Back at Kai's location, he began to smile, then released his dark energy, saying the power he had just attained was truly magnificent. Immediately after, he heard a voice asking him to become the new king, to destroy and rule the world as a demon king. Kai seemed surprised by the voice, but then he laughed, thinking the idea of becoming a demon king was actually quite interesting. Kronos continued to demand that Kai eliminate all mages and keep advancing, until the entire world was destroyed. Meanwhile, Ray stared intently in the direction where the power had appeared with a suspicious look. Then he called out to Aya and Yuri, asking if the two of them were ready. They immediately replied that they were ready and would do whatever he asked. So the protagonist called for both of them to come find his brother and leave the island. It didn't take long. They found Kai, and he immediately said he knew Ray would come, while bluntly stating that he was on the Blue King's side. Ray replied that Izuki had trusted him and he wanted to bring Kai back. The Death King looked confused by that, but while releasing dark energy from his hands, he declared that he had decided to destroy them all. Having said that, he unleashed his power. Lunging straight toward the protagonist's group, Ray was stunned by the scale of that power. And when observing his surroundings, he realized that compared to yesterday, his brother had become much stronger. Kai used his power to fly up and declared war on humanity, and that it would start with the destruction of his own brother. Ray broke into a cold sweat witnessing Kai's power, but he still offered a smile, and while preparing for battle, he said that he had always been selfish. Kai was surprised and asked what he was implying, so Ray shouted that he would stand against him, and emphasized that as an older brother he had a responsibility to stop him. Kai asked if the role of a brother was to stop him, and if so, then he should quit. That attitude of acting like the strongest one, adding that those words only made him more irritated. Yuri turned to Aya and said she didn't think this approach would be effective, because the protagonist's brother didn't even want to listen. Kai summoned a fireball and threw it, creating a violent path of flames while telling his brother to just disappear already. Seeing the fire surrounding his friends, Ray shouted in worry, calling out to them. Yuri remarked that the firepower was truly overwhelming, while Aya emphasized that in this situation, they couldn't get close to help. Kai declared that he would sacrifice his brother right here, and ensured that no one else could interfere. Having said that, he figured that way. The battle would be one-on-one, and now he could prove his strength. Ray asked his brother what on earth he wanted to prove, and if that was the reason he was fighting. Kai replied that as he thought his brother didn't understand at all. So he declared that power is justice, and everything had changed since the dungeons appeared in the world. Before that time, he was once hailed as a gifted mage, but people's attitudes shifted later on, and that is exactly why. If you aren't strong enough, nobody pays you any mind or even bothers to look at you. After saying that while preparing his evil spear, he declared that after this battle, his brother would have to change his opinion of him and he would prove it. Ray prepared his abyssal flames, realizing his younger brother's power had far surpassed yesterday's, so he couldn't rely on normal attacks to deal with him. Right after Kai hurled the demon spear, the protagonist unleashed the abyssal flames and the two powers clashed violently. Kai realized the technique his brother just used was the very one he had used before. Then he prepared another ability and he shouted that he would finish him off. Ray didn't stand still. He activated a body enhancement and lunged straight at his brother, but he was startled to see Kai with claw-filled hands. Kai had predicted his movement. Just as Ray was about to get hit, a barrier appeared between them, blocking Kai's attack and catching him off guard. Ray immediately realized it could only be Oikawa's barrier. He seized the moment while his brother was distracted and landed an incredibly powerful body-enhanced punch to his stomach. Kai was sent flying hard to the ground. When she saw that, I immediately asked if Ray had won. The protagonist landed on the ground and realized he couldn't copy his brother's ability, so he began to suspect that it was related to Kai's transformation. Then Kai stood up, leaving Ray completely shocked that he could still endure such an attack. Upon noticing a strange, dark energy source in his brother's chest, Ray began to wonder what it was. Kai wanted to know so much, especially since Oikawa appeared with the barrier ability, and his brother's friends had also followed him all the way here, even including Kurahashi. They all chose to stand by his brother. Kai gradually became confused and wanted to know why his brother was trying so hard to stop him. He bowed his head and admitted that this really annoyed him. Then he roared in anger and unleashed a massive source of power. Ray saw this and wondered if that power was reacting to his brother's emotions. Kai created a series of dark orbs, and the protagonist realized they were many different abilities, but he knew that as of now, Kai couldn't trigger overclock. Immediately after, he was incredibly amazed to see Kai had just created even more abilities using Tris Decay. Ray didn't understand how his brother could use so many abilities without needing overclock. Kai unleashed all of that power and screamed, telling his brother to go straight to hell. Ray watched the incoming attacks, and a massive explosion occurred instantly. Kai gasped for air, having exhausted too much power, and thought he had finally won. Then he laughed and asked Ray where he got the confidence to play the part of a big brother, because in terms of power, he was nothing. When the smoke cleared, Ray spoke up, saying that even though his brother thought he had won, he wanted to know why he still looked so sad. Kai was surprised and tried to understand what was happening, then looked at the power on his brother's hand and asked, "Isn't that Kurahashi's ability?" Ray channeled the power he took from the red-haired guy into his fist and asserted to Kai that he wouldn't let him destroy everything like that, and he would bring him back at any cost. Kai said he knew Kurahashi's blazing eruption technique had a wide range, so he assumed his brother used it to block his evil spear. Ray closed his eyes and thought about the red-haired guy remembering their conversation in the hospital when Kurahashi asked if he would really take his power. Kurahashi answered yes, because in his current state he couldn't fight, so he asked Ray to use his absorption ability. Then he held out his fist and told the protagonist to do it for him. After recalling that conversation, Ray called out to his brother and said, "Let's end this right here," saying that he activated the blazing eruption skill. Kai was forced to fly up to avoid getting caught in the blast, but immediately after he saw his brother use mana conversion and launched it instantly. Kai dodged while realizing this time his brother was using Yuri's ability. Ray focused his power and created a giant fireball. Kai blocked the final attack and screamed that this was getting more and more annoying, until he was stunned once again to see his brother preparing the explosive furnace just as he was hit by the fireball. While struggling to hold on, he thought this was impossible because the power was too great for a normal fireball and a massive explosion erupted in the air. Ray gasped for air, having used too many abilities in succession. When the smoke cleared, Kai smiled, then laughed like a madman. Ray was confused by his brother's attitude, and Kai said that now he understood why he couldn't use overclock. Then he said he understood that his brother could steal other people's abilities, saying that he emphasized that he wasn't impressed that Ray could use many abilities, because that was only because other people gave them to him. He continued that if those abilities became his brother's strength, it meant he accepted, sacrificing others. Ray shouted that Kai misunderstood everything, but Kai cut him off and said he wasn't wrong, then declared something. He said his two teammates had been eliminated, and that what happened to them was because Ray took their overclock abilities, causing the whole group to weaken. So Kai screamed that this was the consequence of his brother stealing other people's powers because it was his fault that his friends were killed. He assumed that was no different from Ray being willing to sacrifice others to get stronger, and because of that, they were essentially no different. Ray intended to shout back to explain, but then he stopped. He clenched his fists and realized he couldn't think of anything to refute, because he had never thought things would lead to this outcome. Just because he had taken away his brother's power, but he knew that in the future he would need to change how he used that power. If not, humanity will be defeated by Kronos and face extinction, yet he still wonders if he can truly accept that kind of power. Kai prepares to strike, shouting that it is too late for his brother to regret anything, but still insists he will give him a hand. With that, he lunges straight at Ray. Immediately after, he unleashes a series of strikes forward, then accelerates to close the distance. Kai begins a barrage of attacks and asks his brother how he feels about that power. Just before delivering the next blow, he screams that in the end they both think exactly the same way, and then he throws an incredibly powerful punch, but something unexpected happens, leaving Kai completely stunned by what just occurred because his punch landed directly on Ray, and he immediately asks why he didn't dodge or do anything to avoid the blow. Ray calls out to his brother, touches his hand, and apologizes while returning the overclock ability to him, saying he knows full well it is a stolen power from others, but even so, power is meant to protect people. After that, while releasing energy throughout his body, he asserts that he needs power too. But what his brother is doing is completely wrong. Kai is knocked back by the power his younger brother is releasing. He thinks of Ayazuri Oikawa and Kurahashi. Then, while channeling a completely new type of ability, he says that all of them have entrusted their power to him, and as he reaches his hand forward and places it into the flow of energy, he emphasizes that this is the result of merging their powers. Finishing his sentence, he draws a black sword from the converging mass of energy. Kai is extremely astonished and asks what is happening, because he is seeing a source of power that is both immense and ominous, radiating from his younger brother. Ray swings the sword and tells his brother to end this battle right here. Having said that, he points the black sword forward and tells Kai to fall before it. Kai yells for Ray to shut up, and while preparing his demonic spear, he screams that his younger brother is just gathering others' strength, and cannot do anything more than that. But right after, a black slash completely wipes out his spear, leaving him dumbfounded and wondering if his younger brother truly managed to destroy that ability, or not. Ray thinks everything is just as he predicted, that the strange energy inside his brother's chest is the core, because he can feel an evil power radiating from that core, and perhaps that is the reason why Kai has become this way. Therefore, he closes his eyes, grips the sword tightly, and tells himself that this time it is not about winning or proving who is right or wrong, because the power in his hands exists to save his brother, and that the destructive power of Kurahashi, the explosive flames, the mana transformation ability of Yuri, Together with the durability from Oikawa's barrier ability, combined with a dark ability, all fused to create the Abyss Blade, Kai calls his younger brother a loser, and asserts that he will not rely on anyone and that he will do everything with his own power. Then, while gathering energy, he emphasizes that he will make his younger brother regret. Returning the power. Finished, he activates Overclock, and a massive flow of dark energy spreads across the space. Rei is astonished and wonders what it is he is seeing. Could that be the result of Overclock in his brother's current form? But then he smiles faintly, causing Kai to immediately ask how a loser, like him, can even smile. He replies that his brother has always been extraordinary, and surely with his own power alone he could not defeat him. But that does not mean his own weakness is a reason for his brother to lose himself. So as he rushes forward at extreme speed, he asserts that from now on, no matter how strong Kai is, he will still wake him up even if he has to do it over and over again. Kai tells his brother to try it if he can. At the same time as he prepares his ability, he says that the final victor will still be him. Then he fires the energy toward his younger brother. Rei directly confronts the attack, and Kai screams that he will not lose to him and will never let that happen again because that is the reason for his existence. Rei focuses and thinks of Aya's power. Right after that, he activates the explosive furnace, thanks to which the power of the Abyss Blade is amplified, and he successfully slashes through his brother's attack. Afterward, he advances straight toward Kai and delivers a direct strike. Kai is sent flying very far with massive force. While being blown away, he wonders why even in this form. He still cannot defeat his younger brother, and as he falls to the ground, he continues to wonder what he had to do to change that outcome. Kai calls his brother, and just as he approaches, he says that everything is okay, and no matter what happens, the one standing tall in the end will still be him. Then he smiles and says, the reason is simple. It is because he is his younger brother. Kai begins to reminisce about the past and quickly remembers when Rei was small but was always excellent, good at everything, and very kind. Because the two of them spent so much time together, and every time he slacked off, Rei had moved much further ahead, making him not want to be left behind. And he always tried his best to be able to walk alongside his brother. But Rei was talented at everything, and no matter what he did, he had never defeated him. Not only that, his brother was also the pride of the family and was naturally loved by everyone. Everyone surrounded him, and because of that, he could not step into that circle. So he began to keep his distance, stopped trying, and thought that his own pain might hurt others. He continued to isolate himself, but even so, Rei was always by his side, without ever knowing what he was feeling. He understands that Rei did not care about expectations, disappointment, or even winning and losing. Kai knows that Rei was always like an older brother to him. But when thinking about the present, he wonders if everything is still the same as before. Afterward, when returning to his normal state, he starts to cry and thinks that everything being like this is definitely wrong. He calls his brother and in tears says he is sorry. Rei feels relieved to see his brother has returned to normal, but right after that he feels a sharp pain and collapses to his knees, causing Aya to run over in worry and ask if he is okay. Sei chuckled and said, he replied that maybe he was just a little tired, but right at that moment, something began to happen to Kai. A massive surge of dark energy started pouring out of his body. Jay screamed in worry, calling out to his brother, and as the energy completely left his body, a giant creature formed behind them. Once they realized what it was, Jay was instantly terrified because right before his eyes was a massive level 91 evil sloth, and he wondered if this was the monster that had possessed his brother. Then he remembered that 3 years in the future, before he traveled back in time, an incident had occurred where an S-rank mage attacked their comrades, and although the information released wasn't complete, that event still caused a huge shock. After the mage lost control and was executed, a giant monster that had possessed him suddenly appeared and destroyed an entire city. And that monster was the very same evil sloth standing before Jay right now. He tried to stand up, but his whole body ached intensely. Yuri and Aya stepped forward. They told him not to move and said that from now on they would fight. The MC said he could help, but was immediately cut off by Yuri, who told him to shut up and emphasize that. In his current state, he couldn't fight, and Aya agreed, ordering him to leave the area. He replied that he understood, but first he returned the mana conversion ability to Yuri and the forest power to Aya, thanks to which both of them unleashed their powers and prepared to fight. Yuri told Aya that she would charge in first and asked for cover. Just then someone appeared and told them to wait, asking if they were forgetting someone. It was Oikawa, who said he would support them. Then he smiled and said to Jay that it seemed he really had pulled his brother back. Jay replied that he had. Then he returned the barrier ability to the blonde guy. Oikawa looked at the monster and said they needed to exercise it as quickly as possible. The evil sloth let out a huge roar and prepared to attack. Aya activated Mana Fusion and said she would provide support from the back. Yuri told Oikawa it had been a long time since she had fought alongside him, and the blonde guy replied that she should just act freely, because he would keep up with her tempo, saying that she lunged straight at the monster and asked Oikawa for good cover. He prepared his power and reassured her to stay calm. Yuri used mana conversion to create a staircase to reach the evil sloth. But just as she approached, the monster prepared to strike. However, Oikawa immediately used a magic barrier to block it, asserting that he wouldn't let the monster do as it pleased. Yuri realized that if Oikawa could block the giant sloth's attacks, she only needed to focus on striking. Then she leaped into the air, and thought that no matter how big the monster was, as long as she crushed its head, it would be over. So she continued to activate mana conversion and created a giant hammer. Then she brought the blow straight down onto the evil sloth's head. Aya happily thought they had taken the monster down, but Yuri was stunned to see that her attack had absolutely no effect on the evil sloth, and the monster immediately countered. Yuri panicked, realizing that if not for Oikawa's barrier, she would have been hit directly. However, with its monster strength, it still shattered Oikawa's barrier and hit Yuri, sending her crashing to the ground. The blonde guy screamed out, calling for his friend in a panic. Then he said that although he knew this was a side effect of the battle from the day before, he didn't expect the monster to be able to break his barrier with a simple physical strike. Jay, while tending to his brother, thought that during the investigation in the previous timeline before he regressed, it was discovered that the evil sloth absorbs the host's mana, so he understood why the destruction caused by the evil sloth in the future was so terrifying. It was because it had parasitized the body of an S-rank mage. Therefore, since the monster had absorbed his brother's mana, he figured the current power limit of the evil sloth was immeasurable, and right after that, the monster prepared to unleash its next attack, making Oikawa scream a warning that if they were hit by an attack with that much power, then it would all be over. The evil sloth lunged forward, but a beam of light appeared from far away, and someone rushed in at extreme speed, then landed a direct blow on the giant monster. Everyone was utterly stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Jay turned to the side and saw a man land heavily on the ground until they realized it was Azuma. He was greeting everyone. Then he smiled and said to Shirai that even though her throw was very accurate, she had thrown him way too hard. Aya asked why Azuma was here, and Yuri took a deep breath and replied that it seemed he didn't come alone. Shirai and Oshiro appeared, saying they had arrived just in time. Shirai looked at Yuri's condition and remarked that she looked pretty beat up, which immediately made Yuri tell her to shut up and stop bothering her. Azuma laughed and said it was true that Shirai had no tact, while Oshiro sighed and told Azuma that he wasn't much better. The MC thought there was supposed to be more time before the campaign started, so he asked Oikawa if he was the one who called the others to come, and the blonde guy replied that luckily they had arrived just in time. Right then, the evil sloth started to get up again, and Azuma remarked that it seemed this monster was the main culprit. That caused all the chaos. So he called on Shirai and Yashiro to avenge their friends together, because since they arrived late, they had to perform well now. After that, the evil sloth lunged to attack Azuma, but he blocked the giant creature's attack, then laughed and asserted that he wouldn't lose in a test of strength. Shirai immediately moved to the side, then created claws and rushed at the evil sloth. She jumped up and unleashed a series of consecutive slashes until she realized the monster was staring straight at her. Shirai immediately backed off and said that she couldn't even leave a scratch on its body. Yashiro replied that wasn't the case, because she had drawn the evil sloth's attention very well, saying that he activated his ice power and froze half of the monster's body from a distance. Jay thought they were truly amazing, and it looked like they were just playing with the evil sloth. However, he knew the monster still hadn't suffered any damage, so he wondered how they would handle that. Right now, Oikawa stretched and declared that the battle was over. The host was confused and asked for clarification. Oikawa turned to his side, smiled, and asked the Blue King if he agreed. Izuki appeared behind the host, channeling his power. He turned around instantly, looking shocked, and Izuki confirmed that yes, the battle was indeed over. With that, he unleashed his power toward the Evo slot. The monster was hit head-on and completely annihilated. Rai and Aya were both stunned to see the giant creature taken down, just like that, with one strike from the Blue King. The MC turned back, and observing Hojo Izuki closely, he realized this was the true power of an Origin King. The scene shifted to the hospital the next day. Kai woke up and immediately asked where he was. Kurahashi remarked that he had finally come to, adding that Kai didn't seem as arrogant as before, but that was understandable considering he had been unconscious for a full day. Kai was shocked to hear that. He immediately remembered being possessed and attacking Kurahashi brutally, then began to wonder why he had done such a thing. Kurahashi said that he had been defeated by his own self and couldn't deny it. However, he emphasized that from what he heard, a monster had taken over Kai's body, so it wasn't all his own doing, though. Kai seemed dissatisfied with that explanation. Kurahashi continued saying the monster had been destroyed by the Blue King, and he didn't care whether Kai felt regret or not, because it was all over now. Kai got out of his hospital bed, and as he reached the door, he asked Kurahashi if he really thought he could just calmly accept all of this. Kurahashi asked where he was going. Kai replied that it was his right to go wherever he pleased. Kurahashi sighed, and while using his phone muttered that he really was a pain. Meanwhile, at the secret bastion's headquarters, the Blue King told everyone they had done a great job handling the difficult situation. And although it might sound like a platitude, he said the incident was resolved through everyone's effort, but especially the MC's since he did such a great job. Jay replied that it wasn't like that. But Izuki told him not to be humble because he was the one who helped resolve the incident without any casualties. He had even saved this Purple King his own brother, so he believed Jay should be proud of what he had achieved. The MC felt happy hearing that, and immediately thanked the Blue King, but as he asked about his brother's condition, his phone suddenly rang, so he excused himself, saying it was Kurahashi. But then he was surprised by the content of the message. Later inside the Shinjuku dungeon, Kai was apologizing to his two friends Oik and Goto when Jay appeared and called out to him. Kai asked what he wanted. Jay said he was worried about him and heard that he had left the hospital as soon as he woke up. Right after that, he suddenly realized something. Seeing a bouquet of flowers in his brother's hand, Kai asked if it looked pathetic, because this was the outcome for someone who only knew how to chase power and left his younger brother to clean up the mess. He then burst into tears, saying he truly was a pathetic person. At the same time, he realized why his friends were eliminated. It was all his fault. He began to remember the past on his way home from school. Oike and Goto were being beaten up by a group of thugs, but he quickly defeated them. Immediately after, Oik and Goto wanted to become his subordinates. Kai remembered that he hadn't wanted that at all, and had told them to do whatever they wanted. However, they continued to follow him until graduation. It didn't stop there, as Oik and Goto even followed him into the dungeon. Until one day, he stopped minding it and realized that they were truly happy being by his side. So after remembering everything, he clenched his fist and sobbing asked, what was the point of being the Purple King, or even the Demon King, if despite having so many titles, he still couldn't protect his friends, saying that he called out to his brother, and said he had given up on being a mage, which left the MC completely shocked. Kai smiled and asked his brother how low he thought he had to bow. To continue being a mage because the dead would never rest in peace if he continued to live calmly. Then he said he would go abroad to a place where no one knew him, so they would never meet again. Jay shouted that he absolutely would not let that happen, but Kai asked if his brother understood that a mage, or even a king, would not be easily forgiven by society. Even if it was accepted within the dungeon because he had caused damage in the city, things would never be the same again. Jay closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and asked if his brother was running away. Kai became agitated and asked his brother if he had even heard what he said. Then he shouted that he wasn't running away, but that Jay was the one who needed to look at reality because he couldn't do anything. The MC shouted back, asking if an Evo slot-like monster appeared next time. Then who would fight it? Since only a few mages were capable of facing it, wasn't his brother the Purple King? Kai screamed that he had been possessed and had failed. So if someone like him continued to be a mage, it would be even more dangerous. Jay got angry too and kept shouting that just because he failed once was he going to tuck his tail and run. Because he had already said it, what he was doing was just escaping. If he truly wanted to atone, he had to face it until the end and overcome it. Otherwise, the departed would never rest in peace. Kai said his younger brother was talking as if he understood everything, so he asked what he really knew. Jay froze at that question. But he still shouted that he didn't know everything, but what he did know was that the two of them had never truly argued so. If they didn't talk, there was no way to understand him. After that, he tried to calm down and emphasized that what happened wasn't just his brother's fault, because he also had responsibility for having taken his brother's power. So he believed that he too had to atone for his own sins so that such a thing would never happen again in the future, but he emphasized that doing it alone was not enough. because you don't have enough power to do that. And if you run into this kind of trouble again, you definitely won't be able to handle it on your own. That's why you called your brother to see if he'd face this with you, since you need his power to make up for your mistakes." Kai was stunned, realizing there was no turning back, understanding that his brother's words were just logic. And as for that recent incident, it was just the result of his own recklessness when trying to conquer the dungeon, leading him to go insane. It had nothing to do with Ray, just the monster. But the destruction caused by the Purple King would definitely be exposed by the media, so he thought it would be better for his brother's future if he cut ties with him completely. Yet even so, you still came here to say those words, making him wonder if you truly wanted to share the burden of his sins. And when you remembered your friends, you laughed and called them all idiots, so he grabbed your hand and said he hoped you wouldn't regret it, if he became a burden once again. Then Kai said there were still many things he needed to say, and this would likely be the last time he'd say them, so he wanted you to listen carefully. After he finished, a bit embarrassed, he said that he was only alive because of you, and he was truly grateful. Then Ray and Kai returned to the hospital to meet Kurahashi. Kai felt a bit awkward, even more so when he saw the red-haired guy showing him the scar he had caused himself. Meanwhile, the Blue King Yashiro Shirai and Azuma were observing the whole situation. Shirai remarked that it seemed like everything had finally been resolved. Izuki agreed, but he asked everyone to leave the rest to him. Then, the Blue King met with the other elemental kings and said he wanted to keep Kurosaki Kai under his supervision. The Red Queen said she had no objection to that decision, and the Golden King agreed as well. Izuki thanked them for their understanding, but emphasized that there was still one topic he wanted to discuss, which was the tournament between the factions. After the discussion ended, with the elemental kings, Izuki gathered everyone in the organization and announced the magician tournament, then explained that there were 3 organizations under the elemental kings. And this is the event where the magicians from those organizations compete to reach the top. The Blue King said that these apostles are all talented individuals, and this is a great opportunity for them to test their own abilities. The main character felt a bit excited about facing magicians of the same standing, knowing he would have to give it his all once again. At this moment, Kai asked if he could ask one thing. Then he called his brother and asked if it was time for him to start calling himself the Black King. Ray was a bit shy and said that maybe things weren't exactly like that. But Kai immediately told him not to play dumb anymore, then stressed that he had defeated him, the Purple King, twice, and that alone was enough. Furthermore, if you don't see yourself as a king, then his loss to you would become extremely embarrassing. Ayuri and Oikawa laughed when they heard Kai say that. And Kurahashi, Azusa, Yashiro, and Shirai couldn't help but laugh along. On the contrary, Kai looked annoyed and asked what they were laughing at while. Ray started thinking about calling himself the Black King, because until now that title had been too heavy, so he had never seriously considered it. But then he concluded that his brother was right, because after everything he'd said to him, he couldn't keep going like this, without becoming a role model. So he called the Blue King and said he had made his decision. After some time, the day of the event where the elite magicians gather finally arrived, and although this event had been kept secret until last year, this time, it would be held publicly, attracting a lot of attention. And as soon as the contestants began to enter, they received countless rounds of applause from the audience because the elemental kings were appearing along with their apostles, and finally, the Blue King, along with the apostles of Secret Bastion, the ones who resolved the recent dungeon incident, made the atmosphere reach its peak. Additionally, there was one person who particularly attracted a lot of attention. More than anyone among these outstanding magicians, it was the promising magician who had just been chosen as the new king, Kurosaki Ray, the Black King. As soon as he approached his brother, he told him not to be tense and to keep his head held high. Once finished, he emphasized that even a carriage driver needs a uniform. Besides, he thought his brother looked even better than last year. Ray told Kai to stop teasing him, because he still wasn't used to this. Kai replied that he didn't care, because as a king, his brother shouldn't show a pathetic appearance in front of the crowd, while the main character said he understood and would try. At this moment, some girls in the audience started screaming Sheena's name and asking her to look at them, and as expected, the person who received the most applause was Sheena Mio, the Red Queen. Someone in the audience looked around and asked their friend if the Red Queen had a lot of female fans, and the other replied that her fan ratio seemed to be 1 male to 9 females. The introductions continued as they announced that even though there were no E-rank magicians last year, the Apostles of Dawn still took second place. Then the attention shifted to Karimya Kusei, the Yellow King, who kept a calm gaze directed toward the throne, radiating the aura of an absolute champion while leading the apostles of moonlight to victory. Some audience members were amazed when they saw the Yellow King for the first time, as they had heard he was the mentor of the Blue King and the Red Queen. As soon as the three kings approached each other, Sheena greeted her teacher and asserted that she would surpass him. He sighed and said she was as aggressive as always, but emphasized that it wasn't they who were fighting, so it seemed she still didn't understand anything. He said this while turning his back, meanwhile affirming that he understood her very well, so the result this year wouldn't change either. As he left, the Red Queen angrily called the Yellow King a useless old man, while the Blue King asked her to calm down. Sheena said that Izuki was acting like this had nothing to do with him, when in reality it had everything to do with him. Then she emphasized that as the veteran disciple of that old man. She won't lose to the Blue King because her team won't hold back, Izuki said with a smile, asserting that they wouldn't lose either, and if she kept falling behind, their teacher would be disappointed. Meanwhile, the MC observed the Yellow King, thinking that he must be the one who mentored Izuki simply because just looking at him, one could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. Right at that moment, Oikawa appeared behind the Yellow King, but remained silent. A few minutes later, it was announced that the opening ceremony was about to begin. Hinata announced that the Red Queen would say a few words first. Sheena stated that before explaining the rules, she had an important announcement to make. As everyone knew, many dangerous high-difficulty dungeons had appeared recently, requiring powerful individuals to conquer them. She then emphasized that the tournament winner would receive a special reward, the exclusive right to conquer the next dungeon. She clarified that the losers would only be considered reserves, but if they won, they would lead the army. And if you fail, you'll be humiliated. Having said that, she became excited and declared that this tournament was essentially where mages staked their pride. The audience erupted as soon as the Red Queen finished speaking. Ray started to get worried because if they lost, it would be the end for them. Sheena held a piece of paper calling it proof of their pride, as it was the letter authorizing the conquest of the first dungeon. The moment they opened the box, that letter would belong to them, but to do that, they needed to possess something, and so she explained that the main prize today would be the lockbreaker. The Red Queen, along with the other primary colored kings, began to channel their power, and she said that the space which would become the main stage today would be created by them. A series of magic circles from the kings moved toward an island. Soon the forest began to stir, the river's current shook, and even the rocky fields were no longer still. Then a massive tower rose up, and a key appeared at the top of the tower. Those witnessing this sight began to wonder if everyone was actually being serious. Ray was incredibly impressed to realize that the primary colored kings were expending a massive amount of power to create such a vast and complex space, and he wondered if this was the ability one possessed when mastering red, blue, and yellow mana. Sheena pointed to the map and said the key was at the top of the tower displayed, and whichever team brought the key back first would be the winner. After that, she explained that each faction would choose 8 participants who would form pairs to compete, a total of 24 people, and the starting points would be randomly distributed around the perimeter of the space. Also, once the game began, each team was free to move toward the tower. She further emphasized that forming alliances was allowed, but fighting and betrayal were completely not prohibited. Finally, she said that those were all the rules, and she was looking forward to seeing how they would all perform. A few minutes later, before the game started, Hinata announced that the winner of last year's tournament had to return the trophy. She then called for Hiragishion from the Moonlight Apostles and asked him to step up to return the trophy. Kai became annoyed when seeing the person who had defeated Oikawa and remarked that his expression was truly hateful. Jay was extremely surprised to hear this, and immediately asked if Hiragishion had really defeated Oikawa. Kai explained that Oikawa used to belong to the Moonlight Apostles, but was expelled after losing the match for the ace position against Hiragishion. The protagonist was shocked to hear this, and thought that even in his previous life he had never heard of such a thing. As soon as Hinata approached Hiragishion, he snatched the microphone from her and asked everyone not to misunderstand, asserting that the trophy only belonged to the strongest. Therefore, he emphasized that the trophy was essentially his, and placing it there was only temporary. Then he declared that as soon as he took back the trophy, he would take the Yellow King title as well. Kai and Kurahashi were enraged upon hearing that and shouted, asking what nonsense Hiragishion was spouting. Jay was very surprised and wondered what kind of person Hiragishion really was. Meanwhile, Oikawa couldn't believe what his former rival had just declared. However, the Yellow King himself remained silent, not saying a word. Afterward, Hinata drew everyone's attention and announced that the opening ceremony had ended, and there were 5 minutes left until the mage tournament began. She also asked which team would win the prize that staked the pride of the mages. Just then, the protagonist called out to Oikawa and said that if it was difficult to talk about, he didn't have to answer, but he had heard that Oikawa was once a member of the Moonlight Apostles. Oikawa took a deep breath and said he never intended to hide it, and that it was true. Then he explained that he had lost to Shion and was expelled, and the Blue King had reached out to help him. Jay said he understood and thought that in his previous life there was no Yellow King named Hiragishion, and the person who became the next Yellow King at that time was Oikawa, but he figured that if Shion won, and his declaration was true, then perhaps Oikawa wouldn't become the Yellow King as a result of this tournament. Furthermore, he also knew about the incident involving his brother, and if the future had been changed, there would certainly be many more unpredictable events, so he needed to avoid causing major changes to the future right then. Hinata declared the tournament officially started, and Sheena unleashed her power into the air, creating an explosion to mark the signal for the beginning. The protagonist's team, Shion's group, and this group of twins all dashed off at maximum speed. Hinata remarked that the race had finally begun and all the contestants had started at the same time. However, she explained that before watching the contestants, they would review the rules once again, in which, in this race, every team and member is racing to reach the tower at the center of the map, and even though the winner is decided by those who bring the key back from the top, she is still very eager to see which team will come out on top. Meanwhile, Kurahashi angrily asks why they paired him with Kai, and Kai replies that he's the one who should be asking that. He then asks if Kurahashi has even recovered from his injury yet. The redhead is not pleased and asks if Kai is blind. Since he's in prime condition, unlike someone who just escaped from the hospital, Hinata remarks that the pair from the Holy Staff Apostles are Kurahashi and Kai have been causing trouble from the start, and the tension between them is off the charts. Back at the tournament, the redhead keeps shouting that Kai should be grateful he's helping him so he doesn't have to go alone. Kai tells him to shut up and stop getting in his way. Just then, 2 people step out and block their path. Hinata watches the scene and notes that those who just appeared are members of the Moonlit Apostles, and it looks like they intend to eliminate Kurahashi and Kai from the game, so the 2 stop and say it seems the victors from previous years have finally shown themselves. One of the 2 doesn't want to waste any time and immediately activates their ability. A massive explosion occurs, but Kai and Kurahashi manage to leap into the air to avoid being caught in it. The Red Queen laughs, saying that having a fight right from the start is always exciting. She then emphasizes that the members of the Moonlit Apostles are all Grade A experts or higher, and they could have just kept moving forward and ignored the Holy Staff Apostles. Having said that, she slams her hands on the table, climbs up onto it, and shouts loudly that doing that would be too boring, because a normal race is dull and schemes or calculations aren't her style. If you're a man, you should face things head on. This forces Hinata to ask Sheena to get off the table and calm down. Kurahashi remarks that fighting or interfering with other teams is allowed because the paths converge at the tower, so it's not always possible to avoid a skirmish, but the 2 in front of them clearly wanted a fight from the beginning. Kai asks if they intend to knock them out to eliminate them from the race, or not. Because if they do, that's overconfidence, especially since they haven't checked their compatibility against an unknown enemy. Right at that moment, a member of the Moonlit Apostles says it would be better if Kai and his teammates surrendered peacefully. Then he asks if the one wearing black is Kurosaki. Rei says no, then states that a mage's power isn't decided by the number of colors they can manipulate. And if someone doesn't even understand the basics, then they are basically useless, while also sarcastically asking if Kai previously was just a colorless, useless person who still called himself a king. Kai and Kurahashi stay silent without saying a word. So one of the Moonlit Apostles gets ready to unleash an attack aimed at Kai, while his teammate rushes straight toward Kurahashi. At that exact moment, Kai loses his cool, yells at them to shut their mouths and counterattacks. The redhead is no slouch either, landing a series of punches on the guy rushing at him. After taking down the members of the Moonlit Apostles to the ground, Kurahashi approaches one of them, and with a twisted look on his face warns him never to dare mock the protagonist ever again. Kai does the same, making it clear that if they do it again, he won't go easy on them. Meanwhile, Hinata seems quite impressed to see Kurahashi and Kai defeat a pair from the Moonlit Apostles, and Sheena laughs, remarking that those 2 are very interesting. Right then, Azuma is cheering for the Holy Staff Apostles. since he doesn't have a partner because he was left alone. Kuze says to the Blue King that it's true Kai and Kurahashi possess incredible abilities. Sheena snaps her fingers, creating 2 orbs of energy, and says she will give them 1 point each, causing Hinata to ask what she's doing. Sheena replies that she's awarding MVP points and asks if Hinata doesn't think that would be more fun. She then laughs and emphasizes that it's all just to satisfy her own personal amusement, while the protagonist and Oikawa are sprinting across the tournament map. The blonde guy jumps in surprise when he hears someone calling his name. Both stop immediately when they see the ground in front of them collapse. Oikawa says he just saved the protagonist. Ray asks if he's okay and if there's anything involving Cheyenne that's bothering him. The blonde guy replies that there is, but it's mainly related to the Gold King, which makes the protagonist ask him to clarify, but Oikawa says it's better to skip it, because it's just a personal matter. Then as he looks up, the blonde guy sees something rushing toward him. He panics immediately when he sees a barrage of massive rocks flying in their direction. The blonde guy quickly activates his ability to create a shield to block them, but another attack comes flying in, and as it targets him directly, he realizes the first attack was just a decoy. However, Ray draws his sword and completely shatters the incoming attack. The protagonist then asks if Oikawa is okay, and he replies that he is fine. At the same time, he expresses his thanks for the help. Right then, the twins appear laughing and saying they didn't expect the Holy Staff Apostles members to be able to block their attack. One of the two remarks that if they were taken down too easily, Shion would surely be disappointed. Ray asks if children are even allowed to enter the tournament. Oikawa says unfortunately yes, and he didn't expect to run into these two so soon. Then Ray asks if he knows them. Oikawa replies that they aren't acquaintances. He then explains that the 2 kids in front of them are the Hideka brothers. Both are child prodigies and the youngest ones to ever receive a mage license. Furthermore, the association made an exception for them because of their overwhelming power when fighting together, and if the 2 brothers use their combined Kyodu power, they reach grade S mage level. Ray can't believe it and yells asking if the 2 kids in front of them can really reach grade S. Oikawa explains that in a tag team combat race like this, they could become the most dangerous enemies. Hinata remarks that a dramatic battle is about to unfold as the subordinates of the Red Queen, the Dawn Apostles, the Hidaka brothers, are attacking the Holy Staff Apostles. Sheena says this will be an incredibly exciting match, and cheers for Sora and Riku to show everyone their true power. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks to himself that these are the twin brothers who became the youngest S-rank mages, and he has heard of them before. Looking back, they rarely appeared in public, so he doesn't know their abilities well. But if these two stand together, it is truly a nearly hopeless battle. Even so, he thinks that at least having Oikawa who knows how to use shield abilities by his side is an advantage, and they just need to reinforce their defense while looking for a chance to counterattack. Oikawa believes they need to reach the tower quickly to secure victory, but he didn't expect to meet such tough opponents right from the start. Afterward, he thinks of the Golden King, closes his eyes, and tells himself that he absolutely will not lose in this tournament. This mage feels he must lead the protagonist since he is the more experienced one. He looks at Oikawa and realizes he is being more proactive than usual, as he is typically quite reserved. Just then, the Hidaka brothers announce that they will attack one of the two with a powerful ability. Oikawa guesses it is earth-based magic, assuming they are trying to limit their vision. But he believes that with such a thick layer of dust, they themselves won't be able to see anything either. However, the other brother activates his ice powers and remarks that the Holy Staff Apostle member is reacting quite slowly. Both the protagonist and Oikawa are instantly bound tightly by ice. Then Sora tells Oikawa that if he is frozen, he won't be able to use his shield ability, and the ice squeezes them even tighter. Riku shouts for his younger brother to freeze them completely. Jay grabs his sword, and while channeling fire into it, he says he won't let that happen. Saying this, he shatters the ice and frees them both. Sora can't believe they actually escaped. Riku tells him to try again and signals his brother to fall back. Then he turns and declares that they will not retreat easily. Hinata remarks that the battle is becoming dramatic right from the start of the race because neither team wants to give up. Oikawa starts to worry, thinking the brothers are attacking and retreating because if they drag the time out, the other teams will reach the tower first. Then he calls the protagonist and says he has a follow-up plan. He emphasizes that they are indeed twins, who coordinate very well, but their magic colors are different. Riku is red-aligned while Sora is blue-aligned. Those who use red magic usually have high attack power but poor control. The blue alignment is easier to use, but the firepower isn't as strong. Jay remembers that if he recalls correctly, Sora uses ice magic with an extremely wide range but low destructive power. Thinking of that, he relates it to Kai's demonic spear, which combines the strengths of both colors and compensates for their weaknesses. Oikawa tells the protagonist to focus on dodging when red-aligned attacks are launched, because they will synchronize their counterattack when the blue alignment appears. This leads Sheena to remark that it seems the Holy Staff Apostles are planning to sync with the rhythm of the twins' attacks. She thinks it's a good decision because even though they are at a disadvantage, they remain calm. However, she also emphasizes that the twins are not that simple. Sora tells his brother that their opponents are calculating something, then asks if he wants to use that move. Riku agrees, and immediately after they both bring their fists toward each other. Oikawa is surprised, not understanding what is happening, while Jay realizes that their magic power seems to be merging. Just then, the Hidaka brothers activate their magic linking ability. Riku says that both of them can now share magic power with each other, and Sora asks if the opponents can still predict their attacks based on color. After saying that, they both rush forward simultaneously. Sora prepares to attack Oikawa, while Oikawa gets ready to defend, thinking Sora will use a red-aligned ability, so he puts up a shield to block the attack. Then he realizes the next move will be blue-aligned. However, Riku prepares a red-aligned move and hits Oikawa directly, making him realize the next move was still red, and not blue as predicted. The Golden King remarks that because they tried to predict the attacks based on color, their reactions were slowed, and as a result, they lost their chance to win. At the same time, he confirms that the Hidaka brothers are indeed formidable. Jay quickly runs over to Oikawa and asks if he is okay. The blonde guy replies that he is fine, and that from now on, he will lead the battle, but then he hesitates, wondering what to do next, whether he should keep his distance or not. Then he thinks it is better to avoid this fight, and heads straight for the tower. Just then, the protagonist shouts for Oikawa to stop. Oikawa is startled by that shout, and the twins seem confused by this sudden action. Jay asks Oikawa if he wants to win the mage tournament, and although confused, he still answers yes. The protagonist says that if so, he also needs to trust him, and that while it is true that he has helped him a lot and he finds him very reliable, he shouldn't shoulder everything alone because he wants them to fight together. The blonde guy is surprised by those words, and realizes that he is right, because for so long he has been carrying everything on his own. Then he slaps his own face and realizes that because he was too focused on leading, he didn't pay attention to Jay, and that was his arrogance, because he understands that Jay no longer needs to be protected but is already a combat mage on par with him. Therefore, Oikawa apologizes to the protagonist and suggests they both work together. Having said that, he smiles and affirms that he will count on him. Jay is slightly confused by the blonde guy's sudden change, but then he just burst out laughing, saying he'd give it his all. Oikawa gathered his energy and declared that it was time for a counterattack, all while a drone buzzed above the battlefield. Hinata remarked that the Hidaka brothers' attacks were completely overwhelming, and it looked like the Holy Staff Apostle team was plotting something. Izuki thought that even though Oikawa seemed anxious earlier, he's stabilized now, and clearly pairing him up with Rai was the right call. Sheena emphasized that defeating a team, when you can't even focus on your own goal, is just plain boring, and she's sure that Sora and Riku feel the same way. Oikawa told the Hidaka brothers that it was their turn to counterattack. The blonde-haired guy thought to himself that he'd regained his composure thanks to the protagonist, and he was certain that, if they fought together, they could win this. So he tells Ray to stick to the plan. The protagonist prepares his green element ability and activates the ice gold skill, causing one of the brothers to ask, "Are you seriously planning to use a low-level green ability?" As they both dodge easily, Sora scoffs that even if the protagonist switches to long-range attacks, it's totally useless. Ray starts getting anxious, thinking that he alone won't be enough to make a difference. Just then, the brothers close in, taunting that things are about to get interesting. Ray braces himself and shouts that he's counting on him. Oikawa charges straight at the twins. While protected by Oikawa's shield, Hinata frantically shouts, asking what the protagonist is doing. Sora remarks that it's a suicidal one-man attack. Sheena, watching from behind the shield, thinks Oikawa's barrier is purely defensive, and if their attack is as simple as what she's seeing, the twins can easily handle it. Sora and Riku start gathering red mana, declaring that if the protagonist dares to get close, they'll meet him head-on. They ready their Comet Blast skill and fire 2 devastating shots right at the protagonist while he keeps rushing forward without hesitation. Azuma, cheering from the stands, yells that it's a high firepower red element skill and the twins are planning to shatter the shield with a massive strike. Sora laughs, asking what his opponent is thinking, insisting that a shield like that can't possibly hold. Oikawa just chuckles, saying, "You never know, it all depends on the shield's structure." With that, he activates a 5-layered shield, reinforcing the protection for the protagonist. Ray realizes that red element attacks are usually pretty straightforward when fired head-on. So in this case, just focusing the defense in the right direction is enough. Oikawa's 5-layered shield completely neutralizes the twins' attack, leaving them in total disbelief that, their move was blocked so easily. But as they look behind them, they realize they've been cornered, and they finally understand that was the protagonist's plan all along. Oikawa tells Ray to give it everything. With a burst of speed, they rush the twins and knock them both out instantly. The protagonist looks at them and lets out a sigh of relief. Outside, the crowd goes wild, and Hinata declares that the Holy Staff Apostles have won the match. China activates her ability, saying she'll award them each 2 points. She also admits that the duo performed beyond expectations. Oikawa reflects that keeping things simple was the key since he had been too focused on dealing with the twins' coordination earlier. He thinks he's truly grateful to the protagonist for opening his eyes. Izuki remarks that they really turned the tables, a very impressive performance. Kusai agrees, saying that's true. But regardless what they've done, still isn't enough to face Shion. However, looking at Oikawa, he concludes that at least the kid has grown up a bit. Ray tells the blonde guy to keep moving, but he asks the protagonist to wait a second. He apologizes for ignoring him earlier because he was so anxious, then glances at a drone nearby, and thinks that at this distance, and nobody can hear them. He says this is personal, something he never thought he'd tell his friends, but thanks to the protagonist, he sees things much more clearly now. He decides to be serious, and reveals that Kiramaya Chaos, the Gold King, is actually his own father. The protagonist is absolutely stunned. He asks if that's actually true. Oikawa stresses that Ray must know about him being exiled from the Moon Apostles, but in reality, he was abandoned by his own father. Through this mage tournament, he wants to prove he's a different person from his past. Ray thinks that must be what's been weighing on Oikawa since in his previous life, Oikawa inherited the Gold King's position thanks to his father. Ray then asks Oikawa one thing. What is his relationship with Shion? Oikawa puts it simply, it's like a rivalry, because he's never managed to beat him, not even once. Right then, Shion appears with his teammates in front of Aya and Yuri. Aya thinks to herself that she's facing the champion from last year. She recalls asking Yuri earlier if she fought Shion last year. Yuri confirmed it, saying that Aya could probably imagine the result. Aya wants to know if even Yuri couldn't defeat him. Yuri explains briefly that Kurahashi lost his cool and charged in without warning, only to be taken down in an instant. She says that idiot was finished off way too fast, leaving her all alone. But she emphasizes that Shion is definitely a high-level mage, and having fought him last year, she knows exactly what he's like. So she's going to tell Aya everything. Aya realizes that Shion is no pushover. She tells Watanabe to stay out of it because she'll handle both of them herself. Watanabe thinks Shion is unbelievable, especially after the scene he caused at the opening ceremony, and now he's at it again. He figures the guy is just getting more and more aggressive, but even so, he knows there's no way he'd lose to those two. He laughs and says he'll take orders from him, deciding to save his energy and letting Shion handle them while he sits back and enjoys a drink. Aya thinks to herself that Shion is going to fight alone while his teammate relaxes. Izuki asks if that's even allowed, and Yuri replies that as long as there are results, it doesn't matter, adding that Shion doesn't need any half-hearted support. Watanabe understands that better than anyone. Yuri braces herself and reminds Aya to stay focused on the fight. Shion gathers his power and activates his malicious mind ability, yellow energy, starts appearing all over the battlefield. Aya realizes that Shion is going to make the first move. Yuri shouts for Aya to focus while Shion doesn't look the least bit interested in the fight. And as he triggered the explosive phase of his ability, a massive blast erupted, and he calmly waited for the dust to settle. Then Aya and Yuri appeared unscathed, saying they barely made it in time. Hinata grew excited and shouted that even though the explosion was huge, the Holy Staff Apostles still managed to see it. Aya thought that if Yuri hadn't warned her, she would have been finished, but luckily they managed to dodge. Yuri deduced that his malicious mind magic turns Shion's own magical power into bombs, and if he detonated them at close range, it would be game over. However, luckily, she had seen this type of magic before. When facing him last year, Watanabe thought so too, that the blue-haired girl had witnessed Shion's magic before, and it seemed they had prepared a counter-strategy, but she knew that alone. would not be enough to defeat Xion, who at that moment continued to unleash overwhelming power, causing energy to rapidly spread across the battlefield once again. A series of explosions followed one after another. Aya and Yuri were thrown back, and Yuri realized that Xion was increasing the number of mines, wondering if he had been holding back his strength last year. Xion asked Yuri if she intended to counterattack, but he dismissed it, saying it didn't matter because she still hadn't reached his level. Yuri called out to Aya, saying the situation was worse than she thought because this was a dangerous gamble and they needed to retreat. Aya struggled to stand up and said it wasn't time yet. She said that if they gave up, nothing would change, and she hadn't even shown the results of her training yet. She remembered when Yuri asked her if she wanted to become stronger. And Aya had answered yes, because the battle on the island had made her realize something. Because in the end, she had always relied on the protagonist, so she wanted to be stronger and needed Yuri's help. Yuri was surprised by that request, but she quickly smiled and said she understood, so the two of them trained very hard, and Aya focused on controlling her magical power to improve all her abilities. Yuri told Aya that she was right, because they hadn't even tested it yet, so there was no reason to give up. Aya unleashed her power, and Yuri thought she never imagined. Aya would refuse her suggestion to retreat, and it seemed she had truly changed since the day they met. Sheena laughed and remarked that both girls were very brave. Xion saw Aya's power and said he understood, and admitted her magical energy was impressive, but still told her to listen closely and never think, not even for a second, that she could defeat him. Aya thought to herself that she knew she wasn't usually his match, but even so, she had trained for situations just like this. Watanabe looked to the side and couldn't believe his eyes. Aya was creating a giant fireball that she had never been able to do before. Watanabe wondered if it was high-level magic. But even so, the scale of it was terrifying. Yuri, while watching her friend gather strength, thought that Aya always had a massive amount of magic but never knew how to release it before. Now, with high-level magic, she could pour all her magical energy into it. Aya activated her high-level magic and launched a flaming meteor. Watanabe immediately used magic to create a shield, thinking that even Xion couldn't withstand this blow. But Xion simply reached his hand forward, released his power, and completely erased Aya's attack as if it had never existed. Both Aya and Yuri were stunned. They couldn't believe what just happened. Yuri started to break into a cold sweat, thinking that it was impossible. Then, observing Xion closely, she wondered if he really did that so easily. The people in the stands were also going crazy, wanting to know how Xion did it, to neutralize Aya's ultimate fire magic. Sheena remarked that it wasn't just neutralizing it. More accurately, he had extinguished it. However, she was still puzzled, because she had never heard of such magic, so she wondered what exactly he had just done. Yuri mused that Xion didn't use explosive magic to counter it, and also remembered he didn't use anything like he did during their last fight. Watanabe was also surprised by his teammate, because he had never seen him use this type of magic before. Yuri noticed Watanabe's astonishment and wondered if even he didn't know what had just happened. Aya looked up, thinking that the attack she just used was the strongest she had ever unleashed. Yet Xion still handled it with ease. Responding, he called out to Aya and emphasized that she was the one who forced him to use this type of magic. But there was still a massive gap between them. After saying that while activating his ability, he asserted that no matter how hard she tried to fight, the final outcome would not change. Aya became terrified when she saw Xion's power appear right next to her body. Xion activated his evil heart ability, and a close-range explosion immediately occurred right beside Aya. She felt intense pain spreading throughout her body and realized that her legs were severely injured. Sheena thought that the girl had fought very well against Xion, but wondered if this was the end. For his part, Xion coldly remarked that to him, Aya was no different from pebbles on the side of the road, and that hierarchy would never change. Yuri ran to her teammate and said that Aya wouldn't be able to continue fighting, but then was extremely surprised by what she was witnessing. Aya struggled to stand up and declared that she would not give up here, because if she did, she would never become stronger. After saying that, she unleashed her power and asserted that she could still keep fighting. Sheena was surprised by Aya's willpower and wondered if she was truly planning to keep on fighting. But just then, he showed excitement, admitting that he admired that spirit. Xion prepared to launch his attack, making it clear he had warned Aya already. However, at that exact moment, someone else launched an attack that struck the rocks near the two girls, blowing them away. Watanabe apologized to Xion for interfering, but stressed that he was taking far too long to deal with this situation. Aya fell into a stream and surfaced coughing, while Yuri used magical energy conversion to cling to a rock, noting that Aya was no longer in any condition to keep fighting. And just as she climbed out of the water, she said that Aya had pushed herself too hard. But she also affirmed that she had fought very well, and seeing Aya's smile, Yuri felt certain that she would definitely grow much stronger. Sina gave Aya an MVP point, saying she would give one to Shion too, but remarked that the Blue King seemed to possess some very interesting students. Shion called for Watanabe, but he turned away, saying that was enough, because they needed to move, otherwise the other pairs would pull ahead. Shion took a deep breath and agreed with Watanabe while still insisting that he would be the one to win the grand festival. That had not changed at all. Watanabe kept silent, simply observing his teammates' actions. Shion added that it didn't matter who the opponent was. Just then, Hinata announced that the grand festival was finally entering its intermediate stage, and the remaining contestants would enter a completely new area, where with the goal in sight. The battles were expected to be even more intense. Sina remarked that fighting was fun, but if that were all, people would get bored quickly, so she had prepared a little surprise for the next area, and after saying that, she made a bizarre expression and asked Hinata if the contestants could even make it through. Meanwhile, inside the map, Kai and Kurahashi were astonished, wanting to know what on earth was going on, because the path they had to take was completely an anomalous zone where a series of explosions kept occurring, making Kurahashi wonder if they really had to pass through there. Kai told the red-haired boy that complaining wouldn't change anything because they still had to move forward, and as soon as they tried to advance, they were immediately greeted by an explosion. The red-haired boy backed off and shouted that the kings of the primary colors were truly insane to build something like this. Kai told the red-haired boy that he would take on the role of bait while he used that distraction to get closer. However, Kurahashi got angry and shouted, asking who Kai thought he was. To dare call him bait and treat him like a shield, which made Kai lose his cool and yell at him to shut up. Just then, another pair of members from the Holy Staff Apostles passed by and saw Kai and Kurahashi acting like idiots. Yashiro remarked that it would be better if they focused on themselves, since they were struggling as well. Hinata observed the situation in the arena and noticed explosions happening everywhere, so she wondered if a mass elimination was about to take place. Watanabe asked Shion if he could handle this, and Shion replied by asking Watanabe who he thought he was talking to. Then he continuously activated his evil heart ability, and with the explosions from that power, he neutralized the other explosions occurring throughout the area. Hinata noted that the pair of Shion and Watanabe were unaffected by the falling magma bombs, so she wondered if they would be the first to head straight for the tower. However, Shion appeared surprised, because the pair of Oikawa and Rei were also advancing with almost no obstacles in the magma bomb zone. Oikawa laughed and said that if they kept going like this, they would make it through soon, while Rei remarked that it was fortunate he was with him. Izuki noted that if both of them kept up that pace, they would break out soon. The Golden King agreed and emphasized that things were about to get very interesting. Then Oikawa was startled because right before his eyes was the tower at the end of the tournament. But he and the protagonist felt a terrifying pressure as Shion was using his evil heart ability to try to stop them. Shion noted that Oikawa had blocked the explosions with a barrier, but made it clear that that was all he could do. The blonde man said he had been waiting for the chance to fight him once more, and as he saw Shion preparing an attack, he asserted that this time he would definitely reach him, because he knew they would meet again sooner or later. He just didn't expect it to be in a place like this. After saying that, he emphasized that the promise they had made a year ago when he lost in their duel was the reason for deciding the winner this time. Shion looked momentarily surprised, then smiled until he began to laugh uncontrollably. Oikawa became confused by his attitude. Shion said he had told him to try and prove him wrong, and that he couldn't believe he was still clinging to that meaningless promise. Oikawa couldn't believe that Shion considered it meaningless. Shion made it clear that he had no interest in the promise at all, and it was unfortunate for Oikawa that he was no longer worthy of his time anymore, because he wasn't even on his radar, and he would prove his power at the festival to succeed the Golden King. Oikawa said that everything else was just trivial distraction. So he figured Shion wasn't wrong, but then recalled that they had once sworn to become stronger together. They had encouraged each other and competed every step of the way. However, at some point, Shion started to drift away, and the gap between them only grew larger while Shion moved forward at such a fast pace that he began to think he had simply lost his nerve. And even their joint training sessions gradually became meaningless. When he slammed his hand down and realized he had stopped progressing, he had let Shion climb that mountain alone. because he thought he couldn't bear to watch him slowly rot away. And it was precisely for that reason that Shion had challenged the Golden King and eventually crushed him, then was forced to leave the Moon Apostles. Shion says that is indeed the case. And Oikawa can't even touch his shadow, yet he wants to know why he showed up now, and what he wants since that business ended long ago and he has no more patience to get entangled with him. Oikawa says Shion must be joking, and he thinks it's a good thing that he's confident. He also asserts that he will be the tournament winner and the main character, then adds that if Shion is truly disappointed in him, then this time, he will force him to witness it all over again. Shion says Oikawa doesn't have what it takes to do that. Ray listens to the conversation between the two and thinks that just as he heard on the way there, Oikawa and Shion are truly bitter rivals, right at that moment. Watanabe laughs and says it looks like Oikawa has finally moved past his issues. Then he calls to the main character and asks if he can let him handle it first. This catches Ray off guard with the sudden request, but he agrees. Oikawa emphasizes that this time he isn't being reckless like before, because he has fought Shion countless times. So he knows every one of his movements, and because of that he thinks he should take the initiative to attack. Finishing that, he explains that the key to victory will be the main character's skill-stealing ability. Ray shouts that using skill-stealing on a human is very dangerous. Oikawa replies that he knows he's hesitating because of what happened to Kai, but he emphasizes that Shion isn't someone who can be defeated if they hold anything back. He then says he knows the main character can return the powers he took. So he asks him not to see it as stealing, but just as a temporary seal, saying that he smiles and affirms that everything will be fine because he trusts the other guy will use this power for the right purpose. Ray looks surprised, but tries to calm down and says he understands. Meanwhile, Sheena is excited and wants to see how the battle will unfold, because she remembers that these two guys used to be in the same group, so they surely understand each other's moves well. However, she thinks the real problem is the destructive magic that Shion used previously, so she wants to see if this match will reveal its true nature or not. The bastard Shion stares at Oikawa but quickly activates his Dark Vein ability and a bombardment begins to spread across the area. Watanabe laughs and thinks that the bastard Shion really doesn't want to waste any time, but Oikawa, standing inside a barrier he created, declares that he won't give up easily, because he has spent every waking second perfecting a skill specifically designed to counter Shion's dark veins, and he says that while shrouded by a massive barrier. Ray is amazed while observing the scale of Oikawa's power and realizes that the series of explosions didn't even leave a single scratch on the barrier. Shion remarks that it seems Oikawa has created pillars with decent durability. While preparing his power, he emphasizes that hiding behind a shield won't help him win. However, he is caught off guard when a stone pillar launches straight at him. Oikawa thinks he has found the perfect opening and the attack will surely hit, but Shion takes a deep breath. He swings his arm toward the incoming pillar and completely makes it vanish, leaving Oikawa unable to believe what he is seeing. Shion says he warned him, and with a more serious expression he emphasizes that Oikawa will never be able to touch him but right at that moment. The main character appears out of thin air and tells Shion not to be so arrogant, then activates his skill-stealing ability and lunges straight at him. Shion immediately becomes wary of the attack. It's a surprise, but Watanabe also appears and tells the main character not to be too hasty, then launches his own attack. Ray dodges at the very last second and quickly backs away. Watanabe looks surprised and remarks that he didn't expect the main character to be able to dodge from that distance. But he also thinks it's worthy of the title of a king. However, he wants to see what the next move will be because he would be very disappointed if his opponent had already played all his cards. Oikawa starts to worry and thinks that with his consistently calm demeanor and skilled techniques, Watanabe is truly a formidable close-quarters expert, and while observing the two working together, he realizes Shion's new magic is something beyond his predictions, and Watanabe's magic is much sharper than what he remembers, not to mention the coordination between direct attacks and strikes from behind, making the situation extremely difficult. They could even launch a surprise counterattack by using his own new technique as bait. So he wants to avoid a direct confrontation and find a way to regroup, but he knows they won't let him retreat so easily. The Golden King, witnessing the climax of the battle, remarks that it is finally time. Right then, Shion unleashes his overwhelming power, making the main character panic as he feels the entire ground shake violently. Then the ground begins to collapse. Oikawa shouts for Ray to prepare for the fall, but in his head, he thinks that if the battle is forced to reset, perhaps they still have a chance. Shion asserts that even if they fight again, The result will be the same because Oikawa will never reach his level even in 1,000,000 years, and no matter how much he struggles. Everything will eventually be in vain. Finishing that, he emphasizes that they are simply on two completely different levels. Right at that moment, both the main character and Oikawa fall through a hole that just opened in the ground. Izuki asks if this trap was created by the Golden King, and he confirms it is true, explaining that, like Sheena, he had taken the liberty of arranging some obstacles, because one of the goals of the tournament is to develop mages, so he adjusted it to increase the difficulty of the test. However, he thinks it seems the outcome of the match has been temporarily postponed. Hinata observes as both pairs fall, and wonders if that was a collapse trap, especially when the two pairs fell into separate holes, and it seems they won't be able to return to their original positions. Meanwhile, both teams seem to have decided to continue. Moving through the tunnels on the side, Sheena shows dissatisfaction and complains that it's unfortunate they won't be able to watch anything through the screen, all because of that old man and his unnecessary traps. Watanabe tells Shion that what just happened was a real shame, because he believes that if they had continued, they would have won. Shion calls out to Watanabe and says he surely mentioned in the previous match that he doesn't need his interference. He then emphasizes that if that happens again, he won't hold back even if it's his own teammate. Watanabe warns Shion to watch his tone, saying that even an old man like him has feelings, and besides, Shion wasn't like this before. After saying that, he emphasizes that Shion has completely cast him aside, despite them always being together. And now Shion is using a type of magic he's never seen before, and lately, he looks like a completely different person. Shion thinks that's ridiculous, and claims he's always been himself. Watanabe sighs and wonders if this is what they call the rebellious phase. Meanwhile, in the tunnel, the protagonist says he hopes there's a path leading back to the surface. Oikawa remains silent, but in his head he thinks, it's not that he underestimated Shion's group. On the contrary, he had accounted for their growth and formulated a strategy believing they could win. Yet the gap between him and Shion only seems to be widening. He becomes restless, calls the protagonist over, and says he has something to discuss. Then he suggests, why don't we just drop out of the tournament right here? The protagonist is caught completely off guard by this sudden question. Oikawa argues that there's no need to rush. They just need to avoid dangerous battles and prioritize their objective. If they sense enemies, they should immediately detour before being spotted. So he wants the protagonist to reconsider, noting that the victory condition for the tournament is to obtain the prize, not to win every single fight. He points out that the tournament's original purpose was meant to be a friendly exhibition, so there's no need to risk injury by trying to confront other mages. Oikawa continues, saying that if they get hurt in a sparring match and can't perform when it truly matters, that's putting the cart before the horse. And since they are both mages, their real enemies aren't people but the dungeons. Jay takes a deep breath and asks why Oikawa is lying to him like that. Oikawa looks momentarily flustered while the protagonist apologizes for the question. He says he isn't even sure why he asked it himself. He just hopes he's overthinking things. However, he wants to know if Oikawa is truly trying, and if deep down he is actually thinking about giving up. Oikawa replies that isn't the case, and that he wasn't lying, just offering a logical proposal for the benefit of them both. Jay asks why he looks so pained, then suddenly realizes something. Observing the blonde-haired man, he thinks that his attitude just now bothered him because it was too familiar, because he looks exactly like his former self. Oikawa laughs and says it's true that nothing can be hidden from the protagonist. He admits that what he said before was just a facade. The truth is he just doesn't want to fight anymore, because the strategies he spent a whole year preparing are useless, and Shion has become far stronger than imagined. If anything has changed, it's just that the distance between them has grown ever wider. His father didn't stop him because he probably knew this would happen. He emphasizes that he will never be able to reach Shion, and challenging someone when you know for sure you'll lose is just a foolish act. He is then surprised to hear the protagonist say, that's another lie, because he knows that deep down Oikawa has never accepted defeat. And that's exactly why he doesn't want to fight, because if he fights, he'll be forced to face the consequences. He also knows that what Oikawa fears isn't the opponent's strength, or the pain of battle, but the fear that losing will reveal that all his efforts were meaningless. Thus he believes what Oikawa fears most is everything he has done until now being denied. The blonde-haired man tenses up and yells, asking what the protagonist could possibly understand. How can someone who uses 3 elements with true power and and reached the position of king in the blink of an eye, understand the feeling of being rejected by one's own talent. He is then shocked to hear the protagonist say that he understands. And once again he asserts that he understands it very well. But he believes that the Oikawa standing before him right now is his former self, and he's convinced that just like himself before the regression, he is being crushed by reality. And that's why he understands, but back then, he couldn't hear the words he needed to hear. So he tells Oikawa that his current self is not his limit. While Oikawa is still stunned, he continues saying there is absolutely nothing to fear because his efforts will never be in vain. Oikawa asks how Jay can be so sure when there is still a possibility that they will lose. The protagonist replies that he isn't denying that, but he emphasizes that things like that cannot be measured by logic alone. After saying this, he points out that they could fight and fail. They might even have to suffer more than they are now, but they aren't the type of people who can easily give up just because of that. The blonde man remarks that the protagonist speaks as if he knows him very well. Jay laughs and replies that he doesn't know anything at all. It's just his own selfish hope. Because of that, he believes Oikawa can truly win. Oikawa is surprised by those words. Then he smiles and says it seems he's finally been persuaded. Jay tells him not to worry, saying if they lose, they'll lose together. Oikawa says no matter what, he can't give up, but thanks the protagonist for truly putting his mind at ease. After saying that they both start running, and Oikawa emphasizes that if they lose, they'll just have to accept it. Then, after running through the tunnel for a while, they meet up with Yuri and Aya. As soon as they hear the story, Aya says she can't believe it, and Jay warns that Shion and the others may have already headed for the tower, so they need to hurry. Yuri uses magic transmutation and says that if that's the case, they should leave it to her, because she was going to use the hammer she created to launch the two of them straight up. But right as they stepped up, Aya told them to wait a second. She said she had realized something about Shion's magic that left both the protagonist and Oikawa curious, and after she explained it, Ray said he understood, and Oikawa agreed. Since it was exactly what he had noticed when fighting Shion, the protagonist thanked Aya for that information and emphasized that it would definitely be useful, causing her to laugh. And she said that helping them was always a good thing. Afterward, everyone got ready and Yuri launched the two of them upward. Then she said that although it was quite frustrating, it seemed they would have to leave everything to those two. As soon as they got to the top, Oikawa told the protagonist that from here on out, he had to give it his all. Then they both started running, and Hinata announced that 2 members of the Holy Staff Apostles had returned to the ground and were heading straight for the tower. Sina laughed and said this was the final stage while also being curious about how everything would turn out, because she hoped there would be a battle to settle the score. Oikawa told the protagonist that the current atmosphere was really intense, and it seemed like no other pair was approaching, saying that he figured most of the others had probably been eliminated in the volcanic area, but Shion and his teammate might have found a way up. Ray asked if the match would end when the key to the tower was taken, because even if the opponents took it first, they would still have a chance to take it back. Oikawa replied that would not work, because Watanabe, who was with Shion, was the fastest member of the Moonlight Apostles. So if they laid a hand on the key, the game would be over. The protagonist remarked that it would be terrible if they got there first, but he still thought that if they had to face Shion again, the information Aya provided would be the key. The blonde boy looked toward the left side of the tower and told the protagonist that they could enter from that direction. As soon as they entered the tower, they were surprised because so many monsters had already been defeated, and they figured the Green King had placed them there to increase the difficulty of the tournament. After that, they heard the sounds of fighting coming from the top of the tower. Oikawa became worried and said that in the end Shion and those others had gotten ahead of them, so both of them immediately accelerated so as not to be left behind. The blonde boy kept thinking that if the opponents got the key first, everything would be finished. But he believed that on the top floor there were surely some very strong monsters, and if Shion and Watanabe were held up there, they would still have a chance to win. Meanwhile, a monster was instantly destroyed by Shion's evil heart ability, and he remarked that it was disappointing how weak the monsters on the upper floors were. Watanabe thought that Shion didn't even let the monsters get close, so he had clearly become much stronger. However, he started to feel suspicious when he sensed something was wrong. An unusual feeling flashed by, and when looking at Shion from behind, he wondered what on earth he was hiding, but he knew that regardless, the tournament was about to end. So he decided to save those questions for later. At that moment, a drone flew close to Shion, and he immediately noticed its presence near the key. Watanabe asked Shion what was wrong because all he needed to do was go forward and take the key. Hinata shouted excitedly that the Moonlight Apostles pair was about to win, while Sheena appeared annoyed because everything was too boring since no battle was happening. But right after that, she realized something was strange. When the broadcast signal seemed to have been interrupted, both the Green King and the Yellow King tried to find out what was happening. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Watanabe asked why Shion had destroyed the camera drone. That was broadcasting right after that. Shion suddenly turned around and attacked Watanabe, leaving him completely surprised by his teammate's action. Next, Watanabe looked at Shion and said that somehow he had known this would happen beforehand. Shion emphasized that having too sharp an intuition was sometimes a problem, because if he wanted to live long, Watanabe should understand that ignorance and boredom were sometimes necessary. However, he figured it was probably too late for Watanabe to learn that now. Just then, Oikawa ran to where the Moonlight Apostles pair was standing and witnessed everything Shion had just done. He immediately screamed, asking what the hell he had just done. Watanabe collapsed to the ground, making Oikawa furious. He shouted once more, demanding that Shion explain what he was doing. Shion said that Oikawa had finally arrived, and that he was tired of having to wait for him and the Black King. The protagonist noticed Shion's strange hand and thought it looked exactly like when Kai went through his monster transformation. Looking around, he saw all the camera drones had apparently been destroyed, meaning this place was no longer being broadcast. Still in shock, Oikawa asked who Shion really was, or exactly what kind of thing he was. He spread his arms and shouted that the game of playing human was over, and he was going to wipe them both out right there. With a grotesque smile, Shion emphasized that he would eliminate all those who used to know him well, along with the Black King, so he could rule as the king of mankind. Oikawa was completely devastated and still insisted on knowing who Shion really was. He clapped his hands and said that, as expected, those closest always realized it the fastest. Then he declared that he was no longer Shion Hiragi. After saying that, he smiled and pointed out that at least his soul was not. It belonged to Shion too. He asked the creature what it meant when it spoke of the creature's soul. It smirked and said it wasn't surprising they were fooled, explaining that this body undoubtedly belonged to Shion Hiragi, and it simply went looking for a high-quality vessel. With a twisted expression, it said it had devoured Shion's soul, and therefore the person named Shion Hiragi no longer existed in this world. Oikawa was stunned to hear that, and with a trembling voice he asked if Shion had really disappeared. Ji wondered if Shion had been possessed by a monster just like his brother. Then he recalled the strange behaviors from before. He assumed it was very likely due to possession. The creature said it possessed all of Shion's memories, but acting was just trivial, and it couldn't help but laugh at Oikawa, talking about the promise between them since the blonde boy didn't know it was impossible to fulfill. After saying that, it burst out laughing and asked if Oikawa felt happy, since he finally got to fight the opponent he was obsessed with, even though all that remained was the empty shell it was occupying. The protagonist looked over and told Oikawa not to act recklessly, but he completely lost control and shouted that he would never forgive the creature for doing this to Shion. The creature took a deep breath and asked if this was what they called power, or the friendship he had heard about, because humans seemed to really love that kind of emotion. But then it became serious, and while unleashing its monstrous power, it asked how long Oikawa's anger would last. The blonde boy started remembering the moments he once had with Shion. When they talked about the true identity of the Golden King, and Shion asked if Kirimiyaku-sei was Oikawa's father, and he answered yes. Later, Oikawa said he wanted to become strong enough to inherit the position of Golden King one day, but he thought his father didn't care about him at all. Shion asked who would even care about that, making Oikawa instantly flustered. Shion told Oikawa to just become strong, because if he was strong enough that no one could ignore him, even his father would be forced to face him. Finishing that, it asked if Oikawa was ready to do it together, or not. Then, with absolute confidence, Shion said they just needed to become strong. But now, looking at his friend's possessed body, Oikawa became sorrowful. He bowed his head, then quickly erupted in rage and declared that no matter what, he would destroy it. The creature possessing Shion's body began to laugh loudly. Then it said that humans really do make strange expressions, and destroying such beings brings extreme joy. Simultaneously, it pulled on its own face and said that when it devoured Shion, he revealed an expression so wonderful it was unforgettable. Oikawa became increasingly furious and barked at the monster to shut up, immediately after he unleashed his power and launched a pillar strike. But the monster easily dodged the entire attack. Oikawa continued to strike, but the monster had already realized it, and as a giant pillar came flying, it said it had warned him beforehand. Then it directly erased the blond man's ability and emphasized that all of this was useless. Oikawa did not accept that, and began thinking of destructive magic. The creature possessing Shion's body said the expelling bite was a skill that could neutralize all supernatural abilities, a power worthy of a king like itself. After saying that, it laughed and added that, in other words, they couldn't even cause a single scratch. Oikawa became increasingly tense. The protagonist realized that, and thought that he had never seen Oikawa show his emotions so clearly before. From that, he understood his mission now was to analyze the battlefield, and he wouldn't let Oikawa fight alone. The monster laughed loudly, releasing its power, and asked if they were starting to remember it, or not. Immediately after that, it activated the evil mind skill, and a series of explosions began to occur throughout the area. Oikawa used a barrier to try to block the explosions around them. This surprised the monster, and it remarked that this human seemed quite tough. However, it laughed and said it would start a durability test while asking Oikawa how long he could hold out. Having said that, it launched countless more evil minds. Oikawa began to worry when he realized he couldn't block them all, while also realizing the monster was overwhelming them with an absurd number of attacks. Therefore, he failed in his defense, and both were blown backward by the destructive force of the evil mine explosions. The monster remarked that the blond man only knew how to defend, and assumed that with this style, he would never avenge his opponent. Oikawa heard this, and felt very uncomfortable, immediately launching another pillar strike. The monster took a deep breath and said the blond man clearly hadn't learned a thing, because such a predictable attack would never work. But the protagonist realized that wasn't the case, so he shouted while running, telling Oikawa not to stop using his skills. At that exact moment, Ray leaped into the air while preparing his ability, then activated the abyssal flame. The monster thought this was a foolish move because the Dark King was attacking from above where he couldn't move, saying that it prepared the evil mind skill, and asserted that the protagonist was just an easy target. But Ray laughed and asked the monster if it was sure about that. Right at that moment, a series of Oikawa's pillars appeared, and the protagonist took advantage of this opportunity to step onto one of them. As the pillars hurtled toward the monster possessing Shion's body, Ray maneuvered freely through the air at high speed. The monster grew confused, wondering if the Black King was actually using the falling pillars as footholds. While moving, Ray recalled Aya's words: whenever the monster used its destructive magic, it always had to touch the target with its bare hand. From this, he concluded that the creature couldn't negate an attack if it couldn't react in time with its palm. The monster dodged the first pillar, but the protagonist had already circled behind it. He immediately lunged in to strike. However, the monster spun around quickly, shouting, "Don't underestimate me," as it grabbed the protagonist's arm. Ray was shocked, wondering how it could have possibly blocked him. When he thought there was no way the creature could react from that position, the monster laughed, saying, "The Black King got too close." But Ray just smiled and replied, "Not quite." The monster began to grow uneasy at the surge of power manifesting right before its eyes. The protagonist activated his skill steal and successfully swiped the evil mind ability. Ray declared to the monster that this was the end because even with destructive magic, without that ability, the creature had lost its means of attack and no longer stood a chance at victory. The monster chuckled and said it wouldn't let the protagonist think everything was going to end so easily. Moments later, it began to transform. Ray was horrified by the sight, for the monster had revealed its true form, declaring that the real show was just about to begin. Meanwhile, at the place where the god of space and time was sealed, the entity remarked that humans were quite creative, forcing the creature he sent to change its form. However, he laughed, thinking he could finally settle the debt from the evil swamp incident, as the protagonist was about to experience the true power of an assassin, created by him. The protagonist, for his part, began to worry, wondering if what he was seeing was truly the real form of the monster possessing Shion. He was also shocked by something else. The monster's level was 105. In his memories, even the incredibly powerful evil swamp had only been level 91. Furthermore, before his regression, a monster named Abyss Veil had never existed in this world, and clearly there were many other anomalies that hadn't appeared before. It made him wonder exactly what was going on. The monster laughed loudly while unleashing dark energy, continuing to surge with even more power. In the meantime, after restoring the television signal, Sheena wanted to know what on earth was happening at the tournament site. The monster finished stripping off the clothes that Shion was wearing, and with a simple wave of its hand, it unleashed a terrifying force. Oikawa tried to protect himself, but faced with such an overwhelming amount of power, both he and the protagonist were blown away violently, causing a massive explosion at the top of the tower. The Blue King stood up and the Yellow King remarked that the situation was clearly extremely abnormal and they needed to get to the tournament site immediately. Izuki said he understood and quickly created a bird using his ability. Shina told Hinata that she would go with the kings of the primary colors, and as soon as everyone climbed onto the bird created by the Blue King, they headed straight for the tournament site. Back at the tower, as the protagonist and Oikawa lay on the ground, Abyss Veil asked if they finally understood why it no longer needed the evil mind skill. It claimed that because it possessed a pure power capable of destroying everything, pathetic humans like them stood absolutely no chance. Finished speaking, it declared it would crush them like insects. Oikawa tried to stand up, saying he would never let himself be wiped out so easily. He looked at Rei and gave a slight nod. Immediately after, he launched his rigid pillar skill at Abyss Veil. The creature remarked that it was a far too predictable attack, but Oikawa instantly changed the technique and said, "This time it's not like before." He activated his transformation ability, causing the rigid pillars to morph and ultimately turn into sharp stakes. The monster laughed, asserting that this move was also useless because it assumed the blonde-haired man had forgotten its ability. It then prepared to activate the expulsion bite. The protagonist appeared and said that if that were the case, he would just take that ability for himself. He used skill steal but then stood stunned before the monster, questioning why it hadn't worked. Abyss Veil prepared to strike, and Oikawa, realizing the situation was extremely dangerous, tried to protect the protagonist with 5 layered barriers. But the attack was too strong, sending the protagonist flying hard into Oikawa. Abyss Veil remarked that it was unfortunate for the protagonist that his ability wouldn't work while it was in this state. Similar to when they faced Dullahan, or when the outer mist blocked all contact with the main body, the monster continued, "The Black King is clearly out of options. And because of that, I will easily achieve my goal." Rei asked what the goal was and whether it intended to kill them and then attack this entire place. Abyss Veil laughed, saying that wasn't what the Black King had just mentioned. It then turned serious and declared its goal was to take a king's place using the body of Hirashion. While the protagonist and Oikawa were still shocked by this revelation, it continued, saying it would then devour them and use their bodies as vessels, because Shion was the only one worthy of becoming the Yellow King, and making them watch that scene would surely be very entertaining. Rei couldn't believe a monster would want to impersonate a king, because if that happened, human society would completely collapse. Because a monster would hold the absolute authority of a king, it could even deliberately delay the completion of the dungeons to cause mass destruction. Oikawa struggled to stand, saying this was no longer a game, and he would never let a monster possessing Shion's body become king. So he became serious and affirmed he would stop it at any cost. Rei was surprised by Oikawa's determination, and immediately after both of them prepared to fight. Abyss Veil remarked that even though they knew they had no chance, they still dared to oppose it. Having said that, it unleashed a terrifying power, adding that it truly admired their courage. The protagonist felt a terrifying pressure like nothing he had ever experienced before. And as he watched the monster, he realized that to deal any damage, he had to find a way to counter that destructive magic. Just then, Oikawa called out to the protagonist, saying that the fact he had stolen Shion's ability earlier was crucial. He then pointed out that as long as they held on to that power, there was still a chance to defeat Abyss Veil. The monster asked the blonde guy what he just said, then let out a loud laugh, and asked if he was starting to delude himself. He emphasized that his expulsion bite could neutralize all magic, so he really wanted to know how they intended to defeat him. Or did they believe that the power of friendship humans always praise would lead them to victory? Jay became tense upon hearing that. But Oikawa told him to stay calm and said he had a plan. He whispered it softly so only the protagonist could hear. Abyss Veil thought these humans were nothing more than inferior creatures, and that he could even see through all their thoughts. As he watched Oikawa, he remembered the evil mind skill, a spell that causes multiple explosions at once, and speculated that they thought he wouldn't be able to keep up because his destructive magic required palm-to-palm contact, but he was sure he would disappoint them. Because his reflex speed in his current body was far beyond what it used to be. So he prepared his power, thinking he could easily turn them into dust. First, Oikawa shouted for Rei to get ready. Abyss Veil unleashed his attack, and a massive explosion occurred, until he realized something and looked up only to see the protagonist diving down with full force. Rei thought of Shion and decided to use his ability. Immediately he launched a barrage of evil minds. As he was surrounded by this skill, the monster insisted that this time it would be useless too. He laughed and said he would simply neutralize them all, but as he prepared to do so, he realized something was abnormal. He was certain he had touched the evil minds to make them vanish, but he couldn't understand why the ability didn't disappear at that moment. Oikawa seized the opportunity and unleashed his skill. The attack quickly closed in on Abisvel's face. The monster was stunned, having just realized that the evil mind skill had been covered by the blonde guy's barrier. So Oikawa yelled that the monster's attack had neutralized his touch-based absorption ability, and logically the barrier could do the same. He then declared that he would not let someone like him destroy the ability of Shion, his friend. He immediately dropped the barrier, and the evil minds instantly surrounded Abisvel, triggering a series of consecutive explosions. The monster began to panic and screamed, while simultaneously releasing his monstrous power. Both the protagonist and Oikawa were astonished at the scale of the power they were witnessing. It was so immense that it spread even outside the challenge tower, and it could be seen from a very great distance. Sheena anxiously asked if the Blue King's bird could fly any faster, and he told her to stay calm because they were almost there. But then he himself became extremely terrified because he was seeing a source of evil, power leaking from the tower. After destroying the top of the tower, Abisvel declared that he would destroy them at any cost. Ray started to worry, thinking he had never felt such dense evil magic. Oikawa called the protagonist and said thank you, which confused Ray. The blonde guy looked toward Abisvel and said that if not for his words, he surely would have fled from this battle long ago, and that all this time he had been running away even when facing others directly like his father or Shion, and he had even been deceiving his own heart, always hiding from himself. But he emphasized that it was the protagonist who helped him realize the importance of continuing to fight even when facing one's own weaknesses. So he called the protagonist and asked him to pour all his magic power into the next attack. Ray wondered what he meant. Oikawa said he knew that after this blow there would be nothing left, but even so he should trust him. After that, he told the protagonist to aim for the center of Abisvel because he believed that if they hit that spot, then he would handle the rest. Ray took a deep breath and shouted that he understood. The monster also roared at the two lowly ones and declared he would crush both them and their pathetic hope. As he charged, the protagonist prepared his skill and told himself he had to do this. At the same time, he placed his full trust in Oikawa and gave it everything he had. Therefore, he poured all his magic into a single evil mind and made it grow massive. Oikawa also prepared his ability, thinking of Shion, hoping that wherever he was also watching. And just as the protagonist launched the evil mind, Oikawa immediately covered it with a barrier, shaping it into the form of a spear. Abisvel tried to stop the attack, but then began to worry at the massive amount of power radiating from it, because it felt like 3 people were attacking him at once. Abisvel screamed that he couldn't erase this entire attack, and finally he was struck, head-on, triggering a terrifying explosion. Ray called out to Oikawa asking if they had won. He took a deep breath and, seeing the sky completely clear, replied that yes, they had. Meanwhile, thinking of Shion, Ray sent his thanks, then ran over to Oikawa, telling him they'd actually pulled it off. Oikawa insisted it was all thanks to the main character for using Shion's ability, and that the rest was just the result of their training. He then recalled a moment with his friend, who once talked about combining their skills, saying that if they could manage it, they would create an even more powerful ability. Back then, Shion was so excited, thinking that if they practiced together to achieve it, they would have an incredibly cool trump card. Oikawa had thought the idea was brilliant, and Shion had been just as eager to see it come to life. Then Shion once asked if Oikawa truly wanted his father's recognition. The blonde-haired man had been caught off guard, but quickly nodded in agreement, after reminiscing about those times. He called out to the protagonist with a laugh and offered his thanks once more. Ray smiled and said it was nothing, but they were both startled by a curse-filled voice echoing toward them. They turned to see Abisvel, who growled that he couldn't believe he'd been defeated by 2 lowly wretches. Ray screamed, asking if the monster was still alive, and he replied that this wouldn't end so simply, because he was going to use his remaining magical power to show them something. Immediately after, the monster spoke with a different voice, asking the protagonist what he thought of all this. He froze, recognizing that voice. Just then, a dark source of energy appeared beside Abisvel, saying he had expected this pawn to last longer, but in the end it was a massive disappointment. So at the very least it would serve as a sacrifice. Abisvel panicked and began screaming, begging for another chance, but the strange evil energy swallowed him whole. Oikawa stood stunned, struggling to comprehend what the hell was happening until the god of space and time spoke from within the energy flow, calling the sacrifice truly disgusting. Rei was horrified to hear that voice, and immediately wondered why Kronos had appeared here. Once the dark energy dissipated, the god of space and time revealed himself. The protagonist stared at him, thinking that in the previous life the first time he met Kronos was 7 years later, and he had never left the inverted castle. Oikawa quickly realized that the creature before them was the very one the protagonist had faced in the trial dungeon. The entity kept opening and closing his hand, remarking that even in this shadow form descending to the ground wasn't uncomfortable at all. Hearing this, Rei became suspicious. He wondered if this was the true original body of the god of space and time, but he knew for certain that the aura radiating from this shadow was identical to the one before his regression. Kronos turned back and said he had a question. He asked who the Black King on Earth was, but beforehand, he revealed that all the creatures the protagonist had ever fought had been planted in anomalies by him. He had been present in every single one, staying a step ahead of the protagonist to the point where it felt as if the main character had been fighting him by design. Rei was completely shocked to hear this. He then realized that all the monsters that caused anomalies in the world before his regression were in fact Kronos. Suddenly the god of space and time, Ace, appeared behind him and asked if he could test him for a moment. Rei immediately spun around and struck back with a sword. Kronos laughed, saying he understood now. While holding the protagonist's sword, he asked if he was a returner from the future. Oikawa was incredibly stunned upon hearing this, wondering if he'd misheard. At that moment, Kronos slammed the protagonist into the ground and insisted that if he became an obstacle, he would be forced to accelerate his plan. Rei stood up and asked the god of space and time what his plan was. He then activated his power, making Oikawa realize that even the surrounding air was trembling. Kronos said his current form was only temporary, because he was looking for a way to break the seal on his true body by using a key to shatter the seal and cause the collapse of the dungeons. Rei was left completely dumbfounded. When he saw two versions of Kronos before him, both raised their hands and said that originally he intended to take his time, but it seemed he would have to break the seal by force, saying that he began to release even more of his massive power. Rei shouted, asking what on earth he was planning to do. He replied that with his power to manipulate time, he would forcibly collapse a series of dungeons. This left the protagonist unable to believe what he was hearing. Thus, Kronos declared that from this moment on, the ritual of descent would officially begin. His power began to interfere with the dungeons, and not just in one place, but across the entire world. As they collapsed, monsters began to swarm out. People were fleeing in a panic, screaming for help everywhere. Seeing this, Kronos understood that his wretched seal had finally been broken, and with the help of the remaining shadow, he believed he would finally attain the power to dominate everything. Immediately after, a massive surge of power exploded right in front of the protagonist and Oikawa. When the energy cleared, Kronos appeared in his true form, declaring that now was the time for a total massacre. Meanwhile, at the tournament arena, everyone began to feel panicked. Wanting to know what that light was, they looked up and saw the inverted castle being stained with color. Moments later, they were even more shocked to see a notification popping up on their phones that a series of dungeons across the world had collapsed. Returning to the protagonist and Oikawa, they were now facing the true god of space and time, whose level was unknown. Rei felt the pressure he was bearing was so incredibly terrifying that it felt like it would crush his entire body, and so he knew for sure there was no mistake the being in front of him was the real god of space and time. Just like last time, Oikawa looked toward the protagonist deep in thought. Suddenly, Kronos conjured a massive orb of evil energy, claiming he'd start with a light warm-up. Rei and Oikawa couldn't believe the sheer scale of the energy they were witnessing, and worse, it just kept growing. Then Kronos unleashed a barrage of attacks in every direction, destroying everything they touched, including one strike. Hurtling straight toward the Blue King's bird, Yuri immediately pulled Aya aside to dodge, while Kai and Kurahashi scrambled, screaming as they asked what the hell was happening. Right at that moment, Rei and Oikawa were caught in the shockwave of the attack and slammed into a wall. Kronos remarked that he might have gone a bit overboard with the warm-up, then said he only meant to release a little bit of magic, but it nearly blew the entire tower away. Oikawa doubted the monster had really only used a little magic, because the destructive power of that last attack was off the charts. Kronos apologized and said he would rewind time for them. This terrified the protagonist even more because he knew exactly what the god of space and time was capable of. The entity then tried to reverse time but realized he couldn't do it. He figured it was perhaps because he had broken the seal of his true form by force. Ray, struggling to stand, asked if Kronos was unable to use the rewind, and if his time manipulation powers were still incomplete. Kronos opened a spatial rift, muttering that using incomplete power wasn't any fun at all. So now that the seal was broken, he would return to the inverted castle to get used to his current body. Oikawa saw the protagonist preparing to charge and held him back. He said that in his current state he'd be torn to shreds in seconds. Ray apologized, then gritted his teeth, thinking that if Kronos fully restored his original power, humanity's chances of winning would be next to zero. Moments later he charged in, knowing he couldn't let this chance slip if he wanted to defeat Kronos. But the god of space and time dodged easily, remarking that the protagonist was underestimating him. By throwing himself into a suicide run while nearly drained of magic, Ray retorted that the god of space and time wasn't in perfect shape either. Finished speaking, he kept attacking and shouted that he would end it all right here. Kronos gathered his strength and unleashed a blast, barking at him not to underestimate him. Ray tried to block with his sword, but quickly realized he couldn't hold out for long, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. Oikawa screamed in worry for his teammate. Kronos stepped toward the protagonist, saying it seemed he had reached his limit after a series of non-stop battles. Just then, the kings of the primal colors appeared on the battlefield. Oikawa was stunned to see his own father. Izuki apologized to the protagonist and the blonde man for being late. Shina told the Blue King that the creature before them was no ordinary monster, as she could feel waves of danger radiating from it. Kirima Kusei stepped forward, saying they could handle the details later. They had to defeat the thing in front of them first. Kronos noted that the appearance of the kings of the primal colors here was certainly very interesting. The Yellow King asked if the chaos happening all over the world was caused by Kronos. Then he turned serious and emphasized that if the entity was a threat to humanity, he would show no mercy. Shina prepared her attack and Izuki followed suit. Meanwhile, the Yellow King focused his power and declared he would go all out to destroy Kronos. With that, the kings of the primal colors launched their attacks simultaneously. The god of space and time just stood there watching the strikes fly toward him. A massive explosion occurred when the powers collided. Ray was impressed by the destructive force of the attack that the kings had just unleashed. However, he was quickly stunned to hear Kronos say that the attack wasn't bad and that they had actually frightened him for a split second. Having said that, he sounded regretful and declared that their time was up. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure as if they were being crushed. Kronos opened a rift and made it clear that as long as he lived, the dungeons would continue to collapse. If they wanted to stop him, they should come find him at the inverted castle. Then, the god of space and time called out to the protagonist and said if he thought he could reach him even after the regression, then he should try his best. If he could do it, that is. After Kronos returned to the inverted castle, the Blue King asked about the regression. The protagonist thought about the god of space and time, and when he saw the inverted castle before him, he realized it was the place where everything began. And so he concluded that there was no choice but to face him to end it all once and for all.